they're printing one out. Would you like a soft copy?
Good morning, sir. Our first witness today is Mr. Andrew Hu.
Mr. Andrew Koo is a senior lawyer who has had a private practice in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for 24 years. He is active on a range of human rights issues and was co-chair of the Human Rights Committee of the Bar Council Malaysia for 9 years. Currently, he co-chairs the Constitutional Law Committee of the Bar Council in Malaysia. Mr. Koo has been a consultant to the Malaysian Human Rights Commission, the OHCHR, and UNICEF, among others, on a wide range of international human rights law issues. Mr. Koo is generously giving of his time and expertise as an external pro bono legal advisor to the tribunal, in assisting members of the tribunal in thinking through some of the issues arising from the evidence presented from a legal perspective. Mr. Koo has provided some preliminary answers in writing on the applicable law arising from questions posed by members to him and may provide further advice as required. Mr. Koo, thank you very much for appearing before the tribunal. I have a handful of questions for you arising from your preliminary advice in reference to also legal opinions on the situation in Xinjiang, which are publicly available. Might I begin by asking you whether you've had sight or an opportunity to read the 3 legal opinions on alleged crimes being committed in Xinjiang from Essex Court Chambers, the Bar Human Rights Committee, and the New Lines Institute?
Good morning, good afternoon from Kuala Lumpur. The answer to your question is yes, though not in as much detail as I would have liked, but I have read through as much as possible the 3 reports or opinions that you have referred to.
Great, thank you. I don't have specific questions about those reports, but we would be grateful if you might indicate, for instance, in your answers, whether there are any points of convergence or divergence from views in those legal opinions. That might help us better identify the underlying sources behind particular interpretations of the law.
I think it's I think it's fair to say that in a broad sense, I am in agreement with the opinions and views that have been expressed in those reports.
My first question is that there is a large body of international law that is potentially applicable to the evidence before the tribunal. In terms of international law, how far would you consider it permissible to depart when applying that law from the body of law that is known as peremptory norms? And just for the benefit of everybody here, by peremptory norms, we mean international law from which no derogation is permissible and which usually entail duties on the part of the state to the world at large. So we are talking about genocide, crimes against humanity, torture, discrimination, the crime of aggression, slavery, and it's a relatively restrictive group of crimes.
I would be very slow in departing from these peremptory norms unless there is very good reason to do so and purely on a case-by-case basis.
In relation to genocide and identifying on the part of a perpetrator a specific intent to destroy, might you tell us what you understand to be meant by the term destroy?
Well, to destroy has connotations of elimination, erasure of some form. It could be total, it could be partial, and basically, I mean, to perhaps use some common parlance, it's akin to trying to wipe them off the face of the earth.
A related set of questions, short questions. You'll be familiar that all surrounding facts and circumstances may be considered when trying to ascertain the specific intent of a perpetrator. My question is, to what extent, if at all, are the alleged crimes being committed in Xinjiang that are not the 5 exclusive prohibited acts of genocide relevant to the issue of intent?
I would say that it adds to the body of evidence that the tribunal may wish to consider, so that it is indicative perhaps of a consistent policy program or some systematic enforcement of policy that would add to the preponderance of evidence pointing to the major crimes that the tribunal is considering.
Can you clarify, as a matter of jurisprudence, how far motive or policies are relevant to the issue of specific intent?
Well, I think, you've been talking about, you've used the word perpetrator, and I would agree with some of the opinions that have been expressed that would draw a distinction between the state as a body that is seen to be committing these crimes as opposed to an individual. And so I think in terms of the state, it may not be necessary to discover specific motive, but more broad policy, political ambitions, perhaps, an intention on the part of the state to achieve certain goals. And then the question then is, how are those goals achieved and in what way? Then, of course, you look at if you were considering an individual, which I don't believe is the case here, then you would have to actually talk about an actual knowledge or desire to bring about the outcomes that constitute the elements of the crime.
So might it be possible for an alleged perpetrator to have a particular goal, say assimilation, and a particular motive, for instance, eradication of terrorism or economic development, but at the same time not intend to destroy a group or even intend to commit any crime?
Yes, I think that is possible.
You will be aware that in the Packer Diamond report to the tribunal and the New Lines report, the associated New Lines report, there is a view that destroy must mean something more than intent to physically or biologically destroy, notwithstanding some of the jurisprudence in this area. Are you of the same view?
I think it's just, to me, a matter of difference of emphasis rather than any substantive disagreement. I think when we talked about destruction, destruction can come in different forms and it can be expressed in different ways. So I would say that it's, again, that preponderance of a wide range of different activities that are undertaken in order to achieve what we would consider to be destruction.
I'll put a question to you which I put to Professor Packer. Would you rule out an intent to socially or culturally destroy a group? And if you wouldn't, what would be the jurisprudential basis for such a view?
Well, I go back to what I said earlier about the attempt to erase a particular people group. And certainly social and cultural identities of the group are part and parcel of that group. And so I would say that attempting to eradicate those can be viewed in conjunction with other activities or other actions as an attempt to destroy.
The various legal opinions relating to alleged genocide in Xinjiang suggest at least that a substantial part of the Uyghurs are being targeted in Xinjiang. The jurisprudence indicates that the starting point is the numbers, but qualitative factors may also be relevant when determining a substantial part. My question is, are the allegations being made in respect of Xinjiang there in terms of the numbers? And if not, what other factors may be relevant?
I think it's not just a question of pure numbers, although from what I have read and heard, the numbers themselves are quite large in terms of population being subjected to restrictions and other limitations of their liberty. To me, substantial could also be qualitative in nature, in the sense that, for example, if you were to identify or single out leaders, whether they be religious leaders, cultural leaders, political leaders, whether they be intellectual leaders, thought shapers, that sort of thing. These would also constitute, I think, a substantial group of people in the context of their ability to carry the heritage and carry the traditions of that particular people group, and also to be, in a sense, holders of the heritage of that group.
Clarify for us that destruction in substantial part is part of the intent requirement. So it is not actually necessary to destroy a substantial part, but simply that the perpetrator has an intent to destroy a substantial part.
Well, I think one has to look at how, if there is, for example, a policy that is in place, how that policy is being implemented or given effect, and whether or not it involves targeting, as I said earlier, key leaders, people who are the holders of cultural and social traditions and practices, people who, in a sense, embody or represent the identity of that people group.
As you are aware, the tribunal is considering both individual responsibility for crimes and state responsibility. Can you explain whether a state can commit a crime and how exactly according to the jurisprudence?
Well, I would be hesitant to say that a state can commit a crime, but in terms of state responsibility, I would say that there are, in international law, obligations placed on states as a result of treaties that they have entered into and treaty obligations that they have therefore taken upon themselves. And either by way of omission of the obligations of that treaty or commission of things which are in violation of that treaty, I think then you could say that the state is responsible. And I think in shorthand, people may say that the state has committed a crime, although strictly speaking, that would not be accurate.
So in attributing responsibility to a state for a crime, would you say that you require an individual?
I think the short answer is yes. I think there have to be organs or officials of the state that are implementing the policy or the laws that have been passed by the state. And it is in implementing and the way in which those policies are being implemented. If they were to as a result of that, end up in the commission of crimes, then the individual may himself or herself be responsible, but it is also the attribution of responsibility over that person by way of perhaps command or control that would allow the state to be attributed to the commission of those acts. Yes.
And just by way of clarification, are you able to explain to us how specific intent might be identified in relation to individuals, and how you then might attribute that to the state?
Well, if you are looking at the individual, then I believe that the individual has to satisfy the specific intent, has to perhaps understand what he is doing, or her, the nature and the effect of the acts that he or she is carrying out, whether by himself or in furtherance of state policy.
Two more questions, if I may. Can you provide some clarification about what we mean when we talk about state responsibility in terms of genocide or crimes against humanity? So just to be more specific, what is the difference between attributing a crime to a state and then the duties arising under treaties or customary international law relating to, for instance, prevention, the duty to prohibit, the duty to punish, or the duty to enact legislation?
Well, can I take the second part first? I mean, so as I mentioned a little earlier, that is the obligations taken on by a state as a result of that state entering into international treaties and taking on board the obligations set up under specific treaties. So that in most cases will entail prohibiting such acts, criminalizing such acts, implementing laws or promulgating laws to prevent such acts from happening, and then to punish people who commit those acts. And then also we could talk about elements of remedy and perhaps compensation. So that would be on the state. But the state also has, as I said, policies, and the policies have to be carried out. And these are carried out by individuals acting in compliance with directives from the state or other bodies that are associated with the state. And if those individuals also then commit atrocities, then I would say that their acts can be attributed to the state.
Thank you. You might not have had a chance to see the discussion with Professor Packer. There was a discussion around standards of proof. My question is, what standard of proof would you say is ordinarily applied under international law to state attribution of crimes?
From my reading of the law, there doesn't appear to be one single standard of proof in terms of how we attribute responsibility to the state, or what standard to measure a state's complicity in this matter. I think I read somewhere that there could be quite a lot of different interpretations. So I suppose that's not terribly helpful. But to me, I think what the tribunal perhaps might consider doing is looking at the overall picture, and to look at different policies, different practices, which in themselves perhaps may not necessarily point to a sufficient degree of culpability, but when taken together and seen as a whole, ends up building a picture, an overall picture whereby one can see very clearly how state policy is being implemented in a way that results in acts of genocide.
And my final question is that at the ICJ, in the two seminal cases related to genocide, the view was that the very highest standards must be applied in attributing the crime of genocide to the state. So that was then later elaborated to suggest that beyond reasonable doubt would be an appropriate standard. Would you encourage, as Professor Packer and Mr. Diamond did, the tribunal in applying a different standard for the reasons they gave and for the reasons of the particular circumstances in which allegedly Uyghurs find themselves in Xinjiang?
I believe Messrs. Packer and Diamond used the phrase clear and convincing evidence. And as you say, their understanding is that this is something beyond reasonable doubt. I think again, it may be a question of degree as to what you mean by beyond reasonable doubt and clear and convincing evidence. And I would say that I would look really at the preponderance of evidence that is available to the tribunal and to use that as a guide to coming to a decision.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koo. I imagine the panel have a number of questions for you. Thank you.
Mr. Koo, first of all, by way of full disclosure, you and I first met when you were appointed to the China tribunal that I chaired, investigating forced organ harvesting. That produced its judgment on the 17th of June of 2019 and signed off its written detailed judgment early in 2020. Since then, we've maintained light social contact, but haven't discussed this matter at all until the moment when you were asked, either possibly by me or probably by Mr. Hamid Sabi, to be a legal expert. Is that correct?
Yes, Sir Geoffrey, that is correct.
And the reason that you were asked, as you know, is that the sanctions implied by the People's Republic of China on various people, including this tribunal, had the effect of making the United Kingdom lawyers and others unavailable to us, and you were good enough, at my request through Mr. Sabi, to agree to help us, careless of such things as might have affected the United Kingdom bar.
Yes, no, that is true. I run a small practice which doesn't extend to very broad international commercial work. And so I don't think the consequence, if any, of anything that the PRC might do to me, at least from a commercial point of view, would put me out too much.
We're very grateful to you for your assistance. I'm going to leave as much as possible of the time allocated to my colleagues for reasons that will become clear. But first of all, and a very simple question, given the real audience for this proceedings, what is jurisprudence?
Come again, is that your question? What is jurisprudence?
Yeah, what is jurisprudence?
At one level, it's the principles underlying the law. It's legal philosophies that inform how laws ought to be made or how laws ought to be implemented. It is also it also extends to discussions about the law, how the law was or is or ought to be. And it's a discussion about decisions that have been made and the reasonings and the rationale underpinning or underlying those judgments. So it's a collective term of quite a lot of discussion and debate about what the law is or ought to be.
No criticism and every gratitude to you for being able to answer questions that embody such a huge amount of learning, but it's pretty unlikely, isn't it, that the concept of or the content of legal jurisprudence is going to be known to the average non-expert, educated citizen around the world?
Quite possibly. It's not something that an average person would necessarily think about in his or her 9-to-5 job.
Be tolerant of the following remark, not of course directed at you in any way, but the following light-hearted remark, that the law and jurisprudence has provided quite a nice playground for lawyers and judges since the start of the ad hoc tribunals for Yugoslavia and Rwanda in 1993.
You use the word playground, and I suppose I suppose that is the light-hearted comment that you are making. I think there is a lot of discussion about this area because the whole area of international criminal law has traversed different issues over the years, and I think lawyers and judges and other interested parties are keen to try and work out whether or not there can be a broad and systematic approach to dealing with these different emanations of criminal law by the use of perhaps a set of standards that could be universally applied. And that's where I think the discussion and the debate has centered around.
We find from the well, first of all, another prefatory remark. You possibly know, but it was only John Packer and his colleague who were good enough to stand behind their reports in front of this tribunal, and the other three, is it Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, and Essex Court Chambers, didn't. And the American analysis for the American government analysis of their finding of genocide has also not been publicly authored or indeed publicly articulated. So Packer was on his own and the others haven't appeared. Is that about right?
I don't have a very detailed knowledge of that, but I assume that to be the case, yes.
But just reading their reports, it's clear that there are differences of opinion.
I suppose there are. I don't think you can put a whole group of lawyers into a room and get everybody to agree on everything. But I think we are all trying to work out. I mean, some of the key issues, which I suppose will exercise the tribunal as well, is things like the scope of the crime, the applicability of the law, what will constitute a commission of that crime, what will constitute sufficient evidence, what is the level of proof that needs to be ascertained in coming to a conclusion. And I think, I suppose in any one of those areas, there could well be some disagreement as to the approach that needs to be taken.
Mr. Koo, I'm now going to explain why I'm going to leave nearly all of the remaining time to my colleagues. Drawing such analogy as is appropriate between this tribunal and a jury in a criminal trial. A jury in a criminal trial making a decision about crime has to be directed in straightforward terms that can be as understood by them as the person sitting in the public gallery watching the trial.
Yes, and so I suppose the question then is who is giving that direction?
And well, in a jury trial, it's the judge. And so far as this group of 9 individuals composing the tribunal. We're looking for an individual or body of individuals. It might be you in combination with counsel, it might be you in combination with the opinions in some way synthesized. We're looking for a straightforward direction in law that could be as understood by us and as understood by the public and as understood by the PRC. And so what I'm going to do, Mr. Koo, is almost immediately ask my colleagues to ask their concerns and questions, and then perhaps to invite you and maybe counsel to see if you can prepare for us in writing, probably a straightforward direction that can be published. Would you be prepared to cooperate with that as an exercise?
Yes, it would be my pleasure to do so.
Because the word genocide was in abeyance between 1948 and 1993. There's been the suggestion that the convention was activated in respect of decisions made about the Kurds a little earlier in the 90s, or the late 80s, but even that is not clear. When it started to be used, it started then to be used by members of the public in describing atrocities about which they were particularly concerned. The public are using this term, and parliamentarians are using this term now about the Uyghurs' treatment. But they're not able to use it in a very simple way if they follow the jurisprudence, because the jurisprudence is muddled. Would you accept that?
Well, I think if we were to reflect, I think one of the reasons perhaps why there was an absence of focus in genocide, as you say, between 1948 and perhaps in the 1990s, was the fact that we were not necessarily looking at large-scale wars or atrocities that were happening, and it's perhaps incidents after the fall of the Soviet Union, the breakup of Eastern Europe, that led to warfare between states and armies, that we began to once again see these atrocities being committed. But again, these were atrocities that were primarily committed in the context of a war, and I think it might be easier, in inverted commas, for an average person to understand atrocities committed in the context of war, and to understand genocide from that perspective. I think when it comes to a slow form of genocide that takes many years, it takes incremental actions on the part of a state and its organs to bring about a destruction of a people group, that might be a little bit more challenging from many different angles as to how one could still say that genocide was happening. And I suppose the development of the jurisprudence has been in that regard, to sort of say that even though this may not look like your average wartime atrocity, these are nonetheless very serious and grave crimes that qualify as either war crimes or crimes against humanity, or even genocide.
Thank you. It's a big step for a body of private individuals to deal with an allegation of genocide and crimes against humanity against the most populous nation on the earth, which must be accorded respect and which must not be exposed to risk of unfairness of any kind. And the one way of being certain that we can do that is to look at genocide as proved if and only if the requisite intent is proved in an individual at the level of proof beyond reasonable doubt. That's the way we can show respect and save the PRC from unfairness. And would you agree that it would also most likely fit with the general public view of what genocide is?
I think the phrase beyond reasonable doubt is etched in the collective mind of the public, having watched far too many American courtroom dramas, and so that formulation is something that people on balance would have heard of, and I suppose given that it's a criminal trial, then I think people would understand that. The challenge is when you move from an individual to the state, how do you prove beyond reasonable doubt vis-a-vis a state, and whether the state has a mind that directs its actions. And so we have to draw parallels to what would be the mind of the state when it comes to attributing or at least saying that there was a criminal intent. I think that's where the challenge is for the average person.
But if, and I'm going to make this my last question, and I'll come back only if there's time with one or two others, but if the tribunal elected to say it would not find genocide against the state unless it found in an individual with power in the state the genocidal intent, then it could be sure it was not being unfair to the People's Republic of China.
Yes, I would agree with you.
Have to ask.
No.
Mr. Vetch. Oh, yes, there are some.
Thank you for your attendance today. So I'd like to talk about joint criminal enterprise and where that stands with respect to individual responsibility as against state responsibility. So if with joint criminal enterprise there is a substantial number of people perhaps in positions of state power, provincial or otherwise, and that's, they have positions of decision-making power, if that's quite substantial, does that then become like the state? What I'm trying to get at, can you have both frameworks operating together?
I think the short answer is you can. But I think in terms of this, if you're talking about a criminal act amongst individuals, then joint enterprise would be where people come together and conspire with each other to achieve a certain criminal outcome. And therefore, there has to be a degree of communication, collaboration, and active partnership, as it were. You may not be a partner in the whole thing. You may be only a partner in some of that, but it's along a chain, as it were, that results in the commission of a criminal activity. And so, I suppose the challenge with that, in terms of the state and the individual, is that there may be no such evidence of that kind of active collaboration or partnership. I'm thinking in particular of an individual, perhaps who receives a directive from a state organ or a particular state a body to implement this particular policy. And the question is, by following orders and by implementing those policies, do you actually get a joint criminal enterprise? I think there would be those who would say that that may not be correct. So then if I look at, as you say, certain individuals, you have to ask, and I've been thinking about this for a while, you have to ask whether these people can be said to be, in a sense, the alter ego to the state, that they are in some ways the state. The state being this corporate, entity. There's no one individual that necessarily represents the state. But in certain cases, and especially true of perhaps authoritarian regimes, there may be certain individuals whose thoughts, whose speeches, whose directives take on in a sense, the authority or the imprimatur of the state. And if therefore he, or if it's more than one person, they, in a sense, sing the same tune, as it were, in terms of what policies are and how they should be implemented, then I think you can say that there is, that would be the criminality, as it were, or the evidence of criminality of the state, without necessarily invoking the idea of a joint criminal enterprise.
Professor, Mr. Koo, I'm going to, at the moment, ration one question each per member so that we can get the questions out that they're going to want you and maybe the council team to help with in the formulation of a document to advise us. Mr. Vetch, please, one question.
Would it be fair to say that the allegations as made against the PRC in contemplation of genocide are very different from any that have been considered by a formal court, the conventional jurisprudence, since the establishment of the convention? In other words, it is very different, for instance, from Rwanda or Bosnia, and therefore the latitude or the scope for disagreement by lawyers may well be wider, and therefore, in a sense, the tram lines for this tribunal are wider. Is that fair and reasonable?
Very briefly, short answer, yes. As I was saying to Sir Geoffrey in our exchange earlier, I mean, it may be very different, or we may need to see things in a slightly different way or perspective when we are talking of a situation where there is an allegation of genocide outside the context of an outright war or armed conflict. And so I would say that not so much the latitude, but perhaps the way in which we would look at what would constitute evidence of culpability would need to be different.
One question. I mean, you can
yes,
all come
I'm
back
going to respect that. I suspect in this thing I may inadvertently, in which case I apologise, trip into two. But Mr. Koo, thank you. In relation to intent, which is clearly, as you say, one of the key issues here, to what degree can you deduce intent from the acts themselves, the facts that there are particular offences contemplated, for example, by the Genocide Convention, actually take place in a state? And in a state which a number of witnesses have said to us is opaque in its structure and its decision-making, to what extent do you have to identify individuals in that, rather than simply relying on the fact that these events have taken place and coming to a conclusion that those could not have taken place in any state of this kind of structure unless relevant people, without identifying individuals, could have promulgated them or at least supported them?
I would tend to agree with the second part of your question, that it may not be necessary to identify particular individuals, but to take note of the fact that these things have occurred and that these things would not have occurred had it not been for certain policies, laws, regulations, or practices that were incumbent upon the individual to carry out. And it is the existence of those policies or programs that would need to be tested against the idea of whether or not there was intent.
Professor Mann, do you know? No. Yes, Professor, Dame Parveen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koo. Lots of points to consider here. In terms of genocide, we have got a lot of evidence that people are disappearing, but we haven't got the, I suppose crudely say, we haven't got the bodies to show for it. How much corroborative evidence do we need or not need to say that there is a genocide going on? In this particular time, I know there are other areas that we could think about.
I agree with you. It's quite challenging, and there may well not be sufficient evidence to prove that genocide has happened because of the disappearance of people. But the fact that people have disappeared, having gone through the system of incarceration, and so in a sense, their final presence was within the control of particular authorities, and then they were no longer seen after that, could be indicative of enforced disappearance or some form of murder. But yes, we will never be able to prove that 100%. But then the whole idea of genocide is not necessarily to look at every particular criminal act and say, is there proof of genocide in this case or in that case? But sometimes we have to look at the totality of the evidence when compared to other acts, and to ask ourselves whether or not there is some form of a program that overall encompasses all these different elements. And it's that preponderance of all that evidence when seen together, that could lead the tribunal to come to a conclusion in relation to whether or not genocide has occurred.
Ms. Rowe.
I'm interested in Sir Geoffrey's notion of unfairness to the state of China, and the question that if we were elected to say we wouldn't find against the state unless we found against an individual, we could be sure we weren't being unfair, and I believe you agreed with that. But we also, if I understand correctly, it is possible to arrive at a view without citing individuals on the preponderance of the evidence. So how would we, or should we, establish, if we were doing that we were not being unfair to the state of China? Is that even possible?
Well, I think the proposition that Sir Geoffrey put to me was that if the tribunal decided that in trying to be fair to China, that they would not, that they would want to have proof of guilt of an individual was that something that could be done? And I suppose the answer is yes. It is for the tribunal to decide how it wishes to arrive at a decision. I would say that would be particularly challenging because from some of the sessions that I've heard, right, there has been no particular reference to any one individual who is alleged to have done this or done that. And I think some of the opinions that have been given have expressed this in the context of high-level political leaders, and to me, that's something then that you would have to look at as well, as to whether or not the evidence that has been given to the tribunal actually has proven that those high-level individuals are individually culpable. So I would prefer, or I would suggest that looking at or returning to the concept of state responsibility might be a more productive approach to this whole issue, in which case then one would rely on the preponderance of evidence. And to be fair to the PRC, one would have to see that preponderance of evidence. And not just look at very isolated incidents or statements, but to see and to ensure that there was sufficiently wide and robust evidence proving those state policies and interpretations of how this is to be done, and statements about political aims and outcomes that the state desired from those policies.
Mr. Koo, we're into round 2, I think, with 10 minutes left, so I'm going to make my question in round 2 extremely short. The Packer report seems to allow for the fact that once you've identified your standard of proof, you can nevertheless reduce it because the evidential issue is difficult. You don't have evidence. It's difficult to get evidence. Thus, you lower your standard of proof. If you may note it, if you've heard that session, that I expressed disagreement with that. Do you accept that once you've set a standard of proof, you shouldn't reduce it simply because the evidential problem makes it difficult to reach it?
Yes, I think once you have set a standard, I think you should stick to it.
I'm going to race through things. I expect Professor Kaur's got something else. Make it quick if you can.
Okay, I'd like to talk about the standing of a People's Tribunal. As you know, the main reason why this was set up is because legal avenues were not possible. So whatever decision we come to at the end of the tribunal, are there any, what are further legal possibilities, number one, and number two, can this somehow be made into a legal avenue? Are there precedents, or can there be some creative ways forward?
I think at best, the decision or the judgment of the tribunal will have moral weight, not necessarily legal one. Because if one were to say, well, the tribunal has come to this particular conclusion and we take it to a court, the court will say, well, no, in our processes, we'll have to rehear all the evidence and come to a finding of our own. They would not merely accept the decision of the tribunal and say, well, it's done and dusted, it's proven, we can then move on. So I think the authority of the tribunal's decision, as I said, lies more in the moral sphere, where given the way in which but just because I'm saying it's moral, I'm not saying that it lacks authority, because of the way in which the tribunal has gone about hearing the evidence, inviting people to come before it, to offer evidence. I think the scope of the evidence and the richness of the evidence that is presented before the tribunal gives weight to any outcome or finding that the tribunal may have. And then that itself can then be used for further activity and advocacy on the part of individuals interested in taking this further.
Mr. Fetch.
Can I just explore Article 2 with you, please? So the preamble to Article 2 includes the words, with intent to destroy. What it does not say, with intent to physically destroy. My understanding is there is jurisprudence that suggests that it should do. The question is, well, that's a statement and a question. Is it true to say that the various acts, the 5 acts, A to E, can be dealt with separately, i.e. each individual one can be sufficient as a matter of fact to achieve a determination of genocide, assuming that the intent was there? If that is the case, why would, for instance, the words in Article C be included where the words physical destruction are included? And I accept that there's a difference between the intent and the act, but nonetheless, you might think that if it was intended that physical destruction was the only way, then it would have been included in the preamble.
Mr. Vetch, I think if you read the jurisprudence, I think there is also a body of thinking that the reference to physical is only in the context of where the word physical actually appears. So, for example, in C, where there's mention of physical destruction, then yes, then that you have to meet that definition. Has there been physical destruction? But in terms of all the others, there may not necessarily be a need to have physical destruction. I don't think you would necessarily have to read the words physical into what they call the chapeau of Article 2, because it's not there, and there's no reason to read physical into those words. And your other question, the way Article 2 is framed is genocide means any any of the following acts. It's not every act. It's so any one. So if you can say if there is sufficient evidence that any one of those acts has been committed, then you can come to a finding of genocide if it fits within the intention to destroy.
Sorry, forgive me, Mr. Jeffrey. So, just to reinforce the point then, if you looked at Clause B of Article 2, where it says causing serious bodily or mental harm, and there is an or there, then by definition, unless there's mass suicide, it's unlikely that the mental harm is going to result in the physical destruction. Is that correct?
Yes, and the point is that mental harm doesn't, you don't necessarily have to have physical destruction. Yeah. Mental harm by its very nature is perhaps non-physical in that sense.
You've answered that very helpfully.
Sorry, this point I think is just more of a clarification and where we've got to in the discussion. In relation to the standard of proof, as I understand it, the tribunal on advice there's no prescribed standard of proof. We can look at preponderance of evidence, we can look at reasonable doubt. And coming back to the point that Jeffrey made about the need, which all of us agree with, to treat China with respect and fairness, if we decided on a level of proof, having taken your advice and listened to experts, that was different from beyond reasonable doubt, that would still be acceptable.
Yes, that would be acceptable. Correct.
Professor Dame Harvey.
Thank you very much, Sir Geoffrey. This is a People's Tribunal, and obviously there are a lot of lay people like myself on it. But from a lay point of view, and indeed a scientific point of view, one always likes to hear two sides of an argument. Now, in this case, and one has been fair, one has invited the PRC on several occasions to take part. In a court of law, is the fact that one side is not producing any evidence or lack of evidence considered as being deleterious to the argument in that they either might be hiding something or just not wanting to take part? How does a court of law look at that? I mean, we talked about intent, and we've talked about a standard of evidence, and we've talked about the proof. Can one come to a conclusion with the absence of one party?
The short answer is yes, you can. But it would have to be done with extreme caution. And in a criminal trial, it would be the case that the judge, in some ways, would try to ensure that the evidence, the presentation of the evidence, and the arguments of the prosecution would be fair to the accused. And so the judge may perhaps be seen to be perhaps stepping in sometimes on behalf of the accused to ensure that there is a level playing field, given the fact that the accused is not there, and that you are still proceeding with the trial in absentia, as it were. So, I mean, courts can do that. They are doing that. For example, the court in a court in the Netherlands at the moment is hearing evidence about the shooting down of Malaysian Airlines MH17, and the accused persons are not there. But then it becomes incumbent then upon the bench, as it were, to ensure that there is as level a playing field as possible. And this may sometimes involve them intervening on behalf of the absent accused in order to make sure that there is procedural fairness.
Thank you very much. Mr. Koo, you've been extremely helpful. I happen to know that you've made yourself available despite being heavily involved in the very significant difficulties that your own country is going through at the moment, which no doubt engage the skills and position that you hold, so we are doubly grateful to you. I think you will have understood from the questions that the tribunal will be most assisted by a straightforward statement or direction of the law that not only us, but everyone else can understand who is dealing with the question, I suppose, the conceptual question of the visitor to the PRC, if allowed to visit, standing there and saying to herself or himself, am I now in a country where the country is committing genocide? It's sort of as simple as that, complicated though it may be. And I hope the questions haven't deterred you from your earlier agreement to work with our team of lawyers in producing such a statement or direction.
Not at all, Sir Geoffrey.
Well, thank you for all of us. That's it for the time being, but I'm afraid we will be prevailing on your time a bit more, but in written form probably. Thank you. Anything, Mr. Sabi?
Thank you, Mr. Hoop. Our next witness...
Before your next witness, I just wanted to, and it rises almost most appropriately in light of what Mr. Koo was answering just now, and it needs to be made clear to the public as well as to the People's Republic of China, that following a press conference by the ambassador here, I think it was, making various remarks about the tribunal, which it's not necessary to comment on, but also apparently itemizing ways in which the tribunal evidence was wholly incorrect, without giving details as to the nature of the errors. You wrote to the ambassador yesterday, well, it had to be yesterday because there was no way of getting the letter to the tribunal over the weekend effectively. And you referred to earlier correspondence where you had invited the People's Republic of China to attend the hearings. You observed that it had been stated at the opening of the hearings that Council didn't have a case for or against the People's Republic of China, and you said it's only duty, that's the tribunal, as mandated by the tribunal, this is you, is to present the evidence that is publicly available or provided by any interested party, including your government. Our researchers have searched for both inculpatory and exculpatory evidence. At the request of the chair of the tribunal, I hereby invite you once again to attend the hearings of the tribunal, which will continue until the close of business on Monday, the 13th of September. You may present to the tribunal the evidence that your government believes supports its case, and also provide the tribunal the background and substance for allegations that the evidence so far submitted to the tribunal is fabricated. Have you received any acknowledgement to that or reply to that letter?
No, sir. The letter was posted yesterday, but before that we put it as an open letter on social media so Chinese government can see it. As I have explained, there is no possibility of directly delivering that to the Chinese embassy. They would not accept delivery by hand. They would not provide an email address where you can send these statements. And the only way to send this letter to the Chinese government is through normal mail, which wouldn't have got there by today. So we made an open letter and published it.
Thank you. And there is no one here today representing the People's Republic of China?
I assume not.
Next witness, please.
Our next witness is Mr. Gutman. Good morning, Mr. Gutman.
Good morning.
Eaton Gutman is an award-winning China analyst and human rights investigator. He's a senior research fellow in China Studies at Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation and a co-founder of International Coalition to End Transplant Abuse in China. His research focuses on surveillance and organ harvesting. Mr. Gutman has authored 2 books, Losing the New China and The Slaughter, Mass Killing of Organ Harvesting and China's Secret Solution to its Dissident Problems. He has testified before the US Congress, the European Parliament, the United Nations, and most importantly, the China Tribunal. Mr. Gutman will be addressing us today on what he calls organ harvesting cluster in Aksu. He has previously submitted a report in the first hearing in June, which you will find at page 213 of the June bundle. Mr. Gutman, you've got 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please have the PowerPoint off temporarily, and I'll ask you to turn it on in the middle, so you'll have to pay attention to me, and I'll let you know. Thank you for inviting me to testify for a second time and the opportunity to answer any external questions. I don't think there are any, but we'll see. and internal questions from the tribunal itself. I'll keep my remarks very brief. I understand the technical quality was not so great last time around, and I partially structured my talk today around that deficiency. I also apologize in advance, because this is going to happen, for any repetition. I will provide a very brief timeline of the transplant abuse issue in a different form, correct and expand on refugee testimony regarding the organ harvesting cluster in Aksu, and address a point of contradiction that came up previously. Here's what we know. Late 1980s, Chinese organ harvesting of executed prisoners becomes routine. 1994, first report of live organ harvesting in the Urumqi area. 1995, Dr. Enver Tohti, a Uyghur surgeon, is ordered to extract kidneys and a liver from a live prisoner in the Western Mountain execution ground near Urumqi. 1997, following the Gulja massacre, Uyghur political and religious prisoners are harvested on a small scale on behalf of the high-ranking Chinese Communist Party cadres in both Gulja and Urumqi. 1999, the Falun Gong persecution begins. In 2001, with approximately 2 million Falun Gong in China's Laogai system, Falun Gong prisoners are singled out for retail organs-only examinations, very specific examinations which simply go after lungs, heart, kidneys, and liver, and corneas. 2002, wait times for foreign organ tourists become as little as 2 weeks. 2003, incarcerated Tibetans and house Christians start to receive retail-only organs-only examinations as well. 2007, Chinese medical establishment claims that they are performing 10,000 transplants a year. This is an exponential increase from about 7 years ago. 2012, individual Chinese hospital numbers reveal that China is actually performing at a minimum 60,000 transplants every year. 2014, Chinese police enter Falun Gong homes to take blood and DNA samples compatible with tissue typing. 2016, Beijing forces 10 million Uyghurs and Kazakhs, but no Han Chinese, to give blood samples compatible with DNA and tissue typing. Camps are constructed. The prisoners are given bi-monthly or monthly health checks compatible with cross-matching for organs. 2017, fast lanes for human organs, so-called green passageways, appear in Kashgar, Aksu, and Urumqi airports. 2018, an order is given to construct 9 crematoriums in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, or East Turkestan. To give a sense of scale here, the first completed crematorium, which is near Urumqi, hires 50 Han Chinese security guards. 2020, based on witness testimony from approximately 20 camps, my estimate is that 25,000 to 50,000 Uyghurs, average age, 28 years old, are being harvested for their organs every year. Now, I'll move on from the timeline now. If I could now have that PowerPoint, that would be great. And I'm going to move right here. In my previous testimony, I spoke about what could be termed an organ harvesting cluster in Aksu, comprised of 2 re-education camps. Do you mind if I stand up and just
No,
put
of
these
course,
up? Okay.
except that the microphone may not go with you, but
We'll soon fix
there
that.
we go.
Okay. All right, so this one is said to be about 33,000. That's obviously an estimate. This one's about 16,000. Together, that makes 50,000. That tells you something. These are not exact numbers, obviously. But this is the first camp. This is the second camp. Inside this camp is this hospital. Oh, I'm so sorry. What did I do? Oh, there we go. Good. Okay. Inside it, this is the Aksu Infection Hospital. In that camp. We've turned it from a north-south axis to an east-west axis, but it's the same structure. This existed before the camp. The camp was built around it, and obviously this is the newest section of the camp. Now, the final element is up here. This is the crematorium. This is the crematorium. This is just about 900 meters, and so it's a lot less. It's a little faster to get to the crematorium from the second camp. There's no particular meaning to that. I think that's just, but this is the configuration of it. And we don't really know what goes on in here, although it appears to be sort of fields and so forth.
Assistance is coming your way, I think, in the form of a handheld mic. If you turn to your right, Mr. Goodman, there. Thanks very much.
Okay. So we have to reiterate, we have two re-education camps. We have a hospital, Aksu Infection Hospital, built into the first camp. We have a large crematorium. Let's look at that crematorium now. This is the crematorium isolated. We can see something that looks like pipes leading to it. And if you look closely, that crematorium is quite close to the Aksu River. So I originally assumed this was a water-based system. Now, this is just a little Google map showing...
Slow down a minute.
Sure.
Not all of us are crematorium experts. Water-based?
Yeah, alkaline hydrolysis is basically where you heat up water to about 300 degrees Fahrenheit. The body, over a couple of hours, it dissolves, including bones and fats and so forth. And you're left with a very small amount of effluent, which you can then pump out to other water sources if you want to get rid of it.
So your original assumption was that it was water-based, and you then...
Well, I'll get to that in a second, but this was actually, I did run it by an expert, and he pointed out, he said, I don't see an exhaust system, but I do see these things that look like potential pipes. Now, that could be an exhaust system as well. I'll get to that, why I think I was wrong about that when I testified in June. But just briefly, I just want to throw this in context. So that the red circle is the Aksu compound, including the crematorium and the camps and the hospital. If you drive to the airport, which is up there at the white circle at the top, that's about, as they say, 24 minutes, and most people would drive faster than that, so it'd be more like 20 minutes. That's fairly close. The interesting thing about that is that the Aksu airport contains a green passage, that is essentially a VIP lane for human organ export to transplant hospitals near the Chinese coast. That includes...
Have you got an image of that? Because, again...
What's that?
Have you got an image of the green lane?
I think I do, but it's apparently the wrong one. This is the one that has some English on it, and I believe it's in Kashgar, but it may be in Urumqi, and I often confuse them. But some of them do have English on them. Some of them have Chinese and even a kind of an Arabic or Uyghur script. Well, it's Arabic, really. But some of them have English as well, which is not uncommon in China, is to see things expressed in English. I mean, all policemen are wearing things that say police, and they also say, they say it in Chinese as well, in Chinese characters. So this is a fairly quick drive, and the configuration of a prison attached to a hospital, not built in, but attached to a hospital, is not new. We've seen several cases of this during the high-intensity period of Falun Gong harvesting and in several provinces. I don't want to talk about which provinces now because this is sort of ongoing research and we may be able to make some real headway on this. But I will say there are provinces that are adjacent to East Turkestan or Xinjiang. Yet, as I acknowledged back in June, similar all-inclusive clusters like the one I've just shown you, like this in Aksu, have not been firmly established in Xinjiang and East Turkestan yet. So at the risk of going too far into the Aksu weeds, I interviewed two witnesses in Turkey, and I believe their testimony is germane. The first interview is from a Uyghur male who was in and out of the Aksu prison system from 1998 to 2004. And he establishes that the first local prison camp construction began in 2013, approximately a 5-minute drive from the current Aksu compound, just a little bit inland from the river. He also established that the Aksu Infection Hospital was originally used for SARS virus patients, SARS-1, not COVID. In 2013, the hospital evolved into it was well known for this, a treatment center for religious or extreme Muslim dissidents. So, in my words, Aksu Hospital essentially became a re-education hospital. As we know from Gulchehra Hoja's personal research last year, the Aksu Infection Hospital performs transplant surgery. They admitted to this to her on the phone. The Aksu, and it is a working hospital. The Aksu crematorium was also familiar to witness one. He pointed out that seen from the road, it has a prominent sign. And he said the air around there smells like scorched or burnt bones. This was a direct quote. He assumed the scent was from Chinese bodies when he was living there or being incarcerated there, because the Han Chinese prefer to be cremated, while Uyghurs generally don't. The second interview is from a Uyghur male from the Aksu area. This man drove by the crematorium nearly every day, and he identified it as such. He also mentioned a strong noxious odor coming from the crematorium, which was apparently a common complaint of residents and workers in the area. Therefore, even though we do not see visible smokestacks, the scent from the crematorium suggests that it was not using a water-based system, as I previously theorized, but it's a straightforward burn method. They've just lowered the amount of smoke coming from it, and probably through three methods: intense heat, filtration method, and presumably, to keep any smoke at a complete minimum, a reburner system, which basically reburns the gases and so forth. It's like distilling liquor, something like that. The burn process is 8 times faster, can dissolve a body 8 times faster than alkaline hydrolysis, and I cannot give you numbers at this time, but it is fair to say that the potential crematorium volume here is significantly higher than we previously understood. Now, we don't know what exactly that volume is, how many bodies it can handle a day, but that's a significant change. Now, I know that it's very in the weeds, but it's interesting to me. Now, I'll move on to a question which came up last time, namely that of contradiction. In a nutshell, in my own words, the question might be asked: if the information that Adrian Zenz has uncovered regarding Uyghur female sterilization, forced abortion, birth control, and so on is true, and it is also true that healthy Uyghur organs from a single individual in their late 20s might fetch a combined price of 500,000 pounds from a couple of foreign organ tourists, why would the Chinese authorities want to kill the golden goose? And to summarize one of my answers last time, one answer is the Chinese are simply thinking in a very short-term way. There's every reason to believe that in a decade or two we may be growing organs or 3D printing them. I'll take the PowerPoint off now, please. In the meantime, the Chinese transplant industry is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. They're culling an undesirable population for Beijing, and they're turning a local profit at the same time. Another answer is that the Chinese transplant industry has become a hungry beast, as I call it, and that drives the search for victims. Yet, it is a relatively simple matter to move the rate of Uyghur organ harvesting from 5% to 7.5% if necessary. And as a victim group, the Uyghurs are replaceable, just as Falun Gong organs have, with some exceptions, been replaced by Uyghur organs or even Kazakh organs. Tibetans are relatively untapped, for example. Hong Kong activists, other democracy advocates are a potential source, even conceivably Taiwan. Yet all of these explanations just deal with the technical aspects of organ sourcing, and they do not address the core contradiction. And I think this is what, if we just sort of had a free-flowing discussion, this is where the original question may have led and what it may have been driving at. The fact is there is a massive contradiction in the Chinese Communist Party Party actions regarding forced organ harvesting of political, racial, religious prisoners in China. And I've never been able to fully solve it, and I want to close by laying out this puzzle. My China background is not in academia, it is in business. Therefore, I have one insight that I received from my Chinese colleagues in Beijing nearly 20 years ago. China's real medical future, financially, reputationally, is not in organ transplants. That's an interim financial source. China's future is in pharmaceuticals. For the doctors, it's the payoff. For Beijing, it's the pillar industry. And the contradiction is that global success in pharmaceuticals requires a good product, it requires speed, but above all, it requires global and domestic public confidence in the Chinese medical industry. The Chinese transplant industry provides a good product, and it provides unmatched speed in the world. Nobody comes close. But the secrecy, the routine bribes that foreign organ tourists are obligated to pay, and the whiff, the rumor, even the denial of live organ harvesting and innocents killed to order stands in direct contradiction to the free will confidence China needs to dominate the world's pharmaceutical industry. So that's the golden goose that's being killed here. And I think most of China's Western defenders, and don't want to lump them, well, I'll lump them all together. I'm speaking of the World Health Organization, the Transplantation Society, and honorable mention to the Vatican, share in my implicit understanding of this problem and this contradiction. Now, for a decade, I have assumed that I was writing about history. Every time I write about this, I think this has got to be history. Surely Beijing will fix this in a year, maybe two. They cannot continue on like this. It's simply too illogical. And the only real difference between me and my colleagues, as opposed to China's Western defenders, is that the latter group made the assumption, or wanted to believe the assumption, that the Chinese weren't lying when they talked about transplant reform. Yet since 2016, when the Chinese doubled down on blood testing all Uyghurs above the age of 12, any evidence that the reform argument had accrued from soothing language, staged transplant hospital tours, and faked voluntary donation numbers suddenly looked extremely suspect. And China's Western defenders, predictably I suppose, moved to radio silence. Now, I understand that reaction. I thought about leaving this field for years, but unlike China's Western defenders, the evidence of harvesting is always what pulls me back in. It's perfectly legitimate to make the argument that organ harvesting of prisoners of conscience is not occurring. However, it seems to me that the price of entry to make this argument is to have a plausible alternate explanation for organ wait times of 2 weeks or less, or even 4 hours in some cases with livers, mass disappearances, mass health checks, the witnesses' testimony, a few of them are sitting in this room right now, the Aksu archipelago that I've been talking about, and even Beijing's own projection that China will perform 50,000 transplants this year, while acknowledging, and you must acknowledge this too, that Beijing's own accounting of voluntary donations has been exposed as statistically fraudulent by Jacob Levy and Matt Robertson. Unfortunately for the Uyghurs in camps and prisons, China's bold move into pharmaceutical production is a dream deferred. And it's been crippled, perhaps fatally, by Chinese secrecy surrounding the origins of COVID-19, the ham-handed purchase and reselling of the world's PCP assets, and a Chinese vaccine that barely clears the 50% effectiveness mark. So given the Chinese Communist Party's somewhat inexplicable and certainly reckless medical trajectory, I stand by my original statements regarding maintenance genocide, however garbled that transmission was. The sort of infrastructure that exists in Aksu may not drive the outcome, but it does make it very easy to turn up the dial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutmann. I have one more question, but I think the panel has more questions, so I defer that if we have time, I'll raise that question.
Before Professor Lynch asks you questions, you may have omitted something, unless my memory is wrong, about the age range of disappeared persons.
Oh, I did? No, it's about 28 to 29.
Where does that, what's the source of that suggestion or evidence?
That is a number that comes from the World Organization to Investigate the Persecution of Falun Gong. They have studied medical documents from China more thoroughly than any other group I know. I've worked with them, sometimes sort of helping them, and I agree with their logic on this, that this has come through in many documents, that this is the 28 to 29 is the preferred age.
Is the preponderance of the age of those who simply disappear. Professor Lynch.
Thank you very much for coming. Could I start off just on the, exploring the idea of the hungry beast? You say that there are 60,000 organs transplanted a year, which roughly is going to equate to about 30,000 organ donors if each donor gives 2 organs. It's a reasonable assumption. Now that's a very large number of donors, but it's considerably less than the number of organ donors on a population basis in the UK. So it's an absolute big number, but relative to the population in China, it's, would you agree, it's not huge, it's large.
No, absolutely agree.
And so that to my mind raises the issue of why there then aren't enough donors from the sources that are used in the West, and what the sources of donors are outside of Xinjiang. And I ask, is there a live donor program in China?
No, there is no real live donor. It is true that they have paid some families to say this person's at the end of their life, maybe we can stretch the rules a little at the end. But it's never been, as I understand it, it's never been explicit. But people do understand that people are being used occasionally live. The problem here is twofold. Well, first of all, there's a disagreement that I should flag between me and some of my colleagues. They claim that there's a huge taboo in traditional Chinese culture against destroying the body. I say, what do you mean? They cremate, Han Chinese often cremate their bodies. I mean, how can this be? And the Communist Party, from my perspective, is very good at overcoming all kinds of taboos, traditional taboos and so forth. So I don't believe that's the issue. And I don't have much evidence for my next statement, but it is my impression, partly just knowing Chinese culture, is that organ harvesting is a very bad name in China. It is considered to be a kind of dirty business, a bit like drugs or something. It's huge money. There's obviously doctors who are raking it in. They're very open about this, transplant surgeons. And people feel you'd be a sucker to give up your organs for nothing at the end of your life.
Well, but are there any relatives giving, say, kidneys to?
Yes, within families, specifically within families, there's definitely been movement in that area. Within a kidney in a family, you know, that kind of thing. A kidney, a single kidney, not of course, not a liver, because that involves a heart or lung. But the kidneys are not the big problem in China, and if they're not even where most of the organ tourists are going, they're not going to China for kidneys anymore. They're going for the big ticket items, lungs and hearts, okay? Particularly during the COVID period. There is evidence that is where China's been pushing, and clearly when you look at individual hospitals, that's what they want to talk about. They want to brag about, or just showcase the fact that they've become very good at lung transplants.
And can I ask, who owns a body when somebody dies in China? I mean, what I'm getting at is if the state wants to there's presumably no opt-in or opt-out consent system.
You can opt in to donating your body, and the Chinese claim to have enormous numbers in that area. I've lost track of them. The problem on that is that when Jacob Levy, the Israeli doctor, and Matt Robertson, who's a terrific expert on this, sat down with a statistician whose name I always forget, and I'm very sorry to not include him here, but they looked at this very carefully, and they found that the numbers created a perfect parabolic curve. In other words, the voluntary donation numbers did not diverge from, I mean, it was based on a single, very simple equation to create a curve. So the voluntary donation numbers are made up. The chances of that happening are 1 in a million of getting that kind of curve. They're made up. They're fictional. We don't know what the real numbers are. But even so, I would argue that even if we did know what the numbers are, look, how do you get 2 weeks waiting time? How do you plan for these kinds of things? But they guarantee it all the time, and they get perfect tissue matches, tissue typing and cross-matching with foreign patients. And the only way that seems possible to do that, I mean, it's one of these things. I mean, explain to me how you do it, because you can't sort of arrange a car wreck and so forth.
The slight problem I have is that whereas tissue typing is very important for kidney transplants, you don't actually need it for liver and lung, which is what you say is the major driver.
Yes, but we do know we do know that they've done it several times with these emergency liver and even kidney transplants, sort of 4-hour deals, because we know 3 hospitals that were doing this. Now, they stopped reporting on it when, Falun Gong sources started to pick up on this and started publicizing it as they do. The hospitals went to radio silence, as they always do. But I believe you still have to have some sort of tissue matching in place, and or you get run into problems. Now, the second thing is that they are pretty much guaranteeing live organ harvesting. And again, I'm not as close to the coalface as I'd like to be on this, but I did talk to Matt recently, Matt Robertson, and the paper they're bandying about, I think it's available if you want to ask for it, is pretty much proves that it's all live organ harvesting. And that's why they're getting the success rate they are, the lack of rejection, which is very unusual in the world. They're getting better statistics than anyone in the world.
And on that concept of people in detention and live organ harvesting, you do talk about in 1994 execution squads ordered to not shoot to kill but to generate shock. And I don't understand that concept at all as to how one could possibly do that.
Well, we have somebody in the audience who could explain it, but Enver Tohti describes it, the way he describes it, as being shot on this side of the chest. So the body does go into a kind of shock, although it wasn't the way he described it to me in his first major interview on this, was that the body actually, when he made the first cut, the body actually responded and sort of lurched a bit. I think he's made this argument again and again that you can't even cut up a rabbit. You wouldn't even be able to do it well because the amount of just physical activity that goes on. The body has a very strong instincts to defend itself under these conditions. So I think there's one of the arguments has been about whether you can use. We don't know. I mean, we think that this was the original trial and error period. It starts into the first evidence we have of live organ harvesting is 1994, and it simply screams coming from a hospital van reported by a Uyghur guard who was working for the Public Security Bureau of China. The second one we have is Enver Tohti describing how he did it and that the body was very weak. The person was very weak, and so eventually he could cut pretty freely. I think there have been arguments all over the map about this one, but the problem is it's very hard to test out.
Okay, and one other issue I just want to raise with you in light of other things we've heard. you talked about you give you cite large blood volume testing and suggesting that that's compatible with cross-matching and lots of other things. When you say large volume, could you tell us what you mean by that?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, really, we're talking about a sort of vial like this instead of just your standard. Yeah, that's all.
Right.
And we think that's gone away, too. I mean, that was an early effect. You have to go, let's go back to 2000, 2001. I mean, it's just, the industry was still in its infancy in China, and so maybe they had all kinds of uses.
The reason I asked was someone was suggesting yesterday that there's a plasma collection program going on, and I wondered whether what you're talking about here is related to that, but that would probably need volumes of 1/2 litre or more, not something in a little
I couldn't
tube.
agree with you more. Look, I've steered clear of a lot of the talk about tiger blood and dragon blood and various theories about that. And the Tibetans have for years talked about this, how they were collecting vast amounts of blood. I'm not sure. I've never seen consistent evidence on this point.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Thank you.
So could I just follow up? You said that people are taking blood for tissue typing. The evidence we've heard, they don't know what the blood's taken from. So I just wondered where you got your evidence that it is for tissue typing.
Oh, no, it's really a putting together of two things that we have in there. Okay. I was a skeptic about organ harvesting. I was very interested in the Falun Gong issue initially and writing an intelligent book about the history of Falun Gong and the Chinese conflict with the Chinese state. What persuaded me that there might be something to the organ harvesting issue was a woman who did not know anything about this issue at all, and so she wasn't even capable of spinning me on it. And she described having a medical examination, which involved taking blood and a urine sample too, as well as a EKG, some sort of EKG, and a lot of probing in her abdomen. And one other thing, they spent 10 minutes just shining a light into her eyes, examining her corneas. Now, they didn't do any peripheral vision test, no focus test, nothing involving the brain. So it really wasn't a vision test. It was really just about these, well, they're tissues. They're not even organs. But, you know, they were going, at least then, for $15,000 apiece. That's the price they were fetching on the market. That came out in Chinese literature. So it was putting those two together to say, well, they're pretty clearly taking these organs out. Now, there are a lot of other signs of this. For example, both Saryagul and Tursunai, these are two witnesses from the Uyghur camps, both described this phenomena of they get a health check, which involves blood tests and other tests as well, with just what I've just described. And then about 3 or 4 days later, a piece of paper arrives. In one case, a piece of paper arrives and there's check marks by, say, 4 or 5 of the names. These are camp members, all people, Uyghurs in camp or Kazakhs in camp. And those people disappear shortly afterwards, about 4 or 5 days afterwards. It's very regular. And these are completely different camps, and this has been described on one side in the sort of faculty lounge. They saw this piece of paper appear. And another side, they were given kind of bracelets, colored bracelets. And then those particular people disappear. What's their age? Well, about 28 to 29. When do they disappear? In the middle of the night, et cetera. So it does seem responsive to the blood test. But having said that, Human Rights Watch made the case that they could, in a sense, they made the case, they didn't say it this way, but they made the case that they were also doing cheek swabs to get DNA samples. And their assumption was this was all for surveillance. I don't agree. Maya was on yesterday from Boston, and she makes the case, I think, very clearly that DNA can be very good for cross-matching. It's a perfectly valid method. And you can go either way. Okay, you can sort of, you may not even need the blood anymore. But having said that, what we saw with Falun Gong, when they were clearly starting, in my mind, were clearly starting to run out of Falun Gong in about 2013, Falun Gong were getting long in tooth, the ones they had in custody, they were doing both a blood test and a cheek swab. So that just seems to me to be sort of Chinese perfectionism. Again, they're trying to come up with a very good product, and they're trying to come up with a speedy product, or something that you can get on demand, and I think they've cracked that.
Could I just ask, we've heard sort of various testimonies where they've been asked to sign, the Uyghurs have been asked to sign forms without knowing what's going on. These documents that you said, are they for them to sign off that they are going to give their body, or I just wonder whether there's any evidence there, that paper evidence that might have.
In general, the signs, I can't speak to that because they don't know what they've signed in many cases, okay? And so I don't know, and it'd be a secondhand point anyways. What we do know is that the Chinese did make an effort as part of the reform, because they admitted they'd been using prisoners in 2012. They admitted actually all the way back in 2006 that they had been using, harvesting death row prisoners. And the issue about reform in 2012 and going into 2014 or 15 was, well, we're not going to use, they said to the West, we're not going to use prisoner organs anymore. What they said to the Chinese press was, prisoners should sign a form donating their organs, which is precisely what happened. So we know that a lot of people signed forms, particularly in the prisoner community. That community, as you know, becomes very blurry, okay? It wasn't just blurry with Falun Gong, it's very blurry with the Uyghurs, right? Particularly because they're going after so many males. So a prison, for example, and more people are in prisons, not camps, can be half Uyghur, and it can be half regular prisoners. Now, are they asked to sign forms? Well, they know that they're trying to do that with the prisoners, to give it some, I guess, to give it some sort of legitimacy. We had an example of a prisoner who couldn't read, who couldn't write and couldn't read, and they convinced him to donate his organs to the state, and he marked it with an X. He said, my mother's very poor. She can't come to collect my body. These things have been happening for years, but as for whether they're actually making any attempt to make this look legal with the Uyghurs, if I had to guess, I'd say no. I don't think they want any paperwork in this area.
One very last question. Oh, sorry. Very last question. Could there be another alternative explanation that they're doing research on and collecting a data bank for DNA?
I think that's possible. I mean, it's not alternate. I think it's additive, okay? So, in other words, I've talked to 3 doctors, and you go back to the 1990s, and they were sent out deep into the field, most distant areas of East Turkestan, and to very, very pure blood Uyghur communities, where they took blood samples from something like 30 children each in the local schoolhouse. When I asked them, and I really wasn't pushing the issue, I asked them, why did they make you do that? They said, it's for a biological weapon. Now, they had no proof of that. They just assumed it was some sort of genetic weapon that was being formed, and that the interest in DNA goes that way. And I'm not in a position to refute them, but I'm not in a position to confirm it either.
We're going to have to draw it to an end, but if members have questions, will you answer them in writing?
Sure.
And I know Mr. Sabi had a question, and it's only right that he should be allowed to answer that. But there is just the one thing I think you might clarify, very briefly. the green signs which say the priority signs for organs at an airport, the one you showed and the route, the 24-minute route, did you link that to flights to any particular part of the world?
Yes.
Namely, to where?
Aksu Airport mainly goes to, you would have, if you want to take something to Saudi Arabia, for example, you would generally go to Urumqi. It is an international airport.
And the time from Urumqi to the Saudi Arabian airports, roughly?
It can be done, you could do this in something like 5 to 6 hours. You've got about 20 hours with ECMO to pull this off.
Okay, that's fine. Time is short. Mr. Sabi, do you want to ask your question? We've indulged ourselves, so you can indulge yourself.
No, sir, we are running out of time. We are already 20 minutes late, so rather break for 15 minutes and come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And questions in writing to Mr. Gutman, please. Right.
Yeah, I'm not doing any others.
Mr. Chairman, our next witness is Laura Hart.
My apologies for necessary absence. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Our next expert witness is Campaign Director at Safeguard Defenders, a human rights NGO that campaigns for the protection of basic human rights and promotes the rule of law in Asia. She holds a degree in international law, human rights, and international relations. And previously, she was posted at the EU delegation in Beijing, where she was in charge of reporting on Chinese internal political developments affecting European interests. In her report, she traces how the PRC's response to mounting allegations over the crimes in Xinjiang has gradually switched from one of outright denial to reframe the discourse. She attempts to show the far-reaching and relentless campaigns to silence, intimidate, harass, and slander witness testimonies, either directly or indirectly through loved ones. The toolbox that the PRC has employed to reframe the narrative has also included forced televised confessions, which her organizations have analyzed. And according to this report, the number and nature of organs involved in these efforts highlights the centralized and coordinated role of the effort. Ms. Hart, the panel have received and read your report. You are aware time is a very precious resource, particularly in our last hearing day today. So I'll invite you to make a very brief presentation, and then we'll move immediately into questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And just a small rectification to your kind presentation. I was never posted in Beijing or representing the EU, so just a small rectification for the panel to know. With this, good morning to everyone, and thank you so much for the opportunity to contribute to your incredibly important proceedings. As said, I will be testifying on behalf of Safeguard Defenders today, who, on the basis of extensive evidence collection and direct interviews over the years, has acquired the unfortunate expertise in the practice of forced televised confessions in China, a practice that has gained considerable momentum since Xi Jinping assumed power. Now, allow me to start by expressing my deepest admiration for the witnesses that have come forward in both sessions of the tribunal's hearings. And it is in their support that our submission seeks to briefly expose some of the methods that have been employed against them, with a particular focus on the long series of dedicated press conferences held by Chinese authorities in both Urumqi and Beijing. Only yesterday, as stated already, following yet another such press conference, the Council for the Tribunal issued a renewed call to the People's Republic to present their counter-evidence. However, while these calls have so far gone unanswered, it is our submission, based on publicly available documentation and extensive experience, that the so-called counter-evidence Beijing and local authorities have sought to present to the world over the past years bear all the hallmarks of yet more human rights violations and serve the sole purpose.
This time at the behest of one of my colleagues. Would you go a little slower, because we're all a bit tired?
Sure. My apologies. So it is our submission, based on the publicly available documentation and experience, that the so-called counter-evidence Beijing and local authorities have sought to present to the world over the past years bear all the hallmarks of yet more human rights violations and serve the sole purpose of intimidating, discrediting, and silencing independent witnesses overseas. I prepared a short series of slides, which I will go through rather quickly as time is brief, and they merely serve to exemplify some of the key points I'll try to make. And I'm, of course, very happy to answer any questions by council or expert panel to the best of my ability after. So if we can have the first slide, please. Since the start of the mass internment campaign, the PRC's public discourse has changed several times. They went from outright and repeated denial to the admission of existence of voluntary vocational education and training centers in Xinjiang, to denial again following the December 2019 statement by the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region Governor Shokrat Zakir, who declared that by then, by October of that year, all trainees had graduated. What we have seen even long before, and I'm talking decades, but especially during this time frame between 2017 and today, and 2019, and I'm speaking also of personal experience, we saw an increased and relentless use of a varied toolbox to silence witnesses and activists overseas, with Interpol red notices, transnational harassment, long-arm policing, pressure on foreign governments and non-governmental organizations, a campaign that was remarkably efficient in keeping the so-called Uyghur issue under wraps prior to August 2018. Next slide, please. Now, following this late 2018 change in discourse, and with Uyghur witnesses abroad gaining growing attention, an increasing use has been made of an additional propaganda toolbox aimed at telling the Xinjiang story well as discrediting and silencing overseas activists or experts through slander, direct or veiled threats to family and loved ones, forced televised confession, and proof of live videos, as has been documented also in the February 2021 report, The Government Never Oppresses Us, by the Uyghur Human Rights Project. An effort that is construed through yet more human rights violations, on which the CCP has a documented track record, as denounced by several international bodies, efforts that are extracted through torture, solitary confinement, threats to family and loved ones, or, alternatively, promises of leniencies. They violate numerous international human rights provisions, including the right to privacy and the prohibition of degrading treatment. Next slide, please. The aim of such forced confessions is plural. They are to deny overseas claims by witnesses, such as the one the tribunal has heard, to defend the government policy, to warn possible other witnesses of the consequences either to themselves or to family and loved ones still in China, and ultimately, fourth, and particularly relevant in this case, a practice which most of the witnesses that have spoken before the tribunal have been victim of multiple times, is to denounce or to perform a character assassination, to publicly humiliate and vilify individuals who the Chinese Communist Party regards as enemies, and to create an atmosphere of fear by teaching others a lesson as a tactic to strike down on dissent and activism. Please, next slides. Also two more, I think. Exemplary in these efforts, which the Uyghur Tribunal unfortunately has come to know well, are the so far 62 press conferences on Xinjiang-related issues between January 2020, this is closely following the governor's claims of the camp closure, and August 2021. We have carefully analyzed all of these conferences, and you may move forward with the slides a couple at a time. And the plural aims that I have described are all clearly present. By the end of August 2021, 39 conferences had been held in Xinjiang. And starting in December 2020, the Foreign Ministry in Beijing started hosting additional conferences, ostensibly aiming to reach global audiences, as clearly stated in the December 21st statement by the Deputy Director General of the CPC Publicity Department of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. And if you move forward in the slides, you will see that statement. Now, 19 out of these 62 conferences engaged in the express by-name slandering of witnesses abroad, accusing them of a variety of activities such as terrorism, fraud, illegal border crossing, family abandonment. At least 4 of these conferences use a direct or video testimony by friends and relatives of overseas witnesses in an effort to both denounce and warn them. The character assassination attempts by officials are particularly disturbing with regard to female victims. And I kindly ask you to move forward with the slides. A couple more. Go ahead. It's entitled one more. Thank you. So these are some of the examples regarding female victims. And I believe everyone can agree that these are a remarkable display of a profoundly sexist attitude which can never hold a credible place in any public or even private discourse. Frequent comments on their alleged adultery or infectious diseases such as syphilis expressly used to discredit them. Please move forward with the slides. Now, no less than 49 out of the 62 press conferences, with an emphasis on the Beijing ones, contain a variation on forced televised confessions, with counter witnesses in presence or increasingly over the past months in video productions. They include people that have been identified as graduate trainees, employees, migrant workers, religious figures, entrepreneurs, relatives, or acquaintances of witnesses abroad, as stated previously. Their testimonies serve the plural aim of denial, and they're mostly linked to recent outside events, such as sanctions or reports, especially those by Adrian Zenz and Aspi, two who are also frequent victims of slander in these conferences, defending government policy and expressing gratitude, and to a lesser extent, warning. Their statements almost unanimously follow a similar script, basically laid out by the Deputy Director General of the CPC Xinjiang Publicity Department in February 21. They are, in fact, if we look at some of them in the next slides, eerily similar across conferences, with even exact correspondence of wording across testimonies and dates. As you are all too well aware, the Uyghur Tribunal has figured prominently in 4 and now 5 of these press conferences. It is also the only outside event which was tackled preemptively with a Beijing conference on May 25th, with no less than 14 overseas witnesses targeted by character assassination, both by officials and video testimonies by family or acquaintances, as well as retort counter-witness. At the time, the very same Deputy Director General of the CPC Publicity Department stated, "We hold this conference in order to speak out the truth and prevent the international community from being deceived and manipulated, so that the public can examine and make just judgment on Xinjiang issues in an objective, impartial, and rational way." Now, on the basis of this very brief overview here presented and our experience with the practice of forced confessions and their aims in the People's Republic of China since 2013, we believe the truth professed in the latter official statement is that the PRC's attempts to deny and or reframe discourse on mounting human rights abuse allegations include far-reaching and relentless campaigns to silence, intimidate, harass, and slander witness testimonies, either directly or through threats to family and loved ones in China. Often responding to the growing series of reports or testimonies abroad, such as the proceedings of the Uyghur Tribunal, the toolbox employed includes the use of a variation on traditional televised confessions during governmental press conferences, as well as traditional forced televised confessions, a practice amounting to severe human rights violations in and of itself and provoking additional long-term trauma for victims. These confessions constitute a gross violation of basic human rights. Confessors will not have been given access to a lawyer. They may not even have been charged or been tried in a court of law. They must speak the lines that are scripted to them by the authorities.
Come to a conclusion, Ms. Hart.
Yes.
Thank you.
I am concluding, sorry. So confessors are routinely mentally and physically tortured and their family threatened unless they speak to the camera. We believe similar tactics have been used on at least part of the press conference testimonies. These are aimed both at denying overseas allegations and celebrating government policy. They're also meant, as stated, to publicly humiliate and vilify individuals who the Chinese Communist Party regards as enemies, and to create an atmosphere of fear by teaching others a lesson as a tactic to strike down on dissent and activism. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and once again, I apologize for the slight error in the bio at the start, but thank you for that informative presentation. My first question relates to the PRC's initial categorical denial of the existence of the camps in Xinjiang. For instance, in your report, you note that at a meeting of the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, CERD experts, on the 13th of August 2018, the Chinese delegation categorically denied claims of mass detention of Uyghurs in Xinjiang. However, it later acknowledged the existence of these camps and held that they were being used to fight extremism and for re-education purposes. Could I invite you to comment, therefore, on the quality and accuracy of the information that the PRC provided around the existence of these camps initially?
So I think, as you said, the PRC for a very long time categorically denied the existence of any such detention camps, even education centers, or vocational education centers, as they later called them. I was personally present in September 2018 at a side event to the Human Rights Council in Geneva, where once again representatives from the PRC categorically denied that any such things were going on. It is my personal belief, and others have stated this as well, when in the CERD in August 2018 made its comments, I think suddenly the Uyghur issue, the claims made by witnesses abroad, suddenly gained international attention. There was given some international credibility to what they had been saying for a long time, and I think it is my personal conviction that China felt they had to change their discourse, reframe their discourse to respond to this changing international attention, which had previously lacked for a very long time.
Thank you for that. But if I could press you a little further, so would you say, therefore, that the categorical denials in August 2018 at the United Nations, so in a formal forum, do you think those were the result of, for example, a mistake, of lack of knowledge, or for other reasons?
I don't think that would have been a mistake if you refer to the statements made by the representatives of the PRC at the UN. I do not think that can have been a mistake, as it was something that was repeated over time in various forums. So I think that was a very determined, deliberate choice to deny such allegations, which were obviously contradicted by their own October 2018 reframing of the issue.
Thank you for that. So, from my knowledge of these diplomatic and international events, normally a delegation participating in a high-level meeting, such as this UN CERD committee, would have a country position. And this country position would have been agreed by the capitals. So, do you think this is the case here, and that therefore the delegation at the United Nations, in categorically denying the existence of the camps, was essentially expressing the position as developed and agreed back in the capitals by the government of China, essentially?
Yes, thank you. That would definitely be my personal position, exactly as you stated.
Thank you. My next and final question now relates to the practice of forced televised confessions that you and your organizations have studied in some detail. Could you tell us a little more about the nature of such forced TV confessions and how they work in China? For example, are there any common features to look out for that are telltale signs that this is a forced confession? How do you know it is forced, and would the individuals involved in that confession be telling the truth?
So we have studied these forced televised confessions extensively over the years. It must also be said that they have gained recently international attention. It's also good to recall that these practices have really regained momentum since 2013, since Xi Jinping came to power. Many organs have been involved in producing these, scripting these, and obviously The reason that we have extensive insight into these is that also a number of foreigners, one of the reasons, have been subjected to these practices. The forced televised confessions, obviously, we have seen over 100 on CCTV in China, but some of them have also been broadcasted abroad, in particular on CGTN. And it must be noted that, for example, the UK regulator Ofcom has held CGTN, has convicted CGTN and sanctioned CGTN over these practices, clearly stating that these are grave violations of the right to privacy of these people. Through these interviews, what we know is that these confessions are extracted, as I said, through a series of tools, including mental and physical torture, threats to family or loved ones, often solitary confinement, promises of leniency may be included. And so people are brought to testify, to state basically a scenario that has been scripted for them. Now, in the case of televised confessions, there may also be extensive editing. It must be noted that in many of the press conferences, especially ultimately, and especially when it comes to those video testimonies of family or acquaintances of the overseas witnesses, for example, those that have testified for the Uyghur Tribunal, they are often in video. So we know that there is often also editing of these statements. Obviously, that would have been slightly different in the case of the statements or confessions made live in presence during the press conferences, either in Urumqi or in Beijing. However, I believe when one looks at these testimonies, and again, we have 62 press conferences, 49 of them include these kind of witness testimonies, the similarity between the statements, the very close following of a script that is also immediately directly responding to an outside event, so to something, a report that has just come out, sanctions that were just made, a statement by a government official abroad, which they try to rebuke. And so we see a very clear script of what these people are saying, and some of the wordings are incredibly, are just the same. So these are all signs that point to the fact that, if not all, at least some of these so-called counter witnesses were heavily scripted. We have not been able to interview any of these counter witnesses, but I think based on our experience, it is our conviction that these testimonies were staged, scripted, and knowing how usually these are being extracted, that this has been the case, that at least some of these, be it torture, threats, or promises of leniency, have been exerted on these witness testimonies to provide such.
Okay, if I could just one follow-up and then I'll pass to because it is possible, though, that if you have an event, you can have a genuine testimony be given after that event, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a forced confession. So from your analysis, is there are there any other indications, if one looks at these forced confessions, from which one could glean that they are forced? So you mentioned them being scripted. Are there, for example, any common metaphors, common themes that such people would use, or any other indicators, patterns that one could look out for?
Yes, if maybe, I don't know if it's possible to get the presentation up again. I put an example statements. What we see very frequently, and when we look at, again, there were different witnesses, but these are the people that are presented as graduates of the vocational and education camps. What we see is all in the beginning, they will state basically that they have been influenced by friends. If we can just go back a bit in the slides. Yes, for example, okay. So we see usually the intro starts with, there was bad influence by friends. They had a very poor level of Chinese. They were not good in their job. And they were kind of convinced by family members to sign up voluntarily for these educational trainings. then if we go on, they kind of describe often the conditions within the camps. And if we can move forward, for example, these are two statements from two different people, which I think you will agree, one was made at the second Xinjiang conference on the 10th of January 2020. The second is from the 15th Xinjiang conference of the 29th of October 2020. And for example, these are two different people. I think if you look at these kind of statements, they are almost literally, the wordings are the same from the beginning to the end, the number of classes, the activities, which mention basketball matches, and they also end incredibly both with having been given cakes and sent best wishes on their birthdays. So these are just some examples, but if one goes through all these 62 press conferences, and again, the 49 that contain these witness testimonies, the same can be said for those that are employees or maybe entrepreneurs. We all see the kind of same statements, eerily similar, even in the use of wording, which I think anyone would find very difficult. There is another one, if we go to the next slide, just an example. These last two statements here included are actually from the same person. They're the only ones that are from the same person, but they were made 4 months apart. And again, if you look at the two statements made 4 months apart, the use of wording is almost exactly the same. I think anyone would agree that usually that would be very, very unlikely. Another indicator that we have, and these are not included in the examples I put in this presentation, but are the ones looking at the employees or workers, where people will make strange or at least unnatural statements, for example, on the amount of money they are making, how they are looking forward maybe to their pensions. They are not the kind of statements that anyone would voluntarily, I think, give up, especially not if we see one witness after another making those kind of precise statements, which are personalized to some extent, but which all follow the same script.
Thank you very much. I'll hand you over to the members now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much. Can I just start with a standard question? Can you tell us how the work of Safeguard Defenders is financed, please?
We are financed on a project basis by various governmental bodies.
Can we have image of the witness, please?
Okay. When you say government bodies, could you just tell us which government bodies?
I am not sure I can publicly divulge this information. I am happy to present it, though, to the tribunal in writing.
Okay, thank you. Picking up on the previous question about to what extent do similarities represent coercion, they clearly, without a doubt, represent involvement by a centralized organization or body. Is it possible that people could consent, could voluntarily agree to effectively chant a mantra that they're taught, but do that voluntarily? Does it necessarily mean coercion?
Well, as I said, obviously we did not have the opportunity to actually visit or interview any of these people directly. So there is some degree of doubt that is reasonable. What I don't think is reasonable is to expect that all of these people would have voluntarily given these testimonies the way they did, especially in their very scripted version as they appear. Again, based on our experience, what we have seen with forced televised confessions, which follow the same kind of script and staging, it is our personal conviction that at least on a number, of these people, coercion was used. And I think this goes in particular, also if we look at the other part, the statements made against witnesses overseas. In some cases, we have, in one case actually, and this regards the particular broadcasting that was used of a minor to counter reports, CNN reports on the lost children of Xinjiang. The children of two families overseas, the children are still in Xinjiang, were interviewed in the CNN reporting. Subsequently, CGTN published a counter interview with one of these children, and we believe scripted, at least it was circulated on social media, scripted and recorded an interview also with the children of the second family. This was not broadcasted on CGTN. This CGTN broadcast was also used in one of these press conferences, and we have very strong indications there. We do have a direct testimony from one of the children that this was scripted and constructed under duress. So we have one, let's say, witness testimony to the fact that this actually happened.
This witness testimony to coercion of a minor, is that individual now in a safe position and no longer in China?
No, so I would prefer not to make any names.
Okay, thank you. With regard to the comments made about this tribunal on the 25th of May that you refer to, who do you think those comments are aimed at?
Oh, those comments, that was the biggest, let's say, slandering campaign against the witnesses to the Uyghur Tribunal. It must be stated that most of them had already previously been victims of either slandering campaigns on TV or in other press conferences. But this is a press conferences that focused on 14 individuals, witnesses overseas, most of them who were to testify before the Uyghur Tribunal. So it was very clear that this was aimed at discrediting them, maybe trying to silence them. I think the videos shown of their family members or acquaintances testifying against them, mirroring the accusations made by officials, served as an attempt to try and dissuade them maybe from testifying.
With regard to witness intimidation, do you have insights as to where the instructions to do this come from? How far up the chain of command, if you like, do these policies arise?
I believe they are very centralized, and it's evidenced by the fact that since December 2020, so 1 year more or less after the start of these press conferences in Urumqi, they are moved, or additional press conferences are held directly at the Foreign Ministry in Beijing. This May 25th conference that you were referring to was held in Beijing, hosted by the Foreign Ministry. So it is very clear that this is a central government effort.
Thank you. I've no more questions. I hand over to my colleagues.
Forced confessions, according to those who've been compelled to give them, are sometimes rather curious, because although a forced confession will be extracted, when it comes to such trial as there is, there's no reliance on it. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Although forced confessions happen, they are frequently not relied on in any trial process, if you can call it a trial process that follows.
I do think they are, actually. There may be
very well.
In court.
Information or information may be incorrect. Peter Humphrey gave a very interesting explanation of how forced confessions can be obtained and used by television. It looks as though the person is sitting in an ordinary room, but in fact within the room there's a cage. The cage doesn't show up in shadows on the wall, and the person sitting in a cage and the camera from the television camera is poking through the holes in the cage. Is that right?
Yes, that may happen.
And
there are other... Yes, sorry.
That's one way.
There are many ways of staging, let's say, the confession. People will be dressed up in a certain way. I think also in the Uyghur videos that we have seen, very often they will be placed in a setting, you know, of homeliness with Uyghur symbols on the walls. Children will be playing around. I mean, there is a very clear extent of staging going on, which obviously is different in the press conferences where they participate in presence. So there's a bit of distinction.
But if you're still sitting in a cage, you're left in no doubt about what regime you're in. Peter Humphreys' case is quite interesting because it led to I think to an Ofcom investigation in this country, and we see how other organs of state are having to be engaged to try and allow the truth to percolate through. And Ofcom in this country has fined the China television company, what, £200,000 in respect to that breach?
Yes, there have been more sanctions actually made right now on August 26th. Allow me to quickly. So for 3 counts of broadcast violation concerning 2 victims, Swedish Gui Minghai and former Hong Kong resident Simon Chang. So they have been fined now for a total amount of £450,000, all within less than half a year over these forced confessions. Again, there are many more, but obviously it's not always possible to bring these cases before the relevant bodies abroad, as victims may not be able to come forward, so no complaints can be filed. But those where complaints were filed, they have all been found guilty, yes.
And the tension is sometimes between organizations that are seeking to take the whole license of the China television companies away, in which case we'll have no information of any kind, corrupted or otherwise.
I think there are 2 things. So it also depends on the national regulations. Actually, CGTN did lose its license in the UK, so Ofcom ruled on that in February of this year because it found, after evidence we provided, and that that CGTN, in an ample investigation where they had a lot of time to respond, was not able to refute that actually CGTN is a body controlled by the party, by the Chinese Communist Party, which is obviously not allowed in the UK. In other jurisdictions, for example, France, where CGTN now holds its European broadcasting license, this is not a violation, so they now have their license there. However, there are investigations going on over there as well. For one case is a forced confession, the case of a child, which I have referred to earlier, and others are for slander or, let's say, untrue reporting. In particular, one case regards also Adrian Zenz.
Yeah,
so
finally from me, the people speaking at the press conference saying that the evidence of their having been disappeared, the press conference that happened after the June hearings here, you may have heard how a letter was written inviting them to come here to give evidence, and it's been stated by me, having made inquiries, that not only has no reply been given to that letter, but the people themselves have not been heard of since in any way, including by their relations. Do you have any comment on that press conference and their presentation?
Well, I think it is the typical, what I've been trying to make clear, where they try to refute, to rebuke what's happening with these kind of direct testimonies. It's also, I briefly referred to the Uyghur Human Rights Report on these kind of forced televised confessions, the proof of live videos, which are used quite often, but which do not constitute, obviously, then a possibility for people abroad to actually get in touch. I think if I may say one more thing on this, I would not be surprised if, after following your comment, for example, such kind of videos would reappear in the coming weeks. And a second thing, what I find particularly worrying with regard to other, obviously, tactics used by the PRC, I'm talking of long-arm policing, threatening people, tricking people into involuntary returns, extradition processes going on, is the invite they make to family or relatives abroad seeking contact, that they may go to the consulate. And this is one of the things they repeat in these press conferences, that anyone may go to the Chinese consulate in the country where they are and try and find information. So I'm a bit afraid that these are the usual tactics used by Beijing, once again, to, on the one hand, put some disinformation out there, on the other hand, threaten or intimidate people, or maybe even coercing them, because I think many people are not coming forward, maybe coercing them in following that advice, going to the consulate, and possibly putting themselves at risk.
Yes, I'm looking at my colleagues. Yes, that's right.
From all these examples that you have gathered, what would you say are the events or issues that seem to most trigger this form of public rebuttal? And secondly, what do you know about the intended audience? Is there a particular effort to make sure that these press conferences are viewed in certain countries, for example? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question. So what is interesting is actually that although the conferences are held with, a lot of regularity, so maybe on first view it would appear as if there's some time schedule that is just adhered to, but it's very clear, and it comes from the statements actually, that this is not a fixed schedule, but that they kind of try to respond to these outside events. Again, as I said, the May 25th one was the only one where they actually talked before the actual event took place. But we see other ones, I think, if we go from the very beginning, the third conference, 20 January 2020, they were expressing some news reports, especially a report by the New York Times. Then 1 month, there's a 1 month lapse, but then, Adrian Zen's reports on the Caracas list comes out on the 17th of February, so they respond to that. 1 month late, a couple of weeks later, we have the ASPI Uyghurs for Sale report, so they respond to that. So it's very clear, there's sanctions being imposed, so it's very clear that every time they kind of try to rebuke or refute whatever was raised in these reports, again, finding the right testimonies for any of these occasions. Regarding the intended outcome, I would think, and this is maybe from a Western point of view, maybe a bit counterintuitive, because obviously this is not something that many people in the West might immediately read. But I do think one is the fact that everything is available in English, so maybe people that are not as much informed or so on may kind of fall upon, if they do research, may kind of find these kind of discourses, and so it does help to bring some doubt into the minds of less informed people, or people that do not go as much in that. But as they say expressly, and I think, again, this is very important, the conference is held at the Foreign Ministry in Beijing, that start right after, in 2 previous conferences in Urumqi, some foreign media had started to participate. So then actually the foreign media conferences are brought to Beijing. There have been 14 of those, and as stated very clearly, and I quote, from the Deputy Director General of the CPC Publicity Department of Xinjiang, who is kind of heading all these conferences, he states, "The press conferences are reported through radio, TV, foreign language websites, and news apps in 15 languages, including English, Japanese, Indonesian, Malaysian, Turkish, and Arabic, with overall viewership hitting 200 million so far." So it's very clear that it's aimed to reach at a global audience, not necessarily in countries where people are more critical of the Chinese Communist Party. And I think it is linked in a way, if we see also what they mention, whenever there's been a Human Rights Council or some UN event, they will also clearly state you know, so many countries spoke out in favor of China and our policies in Xinjiang. And I think many of these are the countries that they're actually aiming to reach with these conferences. And if I may use this time, if there's any foreign press following this, what you will see from the questions the foreign press is asking, and I think especially Western press, although they're asking maybe good questions, so I don't want to attack them on that, but I think it would be, I would like to invite them actually to not take part in this effort, which is in a way their mere presence is obviously seeking to legitimize in a way the discourse that Beijing is trying to project, and also the use it is making of these witnesses, or the way it is slandering witnesses abroad. I do not think any responsible media should be legitimizing this through their presence. Thank you.
Mr. Vetch.
I can't actually remember how many days after the closing of the hearings was the press conference when they paraded out the relatives of the witnesses. Two questions. One is, can you just confirm where that press conference happened? And secondly, there were quite a number of people involved in it. It would have been something of a logistical task to find them all if they were in a free environment. And I appreciate that there's a degree of speculation in this question, but do you have any observations about the time taken to find them and their ready availability?
Well, I would not know about the time exactly, but so we actually have 4 press conferences closely around the first session of the Uyghur Tribunal. The first, as I said, was the May 25th one, the preemptive one, where we had these 14 counts of slander, I will call them, I don't know what else to call them, where we had actually extensive family video testimonies. So I would say that they had been found, let's say, at least part of them, prior to the start of the Uyghur Tribunal. This was held in Beijing. We then have 2 conferences held in Urumqi, one on the 9th of June, again with support of the Foreign Ministry of Beijing, a second on the 12th of June. And then we have one more in Beijing on the 18th of June. 3 of these have these, again, the first one on the 25th of May with the videos, and then one in Urumqi and one in Beijing have these, what they call several relevant persons who rejected the so-called witnesses of the Uyghur Tribunal. And here is exactly where we see the parading of those family members or acquaintances. So I would argue, based on the fact of the videos that were there already on the 25th of May, that these people had been selected. But again, I think if we look at the individual cases, many of these people had been targeted before in prior press conferences. So what we have seen around the Uyghur Tribunal is the kind of massive bringing it all together. And as I said, especially on May 25th, the 14 counts of slander of against people. But many of these have been targeted since the very beginning of these press conferences in January 2020.
Just one question, if I may ask. In relation to these press conferences, do you ever do any psychological analysis of body language and the way that witnesses behave? And if so, what has that revealed about their state of mind?
I would not personally be qualified to state that. I have no expertise, but I know that others that may have that expertise, or that maybe know the persons that were shown, paraded, have said that they did appear under duress or unnatural, also in their lack of body movement, in the way they were looking, in the way they were expressing themselves. But again, I would not be, I do not feel comfortable in testifying to something that is absolutely not my expertise. And I would refer to those people knowing, the ones talking, to evaluate that.
Thank you for your very detailed report. So if I was to, you already made links between the province and Beijing, so that's very helpful. If I was to try and sum up some of the things that you were saying, to me it seems like one, the audience is obviously Uyghur people, creating a climate of fear and teaching them a lesson, plus also potentially other ethnic minorities. We're seeing disturbances in Inner Mongolia and efforts to stem use of their language and learning about history and culture, their own history and culture. The second main audience I see is the citizens of the PRC, the Chinese people in general, so to keep them on side and to fuel the nationalism, which they're very good at. And the third area is the international community, and that's more to buy legitimacy, influence, and you know, whatever they want to do. And there's various areas in terms of the international community. There's not only the people like ourselves here, but the main ones are the bodies such as the UN, the WHO, International Olympic Committees. There are various others, and it's intensified because of the Beijing Olympics. And there may be more. For instance, I can well imagine the World Cup football happening in China in the future. The second is the multinational corporations, of which there are many who are currently in engagements and thinking of doing more transactions and trade with those in the PRC. And the third are governments, and those governments are mainly those who have profits to earn from BRI investments, other kinds of engagements, and those who are thinking of further trade who may not necessarily already be part of the BRI network. Would I be correct in making those kinds of areas of trying to sum up your report?
Yes, I definitely think this is saying that a very broad audience. I would think mainly abroad, these particular press conferences. There are other targeted campaigns going on at home. If I may make one remark regarding, yes, it is definitely targeting, obviously instilling fear in, I know they don't like the term, but ethnic minorities, or but again, these are tactics. We now specifically discussed those used against the Uyghur with these press conferences. But these are tactics used on a large scale against the Chinese people, and especially human rights defenders, lawyers, activists throughout China, which is why we know them. So especially that of instilling fear and making sure that people don't speak up, instilling fear in communities, that is a proven tactic that they've been using. But I would agree definitely with you that they try to target a very broad international audience, which consists of many different layers and entities, and again also very different positions, obviously.
Two more questions, and then I think we're done. Peter Humphreys, of whom I referred earlier, and his wife were both forced to confess, give a false account. Between them and other people well known to your organization, the following is clear. Being forced to confess, even without physical coercion, can be highly destructive of mental health, can it not?
Yes, exactly. It's one of the things we try to...
No need to be particular, but it's well known and sometimes publicized that the damage to personality and mental health simply from having been forced to make a false confession can be extreme.
Yes, especially, yes, the trauma has been well described by the people that have gone through it. And if you allow me, I would add those being asked to speak out against their family members or relatives. I cannot imagine what that trauma must be like, nor what it must be like to hear it, to be the receiver on the other end.
Second question. There is I suspect you will confirm, evidence that people used to make public false confession are prepared for the process by not being physically abused in the time leading up to it for fear of leaving signs, being better fed, and allowed to live for a time in comfortable conditions. The people speaking at the press conferences about the tribunal appeared physically okay, well-fed, well-clothed, with no signs of physical maltreatment. If their confessions were false, and if their appearance was as stated, is that consistent with there having been the longer-term preparation of which you in general spoke?
Well, I would think yes. And again, especially in the case of those you cited regarding the Uyghur Tribunal, since we have various counts of them appearing in different press conferences, I think in this case in particular, obviously, they would have been kept in certain conditions. And I think previously you referred to the fact that there were these proof of life videos or proof of life testimonies during press conferences that since those people have disappeared, or that there has not been any ability of contacting any of them. So I would imagine that this might point to the fact that they're, demonstrates the fact that they are definitely not free prior or after these. Again, obviously we have no direct proof of where they've been kept. If I may, there's also an interesting part of many of the people, also the counter witnesses, let's say, not linked to witnesses abroad that testify in Urumqi, which may make some sense, but especially those having testified at press conferences in Beijing, I think a question must be asked, how voluntarily was the fact that they were moved to Beijing to participate in these kind of press conferences? How were they moved there? Especially, well, obviously you have discussed forced labor and forced transfers. I think once again, these people, how willingly, how freely did they choose to go to Beijing and participate in these press conferences? Obviously, we have no direct reply, but I think the overall evidence in general points to at least a number of them being coerced or forced to do this.
Or just simply taken out of the place where they've been detained so as to be unavailable to their relations.
Exactly.
Places to which they may well have been returned. Thank you very much. We surrender back to you 2 minutes and 44 seconds, Mr. Sabi.
Thank you very much. Our next witness.
In which case, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming to give evidence, or being available to give evidence to the tribunal for your report in advance. Your evidence is now concluded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next witness is Charles Parton.
Mr. Parton spent 22 of his 37 years as a diplomat working in or on China, first for the British government and later for the EU. His last posting, ending in 2016, was in Beijing at the EU delegation, where he was in charge of informing Brussels about Chinese internal political developments which affected European interests. Since leaving diplomacy, he has continued to study, write, speak about, and advise on the Chinese Communist Party, the nature of its governance, and the effects on its and others' foreign relations. His work often relates to the CCP and its policy decisions, which intersect with and are based on the same considerations as those in other areas of decision-making within the PRC. Mr. Parton's paper for the tribunal focuses solely on decision-making for policy within the CCP and how that relates to Xinjiang. He suggests that Chen Quanguo, whilst party secretary in Xinjiang, and a member of the Politburo of the Central Committee, has played an important part in Xinjiang, and he is, has played an important part in whilst playing an important part in Xinjiang, is not ultimately responsible for policy decision. He notes that the CCP Central Xinjiang Work Coordination Small Group is instrumental in policy suggestions to the Politburo. It is run by the Politburo's member Wang Yang, and together with Yu Zhengsheng of the United Front Work Department, both make major policy decisions in relation to Xinjiang. Ultimately, he notes the Politburo hold collective responsibility and ultimately decide, and he lays the responsibility for the tightening policy towards Xinjiang and the current situation there at Xi Jinping's door. Mr. Parton, thank you very much for appearing before the tribunal. The paper you've very kindly prepared is before all the members of the tribunal, which they've read very carefully. If you'd obviously like to make a few remarks in respect of your evidence, you're very welcome to do so. We'd be very grateful if you might keep to below 10 minutes so we can leave as much time as possible for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't intend to speak very much because if people have indeed read the paper, then it's probably better use of time to use that for questions. I just make one correction to what you said there. When you mentioned Yu Zhengsheng, he's no longer current. He was in Wang Yang's position in 2014 when the second work conference was held, and therefore could be said to be in charge of that sector, the ethnic minority sector, and highly responsible. So it's Wang Yang and his predecessor who are perhaps up there with Xi Jinping as responsible. We can also consider the question of, if you wish, and I do in the paper, of how people react to the responsibility, how governments are likely to react, because I don't think it's in any way likely that any government is going to sanction Xi Jinping or Wang Yang. But therefore the question lies as what is practicable to sanction and whether governments will even go that far. But I'll leave it at that because I think it might be more productive to answer questions if I can.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful for the correction. My first question is that you've credited the CCP Central Xinjiang Work Coordination Small Group as playing an instrumental role in policymaking in Xinjiang. How does that role interact with other Xinjiang-related institutions, such as the XPCC or the Standing Committee of the Xinjiang Autonomous Region, which you've placed in your report in a higher rank of responsibility in the list of regional institutions?
Well, I mean, first of all, I'm not sure that it's right to take it as a strict ranking. After all, Wang Yang heads up the commission, so the coordination group, and I put him right at the top there after Xi Jinping. So it's not a strict ranking. I mean, again, I go a little bit into the paper and the way that policy is made in China, particularly under Xi Jinping. There's been a great strengthening of these coordination groups or leading small groups, or if they're very important, commissions, but they're basically the same thing. Often with a permanent secretariat if they're very important, but they bring together the various interested parties from across government or across the party in order to make policy suggestions. And so whatever the XPCC does or the regional government will be in line with the policy laid down by Central. And that policy has been debated, drawn up, suggested by the coordination group, and that will go up to the Central Committee and then the Politburo, and ultimately will be decided upon by the Politburo Standing Committee, the 7-member Politburo Standing Committee, which is controlled, is chaired by Xi Jinping. Having then decided the policy and disseminated at, for instance, the work conference, it is up to the other groupings, which I've listed in the paper, but there may be others, to implement that policy and to take the more generalized policy and translate it into individual measures that happen on the ground. Very often in the way that China is governed, when you've got such an enormously large country, what comes out of the center is, by necessity, in many areas, quite generalized and is then made specific on the ground relative to the various conditions that might apply. So, Tibet might be in ethnic minority policy. Tibet would be different from Mongolia, which might be from Xinjiang, although the general principles are the same. So that's why I think that it's a very crucial body, because it's the coordination group starts the whole process of getting together the ideas and hammering out a draft on policy. But it'll do that obviously in coordination with the top leadership, because it's led by Wang Yang, and the Politburo Standing Committee will have discussed the policy well before it's finalized. And I think it's, as I say in the paper, quoting a member of the party school from the Xinjiang region, who ascribes the changes in the policy that occurred, that were sort of laid down in the 2014 work conference. He describes those specifically to Xi Jinping, and goes into sort of some detail of the action that he took. So it's not just that, of course, in that sort of centralized leadership, everything good or all policies subscribed to the all-seeing leader. I think it's very clear that he took an active part in it. And as I say in the paper, if you look at those work conferences and the attendance by all of the Politburo Standing Committee, all of the Politburo except those members who are in charge of the 5 main municipalities, that just tells you that the party is saying to its members, this is a top policy decided by the leadership, and you will implement it. It's very, very important.
Thank you. Notwithstanding your comments about high-ranking officials and their importance, you've suggested greater responsibility and focus be placed on sanctioning lower-level officials who implement policy. Might you elaborate further on the rationale for that?
Yes, I mean, this is a suggestion. Whether, of course, it would be implemented by governments is another matter. But if the party, the Communist Party, leads everything, as Xi Jinping frequently assures us, then I think it's right to decide at what point responsibility, not just for the making the policy, but for implementing it, goes down to. I mean, given the way the party operates, given party discipline, etc., given the large numbers of the party, we're now up to 95 million members, I think, in the June sort of, as it were, figures that came out. You can't sanction and censor 95 million people. That doesn't really make a great deal of sense. So you need to draw a line of where exactly you are senior, sufficiently senior in the party to be responsible for its actions, not just in Xinjiang and Tibet or elsewhere, but generally in terms of the way that human rights are conducted, or indeed any policy throughout China. And I don't think it's, I mean, so this is an attempt to do that, to try and I laid the level at director level, as it were, department level, Juzhang, if you speak Mandarin. Tingzhang is another expression, and the deputy level of that. So there are always 2 levels to each grade. Because I think by the time you get to, should we call it department level seniority, you are very actively implementing, and at the local level deciding on how policy, what the central line guidelines mean. It's quite difficult, and I did some work on this to establish how many Juzhang direct department level officials there are in China, or indeed in Xinjiang, and I I think the best estimate that I came up with is around about 46,000, 40 to 50,000 throughout China, of which a large number will, of course, be in the, at the center. How many will be in Xinjiang, I don't know, but generally it's about 1,000 per province, roughly. So you'll be looking at about 1,000 officials, perhaps, throughout Xinjiang, who are, I think, cannot escape blame for implementing the policy.
A related question is, perhaps by way of clarification, can I ask how feasible would it be for these department-level officials, if let's say there are 1,000 of them, and they've been alleged to have committed crimes, how feasible is it for them to commit crimes, let's say, on their own initiative, and how feasible is it for them to decline to follow official policy?
Well, I'll start with the latter part. I mean, if you go against the party discipline, you're in big trouble. That's I mean, if you look at the Commission for Corruption and Discipline, everyone always concentrates on the corruption part, but actually it's the discipline part that's probably doing far more action. And you know, under democratic centralism, you can debate policy, but once it's formed, you have to carry it out. Otherwise, you will lose your position, and quite likely get into far worse trouble than that as well. And since your position is everything in terms of health, wealth, and many other things, and I mean health because as a high-ranking official in particular, you will get better access to certain hospitals, etc., but also your wealth. That's a very big disincentive. It's the end of your career. So it's quite difficult for these people to go against the central line. But at the other end of the day, if they are committing crimes against humanity or genocide and under the definition of the UN, they have a moral, should we say, dilemma.
My final question is, how sure can you be that it is indeed official policy that crimes be committed rather than these crimes being merely permitted or ignored by senior leadership, and perhaps that feeds into the suggestion that these department-level officials are committing crimes on their own initiative as opposed to being directed somehow from above?
There's always the danger in China, in any circumstance, of what you might call the Thomas à Becket syndrome, where a couple of knights will ride out and kill an archbishop or two. That is so. But the counter-argument to that is that when these officials do commit these possibly Thomas à Becket crimes, they're almost invariably not punished. And indeed, in many cases where one might have expected them to be punished, you then see promotion. And I think that actually is an indication that they are condoned, would be the lowest level, but possibly indeed encouraged to use their initiative in ensuring that the policy laid down from the centre is implemented and opposed very vigorously.
Thank you very much for your clear answers. I imagine the members have many more questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your very detailed report. Could I ask a little bit about your time in China? Was the last time there for you 2016? And did you notice a change in the kind of the culture of political discussion after President Xi came into power?
No, I finished my posting at the EU delegation in September 2016. And in 2017, the British Foreign Office asked me to go back to cover the party Congress from August to December. The Congress was in October. So I did. And then I went back again to a conference in 2018, in November, I think it was. But since then, I haven't been back, and since then and in future, I will not go back because some of the things I say and write are probably not very welcome, and I'm a friend of Michael Kovrick's, and having seen what he, the Canadian hostage, has gone through, even if it's a very small risk in my case, it's not one that I'm prepared to take. Have I seen things sort of tighten up in that last period, you might say, which I perhaps would date from when I went to the EU delegation in November 2011 and then came out from the Foreign Office posting in December 2012? Yes, of course. Things have been very much tightened. When did I first notice it in the case of the Uyghurs as opposed to reading about it, but sort of seeing it? I mean, as a very personal anecdote, and a very small and unimportant anecdote, I still do have an abiding interest in carpets, and I have several Xinjiang carpets. And the guy who used to come from Xinjiang and ring me up, and I'd go around to his little place and see whether there was anything worth buying, ceased to come round in about 2015, 2016. It must have been about the end of 2015. And I wondered why. And I guess it was only a little bit later that I realized that, of course, he probably is not able to come around anymore. Particularly when foreigners are going into his little place and buying carpets and chatting, which one does. So does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And could you also talk about perhaps the officials around you? Were they a lot quieter than normal? Would they talk to you like they did before? You've been going, I think it's 37 years, over a period of 37 years, working as a diplomat for in China.
Well, Chinese officials are always quite careful about what they say to foreign officials. So that's the baseline. But yes, it was a lot more restrained. In the early days, you would hear people saying things like, well, actually, we do need more democracy. And you'd say, well, intra-party democracy. And they'd say, and this would be officials and ex-officials say, no, we mean real democracy. And you go, blimey. You've got some colleagues here. You're actually saying that in public. That dried up completely. And, when I talk to friends and ex-colleagues and others who are in China now, academics, think tankers, it's very difficult to get an expression of even very mild dissent. And that applies, incidentally, I would say, to people outside China, Chinese who may or may not be going back. But I think of an occasion the other day when a fairly renowned economist, well, reasonably, with a professorship at a major British university, really wasn't willing to debate an economic question, but merely contented herself with saying it's the will of history, which of course is a very party line, because I suspect she's just damn afraid to say her true opinion. So yes, it's very much tightened up, and I could give you other instances.
Thank you. And about the promotion of Party Secretary Chen in 2016 from Tibet to Xinjiang, can you elaborate a little bit more? We know that it's written that there was a meeting about this with Chen and President Xi. Could you talk a little bit more about that process of, one, promotion, and two, what did it portend? What did it mean in terms of moving from one region to another?
I think what one can say is that Xi Jinping has, with considerable speed, I think, particularly in the military field, but elsewhere also, taken charge of the appointment of cadres of officials of his mindset and adherence. And I think it's very noticeable that if one looks at the top 1,000 or so officials, they are in his mold, and if they're not, then career tends to falter. So if you are promoted in the way that Chen is, then and chosen for a particularly sensitive job, and this is coming after the work conference in 2014, so not long afterwards, then you're very much in line with Xi Jinping. You're clearly trusted by him. You've clearly done the sort of job in Tibet, which is, as you know, as you said, is brief posting, in line with what the Politburo Standing Committee and Xi Jinping in particular want. So, you know, some of the measures that he introduced clearly gave him a sort of name. You know, the police stations every few hundred yards, whatever else it was, he was considered to have done a very good job in Tibet and therefore would do a very good job in Xinjiang.
So would he be subservient to the will of President Xi? For I notice he's not in the Politburo Standing Committee of 7, but he is in the Committee of 25, is that right? What does that mean in terms of power relations?
Well, the Politburo Standing Committee of the 7 are the real power. I mean, they meet on a weekly basis, and the Politburo meets on a monthly basis. So and each member of the Politburo Standing Committee will be in charge of a particular line, whether it's the economy or the United Front or whatever. But down at the Politburo, there are 25 members, and each of them will also be in charge of whether it's foreign affairs or economic matters or whatever. So, you know, Chen is to be one of the top 25 of China is pretty powerful, but ultimately none of the Politburo members are going to go against the will of, well, I would say Xi Jinping, any more than I think that members of the Politburo Standing Committee are going to. I mean, they might have more license to argue a different case, but ultimately, when Xi Jinping says jump, the answer from anybody is how high.
So most of these policies that we are discussing, would they have been introduced in those standing committee meetings, or how do these processes work?
Well, the making of policy in China is unsurprisingly a very complex and sometimes very long-running matter. So you will have lots of scholars and think tankers writing papers and suggestions. When those attract the attention of the Central Committee or indeed Politburo members or whatever, as a think tank or an academic, you get financial but other kudos rewards, and your ideas may well be taken up. And quite often you can trace through an idea that reaches policy level, like Belt and Road, to an individual scholar or think tank. So that will feed into the process. But also the working group, the coordination committee group is extremely important in bringing together all the different areas of expertise and policy interest, whether that's economic or cultural or religious or whatever. I mean, if you, as I copied in the paper, that excellent piece of work by an American scholar looking at who might be members of it, all those people will be contributing to policy. But as I said at the start, the views of the production and construction corps will be fed in, and the regional government and the party school out there, and a whole range of thinkers. But ultimately, that has to be condensed into a set of policy recommendations, which will be considered by the Politburo Standing Committee, the Politburo, the Central Committee, probably not, because it doesn't meet very often. But it will be considered at a work conference. But a work conference is actually really, by that stage, it's only fine-tuning. The main lines will be developed.
So would it be fair to say that the stamp of approval would come at that point in the hierarchy from the Politburo Standing Committee, and then there are implementers elsewhere or tools elsewhere? Would that be fair?
Well, I would hesitate to use the word stamp of approval because, of course, obviously there is a stamp of approval. I mean, it's the document's gone out. But that phrase tends to suggest, might suggest to people that the inputs from the top level people are minimal. Oh, well, we're ready. Yeah, that seems fine. Yeah, go ahead. That's not the message conveyed, for instance, by the party school professor who, being from the party school in Xinjiang, and party schools are there to, they are think tanks in themselves, so they suggest policy, but they are also disseminators and educators of local cadres. If he's saying that Xi Jinping personally played a fairly active role, very active role, even allowing for exaggeration, I think we have to take that at his word. And you know, I mean, it's the same old debate in any country. To what degree is the minister in the Foreign Office responsible for policy? I mean, one hopes that he has an input into policy, just as officials make suggestions and interpret the outlines that have come down and feed it back in. It's an iterative process. So I wouldn't want to you know, I can't point to a particular element of the policy and say that was definitely Wang Yang's suggestion or Xi Jinping's, but I don't think you should suggest, I'm sure you're not suggesting, but the phraseology suggests that it's more than, you know, it's not just stamping.
Thank you. And in terms of the sanctions that we've heard about, the lists are slightly different. Those that come from the US include Xinjiang Party Secretary Chun, and those from the UK and countries in the EU exclude him. How do we interpret this exclusion of Chun from that list in UK and countries in the EU?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is a four-letter word of which I better pronounce correctly, and that's funk. Because if you're America, you can afford, I suppose, to be rather more robust, because China tends not to take it out on America as hard as it does on other countries. But if you're a second-tier country, then you can expect more chastisement than the Americans would get. And so there is obviously worry in various governments that if you were to sanction them, then the reaction from China would be more severe, which it would be. But as I argued in a separate paper, entirely separate from this, many of the threats that China wants to impose in our trade, investment, education, tourism, climate change, and city and services are exaggerated. There will be costs, but at the end of the day, you have to make a decision as to how much you value your values.
Well, I speak as a layperson because I'm not an expert on China, but I can say that from the outside, the more powerful China has got through trade, the more brutal it appears to be with its own people and perhaps more confident elsewhere. So this is, in the end, about trade and who you trade with, which makes me think, well, there are so many other countries to trade with. Why China? There are the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China's the sea, and then South Africa. There are Mint, Mexico, Indonesia, you know, Nigeria, Turkey. These are the kind of economically powerful countries after the US and the EU, and perhaps, you know, it's all mixed up now. So why does one continue to trade with a country that people are alleging, you know, for... my point is why the sanctions are related to power relations, and in a sense, why, the question is, why do we continue to trade with a country which is part of that power
Actually,
relation?
Mr. Chair, I do think it's quite an important question because you know, the degree to which you're willing to impose sanction is correlated to the degree of your fear, in particular to trade and investment, and that's what you hear all the time. And so in this paper, not connected with Xinjiang, I made the case why we don't need to be so fearful. But we do need to continue with trade with China. If you look at the list of indispensable goods and, you know, supply chains, etc., then China appears in an awful lot of them. But the point I make in the paper is that you know, trade goes on however bad your political relations are, Australia's is said to have suffered drastically from Chinese measures. It hasn't. One or two sectors have, but even they have managed to redeploy and sell elsewhere. I could bang on, and I won't, but my answer would be read my paper, of course.
To return back to the paper, there's a meeting in 2020 by the Central Xinjiang Work Forum, and you say that's particularly important. Do you explain why the other two before that emerged as a response to something? Why did this one emerge within, what was important between 2017 and 2020 that led to the significance of this forum?
Actually, I think, if anything, the 2014 meeting would have been the most important of them, because that clearly etched in stone a very different policy from that pursued by Hu Jintao. The 2020 meeting, I think, is likely to have been much more about fine-tuning the policies, about assessing their success and how they might need to be pushed on in various directions. But I think that it was that earlier time when clearly there was a shift from policy, a hardening of stance to reflect Xi Jinping and at the time Yu Zhongcheng's views of where it should go.
And so what came out of this 2020 forum? Was there anything specific, policy-wise, reframing discourse, anything significant for our tribunal?
The full, they don't publish the full material. So one only gets hints, but I think that my short answer would be it has underlined the determination to continue with the measures that were decided earlier.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Last question. You have a list of members of the Central Xinjiang Coordination Small Group. In that list, I don't see anyone responsible for family planning, birth control, detention centres, and yeah, those are the main ones. Can you highlight which of the figures are important here?
I don't think either the scholar who drew that up or I would say that is an exhaustive list of the committee, but I think in there we have the human resources, social security thing. That there will, and I think the point about that is, and the thing I would really like to emphasize is that these days, if you employ the skills of someone like Bellingcat or indeed a number of think tanks here in the UK, you can, through good use of open sources, produce some very extraordinary material. And if someone would put in the resources to do that, I think it would be possible to draw up a much more authoritative list of who sits on that work committee. And I think it should be done.
Thank you. Mr. Parton, this tribunal has treated the PRC with procedural fairness from start to last. It's not interested in making recommendations, it's only interested in finding a fact. And the time has come not to dodge the issue. The issue ultimately is whether the PRC, and probably ultimately whether President Xi has committing, has approved the commission of either genocide and or crimes against humanity. That's what this is about. And there's no point in dodging it any longer. Our being polite and our being procedurally fair is one thing, but speaking bluntly is also another. We are very grateful to you for your assistance. On how you instruct crimes and mass crimes in nation states, there may be at least the following three alternatives. One is mind reading. It was sometimes said of Nazi Germany that Himmler and others worked to or towards Hitler. They worked out what he wanted and they did it. Another method is invisibility of control. So in Yugoslavia, for example, Milosevic and Mladic had organized extra judicial criminality, but they managed to hide the traces. So you couldn't see the lines, but they actually existed. But in the PRC, we've been told, and you've rather helped us with this further, it's such an organized state with such a complexity of bodies that you can't do either of those things. You either agree something should be done and do it, or it doesn't get done. Is that roughly right?
Well, I certainly wouldn't say that this is a case of mind reading.
No.
That's for sure. I mean, and I would expect, I don't know, but I would expect that the concrete measures, particularly in outline, if you talk about detention centres, for instance, the concept of a detention centre and the aims of it and the methods of it, I would be surprised if that wasn't in a paper before the Politburo Standing Committee. Exactly the size of the cells or how many people are in it or whatever, no, that's far too little detail. But decision-making in the PRC is very stovepiped, and it goes very high for things that we in our societies would delegate down. No, that's not the general trend.
I mean, a number of witnesses have told us, in respect of particularly egregious things that are done, or asked, witnesses have been asked normally, and they've accepted, this couldn't have been done without President Xi's approval. Now, that's one approach to establishing responsibility. Would you accept that sort of answer could accurately reflect reality?
In many cases, yes, but you could also say that this wouldn't continue to be done with President Xi's disapproval. Mm-hmm. And it is being continued to be done. So, when it comes to responsibility, that's why I say that you need to look at whether anyone is ever admonished for overstepping the line. And okay, we're not going to see any evidence of that except in changes of behaviour, but I haven't actually seen changes of behaviour.
Or evidenced in documents which aren't yet available.
Or evidence in documents, some of which have leaked.
I'll come to that in just a minute. I want to make sure that we're sticking bluntly with the sort of concept that we as a tribunal may have to deal with of responsibility for genocide. There's a rather discredited or much discredited quotation from Hitler, but that nevertheless is quite useful conceptually. I'll just read it to you, where he is said to have said, but who knows, there are many means by which a systematic and comparatively painless extinction of undesirable races can be attained, at any rate without blood being shed. Now, one of the things we may have to consider as a tribunal, whether there is an intention to extinguish a race ultimately, not all of it by or any of it by the shedding of blood. That may be the sort of thing we are considering. If that was a policy, that would have to be expressed, not in those terms, of course. It would have to be expressed in whatever the terms were, but it would not be something that could be done by inference, by brain reading, or anything like that. It'd have to be there in the documents.
I'm very reluctant to talk about this issue and, in the course of it, mention Nazi Germany.
Yes.
I think it just opens the field to the spokesman of the Foreign Affairs Ministry and various others, just to say, well, look, you're exaggerating, this isn't a Holocaust, et cetera, et cetera.
It's the principle, it's not the comparison.
And for that reason, although I think the conditions in Xinjiang do meet the UN definition of genocide, nevertheless, I think and I have used the word, I think I prefer on balance to talk about crimes against humanity, because I think the ICC definitions, it's pretty difficult to get around those, most of them.
That's one of our things we have to do, is to do that,
yeah.
Which is why I'm formulating the possible intention in a different way.
But again, if you look at what Xi Jinping says and has said, this whole business of blood is, it's a, one has to choose one's words extremely carefully, but for want of one ability to think on my feet, distraction. It's a distraction. Xi Jinping talks about, I mean, he's a number of times, he's quoted a 18th century Chinese scholar, I think he's 18th century, and he did this right at the start of his own coming to power, talking about China and attacks on it, but he's used it in other contexts. If you wish to destroy a nation, you must first destroy its history. Off the top of my head, I can't remember the name of the Chinese scholar. I'm getting old. But I think that sums up his approach. He's destroying its history, its culture, its roots. And again, look what he said in the recent August conference on ethnic minority affairs. It's all about, socialist modernization, which is very carefully defined in their thinking. That's about Han homogeneity. It's about China, the Chinese nation. He talks about this. Chinese nation, Chinese culture, Chinese Communist Party, socialism with Chinese characteristics, building a Chinese community. The pomegranate seed metaphor. That is how he intends to rid himself of this turbulent priesthood.
Well, I must be as short as I can be with your very interesting answers. If you can achieve an objective by a range of things, and you articulate the range of things, but you don't actually articulate the central objective, would it be fair for those looking at these matters to infer the central objective by his articulated support for or instruction for all the other things?
Yes, but I think in a sense, he has articulated the objective. It is to produce a homogenized China.
And
that implies that the sorts of cultures and religions and way of life must disappear, otherwise it's not Chinese.
Forcing the merging of nations, which might happen naturally in a peaceful society, but forcing it by such things as the detention centers, forced abortions, removal of language, separation of children from parents. Now, if you do all those things, you force a merging of nations, you achieve arguably a genocidal objective, and why shouldn't that be stated in the world?
How would I state it? Sorry, you can come back at me and say, come on, let's come down. But at the point, one point I think, I'm sure plenty of other people have made it, that ethnic policy in the old days was extinction via economic development. After all, once the Uyghurs or the Tibetans or whoever it is are better educated, and there's always a very strong line of being patronizing, and they're backward, they're primitive, and all that. Once they've been educated, once they get wealthy, then all this business of, autonomy or whatever, it'll just fade away because they will gradually. And there were measures, indeed, to speed that up. What Xi Jinping's done is put a turbocharger behind it. He's not patient enough to allow that to happen. Or maybe he just, I don't know, I'm not in his mind. Maybe he despairs that actually it would eventually happen. I don't know. But he sure as hell sped everything up through the sorts of measures that you have outlined. So it's always dangerous to say what's going on in Xi Jinping's head.
But we need to know.
Well, good luck with that, because...
but no, why good luck? We need to know what is in the head of the man who heads the country that is on the evidence shown to have done these things. I want you to tell us, please, can we do that by an inferential process, looking at all the things that you've explained to us, will accelerate by force that which has not and may not happen by natural process?
Well, you can certainly adduce evidence and make an inference. That will convince some people, and it will not convince others. And it will always be deniable until there's a smoking gun or a smoking document. And even then, they're probably quite careful in their documents always to have some degree of ambiguity or...
Well, let's come to that, but after one further question on sort of matters of form. You said right at the beginning something about what wouldn't happen insofar as genocide findings are concerned. Our government, and any government that is signed up to the Genocide Convention, is under a duty seriously to consider genocide allegations because of their commitments to act under Article 1 of the Genocide Convention, aren't they? It shouldn't be dodged.
No.
And in our country, it is being dodged by a protocol that means the government can never make its mind up. Yeah. Right, let's come to documents, because you've expressed an interest, not an interest, you've drawn to our attention that there have been various leaks of documents. Some complete, some incomplete, and who knows what's lurking around in offices not produced to us or to anyone else. I think we've heard of possible newspapers that might have caches of material. And I don't know if you know, we've asked the Foreign Office by a Freedom of Information request for whatever material they may have. We don't know what's out there. A scholar like you, or a person with your particular skill, if a cache of materials relating to this were available, would it be the sort of material you would want to see and read in order to work out better how the control chain went?
I mean, I think that if documents are genuine, then they should always be read very carefully. They are far more revealing than some of the sort of second-level commentary on them. I mean, I should just stress that I'm a jack of all trades and master of none. I'm not an expert in Xinjiang. I look at the Chinese Communist Party. If I have any expertise, it is that, and in all its ramifications. And since it, east, west, south, north, as Xi Jinping says, it leads everything, I follow everywhere. So I'm, in that sense, I haven't read all those documents that came out, and I wouldn't be able, there are plenty of scholars, I'm sure you've called them, who would give you a far better in-depth assessment of where they lead. But as to your general point, yes, I think that they are very important, and if they can be shown to be genuine, and I've no reason to doubt from the ones that I've read, and in my time I've read quite a lot of Chinese documents, some overt, some not overt, they seem to match the recipe. Sorry.
That's it. I'll see who else wants to ask a question. Yep. Yep.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask one thing? You made the remark that there's both looking at the positive things and also the things that go on which would be stopped if they were not some way blessed. And when you look at the reverse, the policy coming down, but the information going up, in your experience, is there a huge amount of reporting up? I mean, what kind of detail would come up from Xinjiang of the way? Because you said the principle of detention centers would have been in the policy document, the size of the cells wouldn't. What sort of information would be coming from the region back up to the Politburo, central government, CCP?
First of all, I would say an awful lot of information. It may not always be accurate. I mean, there's a long tradition of officials letting the centre know probably what it wants to hear, but in some cases what they wanted to hear. And then you have to consider the ability in 24 hours, Xi Jinping's day is only as long as mine, he may be better at it, to absorb all that information. And because of the stovepiping and the senior level at which decisions are made, one does sometimes wonder the degree to which those who are making the final decision have, I don't know, it's been filtered all the way up. Must do.
But the assumption is on the major pieces of information, major developments, reactions in detention centres, schools, etc., would, glossed or not, work its way up, or?
That surely must be the case. I mean, this Xinjiang is not a matter that you can sweep under the carpet, although they did try to start with, and it's an extraordinarily important matter in terms of China's relations with the rest of the world, given the way that the rest of the world has reacted. So in that sense, it must occupy quite a lot of the top leadership's time. We don't know how often the Politburo Standing Committee has considered the matter, but it's clearly, I think, will be on their agenda quite often. So in that respect, they will want information about the, if not the minute details, the big trends, because they've got to defend themselves against our attacks on them.
Can I just clarify a bit of the interchange between you and Sir Geoffrey? So in most circumstances, it is, of course, difficult to, and indeed in this one, it is difficult to precisely understand what is in the mind of President Xi. But given what you and others have said about, in a sense, the command and control structure that exists in this country, and given the importance of this particular policy, and we accept that his intro, as you rightly point out, is full, Taiwan, South China Sea, US, and so on. But this will be in the top 10, one imagines. I mean, I don't know, but it'll be a very important policy that he will have to consider. Is it conceivable that the policy, and I appreciate you've answered this to some degree, but I just want to clarify this issue about inference. Is it conceivable that he could not have known about this, that he could not have been the at least part orchestrator of it, or at very worst, the approver of such a policy? And the fact is, the policy is being implemented by all accounts, and therefore the gap narrows, doesn't it, to a point where is it not legitimate to adduce or infer his involvement and probably his direction?
I think it's quite inconceivable. I mean, I talked earlier and in the paper about the work conferences. I mean, if you sit through a work conference and give an important speech, and Xi Jinping gives an important speech on every occasion, you will have considered the contents of that speech. But even at a sort of broader, higher level, if you look at the way that the Communist Party legitimizes itself, not through the ballot box, obviously, but through a number of legitimacies, of which I would and have in various papers talked about 6 of them, but one of them, and apart from the economic prosperity, which is highly important, not there with making China great again or returning it to its rightful place in the world, is this question of China's territorial integrity. I mean, the Communist Party, one of its big boasts and reasons for legitimacy is that only the Communist Party has managed to return to China those bits which it lost at various parts of its history, very often through the semi-colonial attacks of foreign powers. So, all the time they're going on about we've got back Xinjiang, we've got Tibet, we've got Hong Kong and Macau, we're getting the South China Sea, we're getting Taiwan. In that context and the importance of territorial integrity, the idea of not controlling Xinjiang, of risking that it might break away or influence other parts in their behavior, and go against his whole vision, his whole China dream, is quite inconceivable. no, it's got to be up there on his desk. Big time, I'd say.
I think it would be very useful for the tribunal to understand responsibility for, not so much for making laws and policies and implementing them, but on the contrary for ameliorating potential bad practice. So I wonder how feasible you think it is for the 1,000 or so officials that you spoke about earlier to make genuine attempts to amend or to modify wrongs, for example, or potential abuses, or would that also be considered as going against the party line?
If a policy is decided, then it's very dangerous to go against it. You can make suggestions if you're brave, and eventually, if things aren't going well with the policy, they might be listened to, and the policy would then change. But it would have to be done very much in the way of suggestion rather than a disagreement with the policy. That would be very dangerous. And you know, Xi Jinping himself has been railing against the tendency of cadres throughout China on all sorts of matters, just to sit back and let things happen. There's a great reluctance to challenge the orthodoxy. That's been one of his problems of being such a strong leader. Well, here we are in a much more sensitive area, and are you going to change? Are you, as a mid-level to high-level official, going to risk everything and challenge it? That would take some courage, I think.
Thank you very much. A fascinating discussion, and ones could go on for ages. You end your presentation to us as saying it is likely to be left to history to record their guilt more fully. And that then really took me back to what you were just saying. One of what we hear is that Xi Jinping wants to take over the world, and certainly around Asia as many as he can. So are you really saying that if he fails in Xinjiang, that dream disappears, and therefore he's got to do everything he can to make sure that whatever the directive was to force Xinjiang to take place, and that they actually do? I'm trying to avoid the word genocide, but they actually get rid of the Uyghurs.
I mean, he's set the target as of a modern China, the China dream, and as I've just discussed in terms of this legitimizing of the party through various ways, of which one is territorial integrity. If you've failed and been seen to fail in that, that's a significant non-plus, whatever it is, minus in the column. So that's surely going to, he realizes that, and he'll be making great efforts to ensure that he doesn't fail. And sorry, does that answer your question? I'm not sure it does.
I'm not quite sure whether I understand my question itself, because there's so many different things going through my mind. But he's clearly taken over power, and he's made sure that he's going to be there for life. So really, he cannot lose, because he'll lose face.
Well, you don't want to lose in China. China's a matter of raw power and blood and claws. I don't know if you've ever seen a panda. They're thoroughly vicious creatures. And it would be very dangerous for him personally to lose power, to get this wrong. If enough goes wrong with the ways he legitimizes himself, and I believe there are 6 ways, but if enough goes wrong in enough of those, and were he to be unseated, it would be very deleterious to health and wealth. He will be pretty aggressive and ruthless in maintaining power, and whatever that means when it translates into policy, or he perceives it to mean.
Thank you.
Sorry,
going to allow Mr. Beck to run questions I have. Are you sure? Go, and Mr. Abraham wants one as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, lunch mildly postponed.
Hopefully, quick question and rapid answer. There have been there was a press conference held by the Chinese ambassador to the UK 2 or 3 days ago, where he set out a 28-point refutation of some of the work that we are doing. So he knows clearly what the allegations are. The question to you is, do you have any sense of what the connection is between a diplomat in London and Xi Jinping, for instance? Would he read cables? Would he know what had been said in London, in your view?
Well, they will be reporting intimately the goings-on of this committee. And indeed, a couple of days ago, Zhao Lijian, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesman, attacked you lot and us lot for holding this, I can't remember, in fairly uncomplimentary terms, I seem to remember. Was that Saturday? I can't remember. So, yeah, for sure, they know what's going on, and the propaganda department will be working overtime to negate anything that comes out of it and spin it in the right way. And I've no doubt that there will be repercussions for some people, you lot, me, others, to discourage this sort of thing in future. How high will that go? Well, it'll certainly go to the United Front department. I expect Yu Chuan will be aware of it. Surely they will, and others in the party. I think this is a serious. The whole Xinjiang question is a serious matter, and you are bringing unwanted publicity to what is going on. This needs to be cauterized.
Thank you. I have a single short question, if I may. You've referred to the fact that Xi's pronouncements and central organ instructions are often reiterated, confirmed at a local level, particularly by departmental directors in the region. I'm just trying to understand that, is that process of instruction confirmation designed for internal party discipline, that pronouncements and instructions are obeyed throughout the hierarchy? Or is that really a confirmation by local leaders that we have faithfully and fully interpreted and applied your policy or instruction?
If I interpret your question right, the answer would be that if you're a lower level official, you implement what the upper level tells you to the best of your ability, and you don't deviate from it. And you might if you took a risk, but the risk taking is not very high at the moment, and you probably wouldn't want to take that risk. So I mean, I'm not quite sure what.
I guess my question is that there might be two intents to the policy. One might just be, I'm giving a policy direction and I expect it to be followed because we're not sure if it will be at a regional level. But then there's something else, that we are giving a policy pronouncement, some of which might be implied what you're required to do at a local level, and therefore the local response is to say, we've done this fully as we understand it. And I guess there are two aspects there that are difficult to separate out.
Yes, I mean, central policy is and cannot be, in a country so big, always very specific down to how it's implemented at the county or township level. So by necessity, officials in the region will have to interpret and implement as they think that the centre's intention is. If they get it wrong, they'll get it in the neck. So they'll play cautious with it. But the actual details of how policy is implemented, have to be left to lower levels, because the Politburo Standing Committee is, while responsible for the policy and the outlines, doesn't have the time to go into vast depth all the way down. And similarly, down you know, at the provincial or regional level, Chunchuanguo will you know, leave the actual details of how detention centers are worked or whatever to lower level officials. But the point is that even if they go a little bit further or a lot further than maybe the next level intended, the level above is very likely to say, no, that's not, you know, they'll probably run with it because they don't know what the level above thinks.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Pardon, thank you very much for coming and giving evidence. Sometimes I think thought that those who've ever been in government are reluctant to free themselves of the restraints of Sir Humphrey, for those of us who know the programme. We are truly grateful to you for speaking so candidly and for giving of your time to us. I think your evidence is now over, and for the rest of us, Mr. Sabi is going to tell us how much lunch we've got.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, can we have a break until 2 o'clock at sharp for lunch?
I guessed.
Our next witness is Mr. Rodney Dixon, QC. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very
good. Rodney Dixon, QC, is a senior member of the English Bar and a Queen's Counsellor, together with two colleagues, Anne Colin and Paul Erdogan. They submitted a report to the Office of the Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court on behalf of East Turkestan Government in Exile and East Turkestan National Awakening Movement and Uyghur victims regarding the international crimes committed against Uyghurs by Chinese officials. Mr. Dixon, would you please present your report to the tribunal? You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity, members of the tribunal, Mr. President and members, to address you today. You would have seen the submission that we put in on behalf of our clients. In short, what we wanted to highlight to the tribunal is that there is a significant and very important body of evidence that we have gathered regarding Uyghurs being targeted in ICC member states, as well as in other states, by the Chinese authorities in order to arrest them and bring them back into China, where they are never heard from again, and where they are effectively disappeared. We have gathered this body of evidence from various witness interviews and other sources in a number of countries, including Tajikistan, which is a neighboring country, an ICC state party. There are other state parties as well, including Cambodia. And this evidence has been gathered by our investigation team in order to make it available to the ICC prosecutor, urging the prosecutor under Article 15 of the ICC statute to open a full investigation into these crimes. We were not able to make this evidence available directly to the tribunal, unfortunately, because of the grave security concerns for the witnesses and the sources and those involved, and also because it is now currently confidentially before the ICC, being considered by the ICC prosecutor. However, we wanted to make you aware of it, and I can go into it in more detail if you wish. It is set out in our submission in some detail, as far as we are able to, given the confidentiality considerations. And we would be asking the tribunal, when you consider all of the evidence that you've heard, to take this evidence into account and reflect it in your findings, because in our submission, as we've submitted to the ICC prosecutor, it is a core component of the alleged genocidal plan. Yes, Uyghurs are being targeted inside of China, but they're also being targeted abroad and brought back so that the Chinese authorities have total control over all Uyghurs as a group, and that there are no dissenting voices abroad, no ability to criticize China abroad, especially in neighboring countries or countries that are close to China, and that they can then be controlled and targeted and persecuted as a group within China. We've seen this practice in other genocides. The Nazis did the same with the Jews, bringing them from various countries in Europe and elsewhere to Germany, where they were then targeted. So it's a core feature of a genocidal plan, which we see unfolding here as well. And hence, we submit it's very important to reflect it in your findings based on the evidence that we have gathered and which has already been given to you as a hearsay form of evidence today. Also, we would ask, because there maybe remedies that you're looking at, that you would signal in your findings that it's vital that the ICC uses its jurisdiction, because it certainly has jurisdiction because these acts are taking place in ICC member state parties, to investigate these matters and to look to prosecute where there's sufficient evidence. The ICC is a body that can investigate and actually prosecute persons for these crimes. And as far as remedies are concerned, depending on your findings, we would recommend that be incorporated, that the ICC prosecutor exercise his powers under Article 15 to start an investigation into these acts, which, as I say, start in ICC state parties, but then continue into China. And if I conclude by just having a brief word on the basis for jurisdiction, because I think it is important. It's not a novel concept. This is something we do every day in our national jurisdictions. If a crime starts in one country and continues into another, then both countries can have jurisdiction where the essential elements take place in different jurisdictions. That's exactly what's happening here. An essential element is taking place within an ICC state party, and it's continuing into China. And the ICC, therefore, not only has jurisdiction over what happened in the ICC state party territory, but also over the whole crime as it continues into China as well. And that's why this is, as I said at the beginning, a very significant body of evidence that we would ask you to take into consideration in your deliberations, reflect on your findings, and urge the ICC to exercise its jurisdiction where it has that, to investigate and prosecute these very serious international crimes. Thank you for the opportunity again, and of course I'm here to answer any questions you may want on the substance of our report and our investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. I have 2 or 3 questions, and then the tribunal will raise the questions they have. First of all, can you give us an indication of the timing that when the prosecutor is likely to issue his or her preliminary report and open a file and start the investigation?
There is no particular time frame for the ICC prosecutor to act under Article 15. They have already, as we indicated in our report in December of last year, stated that further evidence was required in respect of jurisdiction if they were to decide whether to open an investigation or not. We have subsequently submitted that further material in June of this year following our investigation. And we are hoping that the prosecutor will therefore consider that new evidence in the coming months and decide as soon as possible whether to open an investigation. It was indicated when we submitted the initial evidence that a meeting with the Office of the Prosecutor would be held before a final decision was made, and we will look to do that in the near future, and that it would be for the prosecutor to decide whether or not to take the next step of opening an investigation. We say there's jurisdiction, there's sufficient evidence to do so, and that at least a preliminary examination should be opened first, which is the first step, in order to then decide to open an investigation thereafter. So it's difficult to say precisely. We are hoping in the coming months, but it depends very much on how the office approaches this in The Hague.
My second question relates to the responding states. Are Tajikistan and Cambodia going to respond to the initial request for investigation? And if so, what's the timing for that?
They haven't responded as yet. The information is, of course, public. There is some outreach going on our behalf, and we are hoping that they will respond, and as ICC state parties look to support such an initiative and assist the court as member states if an investigation were to go forward. But that would also be dependent on them, and we are hoping that will likewise occur in the coming months as the prosecutor considers this matter further.
And a further question is as to your report. Would a redacted form, the identity of witnesses cannot be disclosed, which we understand is the case, would it be possible to produce a redacted copy of that report so that the tribunal has the benefit of a full report rather than the short report that we have now?
We have distilled what we are able to make public into this report that has been submitted to the tribunal. We are not able to, at this stage, provide more than that because of the security considerations and also because of the fact that the Office of the Prosecutor in The Hague is now seized of the full report, which makes it difficult for it to be considered somewhere else, but particularly because of the kind of material that is discussed and also the annexed evidence as well. So this at this stage is as far as we have been able to go. But of course, if we're able to do anything further in the future, we will do that. And we can answer any further questions today or in writing hereafter if there are specific areas where the tribunal would benefit from further information.
Finally, my last question relates to the Uyghurs in Tajikistan. You mentioned that out of estimated 3,000 Uyghurs in Tajikistan, only 100 had been left. Does your report roughly provides what has happened to the 2,900 missing? How many of them returned to China? How many of them were deported somewhere else or left Tajikistan, and how many of them just disappeared?
Yes, our report to the Office of the Prosecutor does look to break that down based on the evidence that we have. Of course, in some instances, they are estimates only because we're not able to go at this stage through every single case. That would be for a full ICC investigation. We have looked at gathering as much evidence as we can so far. There is more evidence out there, which we are gathering, which we are going to be handing over soon. But that would have to be done through a detailed investigation. But what the evidence so far shows is that that number is what is left, approximately 100 persons, the rest having been moved out to China or in some limited cases having escaped elsewhere because of the threat of going back to China. But our argument is that also gives the court jurisdiction because of China's actions. They've had to go from an ICC state party elsewhere. They've been forcibly deported elsewhere, and therefore the court also has jurisdiction. We also have some cases of persons managing to escape from China into ICC state parties, and that, like the Rohingya case, would also give the court jurisdiction because the crime starts in China and continues into an ICC state party. So we have set out these categories of different cases as far as the evidence shows at the moment, all of which give the court jurisdiction and which would all have to be developed further in a full investigation. But that would be the point of an investigation, to get that material. And only if there's sufficient evidence, then look to prosecute the officials in charge of this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dixon. Now the tribunal has questions for you.
Before Professor Manji asks questions, I must make a disclaimer. But before I do that, I understand that I may have been less than audible to some of the people in the audience here in Church House by reason of not putting the microphone close enough. If that's the case, it's pretty inexcusable because I've been complaining of other people doing the same thing. The answer to it is, if you can't hear me or anybody else, please just raise your hand as soon as that happens and we'll probably realize we can put it right. Mr. Dixon, it has to be explained by way of disclaimer that you and I have known each other since 1998 at the Yugoslav Tribunal. We've been in the same chambers. We've worked together on many cases. However, on this matter, we have spoken not at all, and indeed haven't spoken on this or the previous matter, the China Tribunal, which I was also involved, not at all, save to the extent that when the possibility of inviting you to be a witness, I may have been involved in the first email, which was then handed over to Hamid Sabi to deal with. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Professor Manji, please.
Thank you very much. May I, as a starting point, just ask you if you would assist the tribunal by just rehearsing again, and I know that you've touched on this, but I think it would be very useful for us to have clear in our minds the reasoning that you give for the ICC being able to exercise jurisdiction over crimes, the key elements of which have occurred on territories of ICC state parties, namely Tajikistan and Cambodia. And I wonder if you could set out for us, as you began to do just at the end of your remarks, the different grounds on which you make that claim.
Yes, there are differing grounds, which all stem from the Myanmar-Bangladesh decision before the ICC on the Rohingyas, where the court there found that if an essential element takes place on ICC territory, then the court has jurisdiction over the crime as it starts and continues, even if it continues into territory that isn't signed up. So in this case, starting in the territory of Myanmar, not signed up, Rohingyas being deported into Bangladesh and being completed there, the court having jurisdiction over the entire crime because an essential element of the crime takes place in Bangladesh, which is a state party of the ICC. So that is the precedent that we are using to argue that in this case there are essential elements of international crimes that take place on ICC territory, Tajikistan and Cambodia, where persons are either arrested and then deported over the border into China. So that's the opposite of the Myanmar case, but the underlying principle is the same. Or they are forcibly removed from China because they, through coercion, escape into Tajikistan or other ICC state parties, where they then flee. And that also gives the court jurisdiction. What we are saying is that precedent, which is so far undisputed, applies equally in this case. An investigation has been opened in the Rohingya case by the prosecutor under Article 15, and we're saying the exact same process should take place here. An investigation should be opened into these allegations of a campaign to target persons abroad, including in ICC state party territories, and then bring them back into China, or if they have managed to flee through coercion. There are countries where persons are being targeted and detained and brought back that are not signed up, but we're saying that the court can take that into account as part of the overall policy. They're not excluded from taking that evidence into account to show the widespread nature of what is happening. So there are a number of other countries that we provided evidence on, not signed up, but saying this is all part of the same pattern, which shows the gravity and the seriousness of it, because the court will also look at the gravity of the situation. I think the important aspect that we have highlighted that hasn't come through in the earlier case, the Bangladesh case, is that because we're looking at an alleged genocide here, what we are submitting is that the first act of the genocide, namely the targeting and arresting of persons, is taking place on ICC territory. That is in Tajikistan and Cambodia or other countries. We have to bear in mind that there's Afghanistan as well now, where there's a big concern about the Uyghur population being targeted there by Chinese authorities in collaboration with the Taliban and bringing persons back. So the first act starts there of course, yes, targeting people inside of China, but also going abroad to get people, to bring them back, much like the Second World War analogy that I alluded to, not to make direct comparisons, but to look at the underlying principle again. So targeting people abroad to bring them back into China where they are then never heard of again. So essentially forcibly disappeared. And we are therefore saying you have jurisdiction not only over what happens in Tajikistan, for example. But because that continues into China, and what happens in China, you have jurisdiction over. Yes, there might be acts that are taking place in China, but that can also be taken into account by the court. But it can take that into account to show the overall genocidal pattern, core aspect we say forms part of. That's how we've
Mr. Dixon, can you hear me? Mr. Dixon, can you hear me? Yeah, it may not be apparent at your end, but the reception here is breaking up. Sometimes a signal can be strengthened by turning off the video for the time being at your end. Would you like to just try that? And then we'll see how we go. We'll certainly want to have video later to make sure you're there when we say goodbye, but if you could, let's try it like that.
Is that better? So
yeah,
those are all the different bases, I hope that's better, on which we are putting the case. And disputing the fundamental claim that is made by China that they haven't interfered in other countries. They keep saying this is a purely internal matter. We never interfere in other countries like many Western countries do. Well, we have evidence that their operatives have been operating inside of Tajikistan and doing these things. So there is clear evidence that refutes what they are saying. This is not purely an internal matter. They are going into other countries and intimidating, harassing people, arresting them and bringing them back into China. And that's a very significant part of their overall campaign, we say.
Thank you very much for setting out for us the idea of a continuum of alleged criminal conduct. I wonder if building on that, you could just elaborate for the tribunal on your paragraph 14, because you'll appreciate that the concerns of this particular tribunal are with affairs taking place in China, and I wonder if you could provide us with your assessment of what is happening in China itself, as far as you're able to, given the evidence that you've collected and the issues of confidentiality to which you alluded.
Yes, that is a very pertinent question, and one that is very difficult to get concrete information about, because from the evidence we have gathered, people who are taken there, often in small groups, as we've highlighted to avoid international attention, are just then never heard from again, even though attempts are made very often to follow up, no feedback whatsoever. They have effectively disappeared. And it is therefore extremely difficult from our investigation so far to add more to that. Of course, through other investigations with the ICC, if those were to take place, we might be able to get more evidence through maybe piecing together also a pattern of evidence that you've been able to gather and that others have been. Maybe we'll be able to cross-reference names and family details that way. But at this stage, they are disappeared. They're not heard from again. And the cases where we've been able to find people coming out the other way, of course, they've been able to talk about what happened to them inside. But as I'm sure you're finding very often, not to say too much about what was happening elsewhere, because they were themselves detained and cut off and isolated from others. I think it is also worth mentioning here what we highlighted, paragraph 13 of our report, is how fortified the border between Tajikistan and China has become, heavily controlled with a newly built military base in the Rangul area, which is right on the border in Tajikistan and near the Kolmo Pass. So, even though we don't have evidence of what's happening inside of China, right on the border, there is evidence which we've been able to gather, and we can set this out in general terms here, of an increased military presence on the border and in Tajikistan, And we have to ask why that is happening. There were people who were able to get out from China. This has now made that incredibly difficult, but it also allows for persons to be processed through the border there by Chinese operatives in Tajikistan and taken into China, and then also stopped from leaving. So the circle is complete. And I think that is further evidence which shows the extent to which the Chinese authorities are very cognizant of the need to have that kind of control on the border, an important border for them, to stop people coming out, but also then to be able to process people smoothly going in. And probably another reason why it's very difficult to get more information thereafter. So we would highlight that as part of our body of evidence as well, that should be reflected. There has been reporting previously of an existing military base in Badakhshan, which is also mentioned in our report, but there's no evidence of another one, and there may be more of these kinds of bases right along the border with a friendly country, relatively speaking, and one has to obviously address the question: why is this going on now? What is the purpose of it? And the answer has to lie in the need to control the Uyghur population and ensure that persons once in are not able to get out.
Thank you. Just to take you on then to paragraph 16 of your report, and you refer in this paragraph to China's overall plan and policy for persecuting and specifically targeting the Uyghurs as a group. But we've heard from various witnesses, including scholars, that China's peripheries and its minority people pose an ontological challenge to the PRC, and that we might reach the conclusion that there is simply at play here an ethnic minority policy that seeks to assimilate a minority. Can you explain in detail, if you would, your reasoning, the reasoning behind your interpretation of the PRC's plan?
Yes, we are looking at it from the point of view of the evidence that we have gathered, and as an allegation of genocide. We are at the early stages of an investigation, so that has to be underlined here. But the early indications are, when you talk about that number of people in the thousands essentially disappearing or not being heard from again, that doesn't equate in our submission to assimilation. If they were being brought back in order to then work within the Chinese national system, surely it would be possible to hear from them again, and they would not be silenced in the way that the evidence so far shows. If China has a response to this, of course, they should be given the full opportunity to put that forward. But so far, the approach has been just a complete denial or an attack on those persons who are conducting these inquiries, which once again is not consistent with a policy to allow for persons to assimilate and thrive. So we, based on the evidence so far, are saying this is an important part of this alleged plan to bring persons back and to target them as a group. It's not happening to any other group. There are allegations sometimes being made of terrorism, which often pops up in these kinds of circumstances, but no evidence from what we've been able to see that any of these persons have been involved in any terrorist or violent activities, and rather the term is being bandied about as a way of trying to cover up what is really going on. No evidence of any persons being involved in violent activities. So that is where we are coming from what we have gathered. In addition to that, we have to stress that what we are seeing is not just limited to a few countries. There are a number of places where this is happening. Many of them are not signed up. But also it's happening in countries that are signed up, where obviously China can't enter into them and undertake these kinds of activities. So in European countries, in Australia, we have highlighted where the Uyghur population there is being intimidated. They are being threatened that their families back in China will be harmed unless they come back. So those are softer forms, still very serious, but softer forms of China intimidating persons in these countries where they can't just send in their operatives, and looking to ensure that persons are brought back. Once again, inconsistent with assimilation in a multicultural society. So everything so far we're seeing cuts against that assertion that is being made, but the investigation is ongoing. If we see that there's other evidence, that all has to be examined. That would be the point of having a full ICC investigation, which we would urge China to cooperate with if they have nothing to hide.
Mr. Dixon, I wonder if you would, just to take that point further, if you would elaborate for us orally on paragraphs 9 to 11 of your submission, in which you set out in detail the methods used to bring Uyghur people back into China. So you set out two methods. They entail deception, and they entail what looks like a great deal of high-level organization. And I wonder if you would set that out for us, please, in person.
Yes, the evidence that we have gathered shows that these two methods that we've set out in our report are the primary ones that are being used. There is some evidence of Uyghur persons just disappearing completely randomly in Tajikistan. There are instances that we are still following up, and there may be further evidence presented in respect of that particular strand. But the main two strands are persons either because they have families in China being constantly harassed and told that if they don't go back, their families there will be harmed. And in some cases, families being threatened with arrest in China if those in Tajikistan did not return. And here we're talking about people who've lived in Tajikistan all their lives. They've worked there. It's a place where in the various bazaars there are opportunities to participate in the markets, in trading. That's been their lives. So it's not as though they've just gone there recently for a short work trip or something like that. They have roots there, often intermarried, and they've been told that that's it, they need to come back, otherwise their families are going to be harmed. The other form of coercive conduct, a harder form, is where, because persons living there have their papers and permission to live there, very often from the Chinese consulate itself in Tajikistan, which controls their ability to continue to live there. That is used as a way of refusing persons the necessary documentation. And once that has gone, so there's now no lawful basis, in inverted commas, to remain, then persons are deported back because they are legally, once again in inverted commas, not allowed to be there. And the evidence shows that that is taking place with members of the Chinese Public Security Bureau present in Tajikistan, often directing local police to carry out raids of persons. We have evidence that an entire bazaar was raided at one point, blocked off, and all the Uyghurs working there were seized. And this is with the direct intervention of Chinese operatives. Where they don't have the so-called correct paperwork, they are then taken by the Chinese authorities. So these are Chinese operatives themselves taking them and transferring them over the border into China in small groups so as to avoid attention. This has been going on for a number of years, but particularly between the years of 2016 and 2018, in small groups and emptying out the entire country of the Uyghur population, even though, as I say, they had lived there for a number of years and been part of the society there. This same pattern is occurring in other states as well. We are in the process of gathering more evidence in that regard, which will be submitted. But those are the key ways in which it's occurring, and it's being done. I think we have emphasized this to the ICC in a very low-key, sophisticated way. Nothing that would grab major attention, and that also shows a degree of sophistication which requires planning. This is not just going to happen randomly. It requires detailed planning to occur in this way so that it is below the radar and doesn't attract attention. Very, very carefully done, quite cunning in many respects to ensure that it occurs without being obviously noticed.
Thank you. Finally, I wonder if you could reflect for us in reasonably broad terms on the theme of trust, because it seems to me is something that we have heard repeatedly come up at this tribunal, the very corrosive effects of loss of trust and the effect of erosion of trust on a community, the breaking of bonds of social solidarity. I wonder if you could reflect, and we've heard about that clearly internally, but I wonder if you could reflect for us on what we might describe as the transnational erosion of trust.
Yes, you mean within the Uyghur community for the Chinese authorities and amongst people in the community?
Yes, I mean amongst, so what I'm hoping to get a sense of is how those remaining, purportedly untouched by the authorities are affected by what is going on in terms of how they view each other. There's a shrinking community, for example, say 100 people, but clearly this is going to have caused an erosion of trust amongst that group, which I think it's important for us to turn our minds to.
Yes, very much so, and we've addressed this in our report because there is evidence of that those who remain don't trust each other because they believe there are informers amongst them, and there is some evidence that they certainly are. So they feel controlled, not able to speak out, and in addition to that, they have the concern of the Chinese consulate and authorities monitoring them. And we've got evidence about how they are concerned that they could disappear at any time themselves, that there's a mistrust amongst those living with them, but then also that they feel controlled by the consulate, that there's a system of punishments and rewards. If they provide information or keep quiet or don't raise problems and just keep their heads down, then they could get benefits like free COVID medication and testing, for example. But if they show that they are in any way rebellious or resistant to what is going on, then that will be shut off. So it is a extremely difficult environment to continue to survive in, and in another way can force people just to leave and go elsewhere because of the toll it just takes on daily life and survival. So that's been very prominent in the evidence that we've gathered, and we expect that in further evidence that we're gathering, especially where persons have now gone to other countries, we will see more of that, because the reason why they've left there is because they're unable to bear these pressures.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dixon. I'll pass you back to our chair.
I'm not entirely clear what the whole crime is. You've mentioned, that if it starts in one country and continues in another, that the jurisdiction could be over the whole crime. What is the whole crime that you're asking to be looked at? And does it differ depending on whether you're talking about people being forced out, coerced out into Tajikistan, or forced back into China?
Yes, for those being forced out, that is the classic Myanmar situation. There we're looking at what the court in the Myanmar case identified, namely that of deportation. They're being deported out of the place where they are living. Also persecution, if it is taking place on discriminatory grounds, and other inhumane acts. These are all crimes against humanity, I should underline, because there are no war crimes. So it's the crime against humanity of deportation, persecution, and other inhumane acts. Other inhumane acts because they're not able to come back to where they want to be. They might be in jeopardy where they are, depending on the factual circumstances. So those are very clear crimes against humanity, which the court could investigate in those cases. In respect of those who are being forced into China, they are the same crimes against humanity. Being deported from Tajikistan, where you live, constitutes a crime against humanity. It starts in Tajikistan, continues. There's also the persecution of that because it's taking place on discriminatory grounds, and of course other inhumane acts. Well, what you face on the other side. But in addition to that, what we have highlighted is the enforced disappearance part, which can also be a crime against humanity because they are never heard from again. And on top of that, the final point that I was highlighting being very important, what we are saying is that there is an alleged plan of genocide being investigated here. What happens in these countries could be part of that plan. It's not the complete picture because much of it is taking place, if it can be proven, inside of China, but the rounding up of people outside the Second World War precedent and others as well, and bringing people back in where they can then be targeted and persecuted can be part of the overall genocide. And the court can take into account what is happening within China as a whole in order to decide whether or not there is a genocide and whether this forms part of it. So even if the ICC cannot prosecute everything that is happening inside of China because China is not signed up, if part of that plan and policy starts outside and continues inside, they can certainly have jurisdiction over that, and they can look at whether there is such a plan, because they're not restricted in doing that by looking at all of the evidence in order to decide that. So we are saying all of these various crimes should be investigated. And of course there will be legal arguments over some of these points, but that's for further down the line depending on the evidence that is gathered. At least what should happen now is there should be an investigation to gather that evidence, to preserve it, see whether it's sufficient, and then there can be the necessary legal and factual arguments thereafter as to what crimes are made out on the evidence. And of course, the defense will have an ample opportunity to put its case forward.
Sorry, and just one more question. And what about Tajikistan? Is Tajikistan also, are you asking for Tajikistan and its role in these actions and in the possible well, let's say not preventing acts, criminal acts being made against these individuals? Are you asking for Tajikistan also to be investigated for crimes?
Our focus has been on China, given the overwhelming role it has played from the evidence we have gathered so far, that the allegation of China's involvement in various countries abroad and in bringing persons back to target them should be investigated. That has been the focus of our investigation and what the evidence has also revealed so far, as I've emphasized the fact that Chinese operatives have been part of this and overseeing it and taking it forward in a very clear and orchestrated way. So that's what we're asking the prosecutor to investigate. Now, of course, in that process, as always happens, the prosecutor will have to look at all parties that are involved. It may be that other states are also going to have to be looked at. But I think so far we've been correct in emphasizing that the priority should be on deciding whether to take up an investigation in respect of China itself. That's at the heart of this. That should be the difficult question that the prosecutor has to grapple with, and we would urge the prosecutor to decide in favor of doing that. As a result of that, there may be others that are looked at, but we also have to bear in mind that because the ICC has certain state parties that are part of this, it will need to work with those parties to get assistance from them, to get cooperation from them. And as often happens in these situations, the prosecutor will look to, on the basis of gravity, focusing on those most responsible in order to take an investigation forward, using all the resources and support from other countries where possible. So that's a balance that will have to be struck down the line as well. But nothing can be excluded, but I think it's important to emphasize the focus is on China now. That's what needs to be done. The prosecution needs to take the bull by the horns and decide on that issue and open an investigation into this situation and gather the necessary evidence, and we'll see where that leads, but we'll have to rely on ICC state parties to assist.
A couple of points. You know, Mr. Dixon, that this is a People's Tribunal, which happens to have been requested to do what it's doing by an interested party, but is itself completely neutral and in no way activist. You, on the other hand, represent a rather different type of interested party, the Turkestan government in exile, and are engaged in regular lawyers' work. I mention that because you will also know that the PRC is not represented here, and if they were, I'm taking a tough line with you, they would probably argue that it's in the interest of your clients that we should make findings adverse to the PRC, because that would then constitute material that would be of value to your case. So, because we have to try and present arguments that the PRC would raise, or likely raise, how would you deal with that suggestion?
Yes, we are certainly here representing our clients, the East Turkestan government in exile, and a number of Uyghur victims who want this investigation opened based on the evidence that we have gathered so far. And we have come before you saying that this evidence should be taken into account, and that if you're able to make any findings or recommendations regarding remedies, then the ICC should be one of the main ones, given that it has jurisdiction. I can't see any problem with the tribunal hearing that evidence as it's been presented today and questioning it and examining it. It then becomes whether or not, based on all of the evidence that the tribunal has heard, this is relevant material to take into account. Of course, you don't have the underlying material itself, so it's very, very hard to therefore assess it. It's coming through me for the reasons that I've explained. Those reasons can be taken into account as well. So in relation to what the Chinese authorities might say, yes, of course, findings from your tribunal could be very relevant to the ICC, but the ICC is an independent body, as are you. You will have to assess the evidence based on what you have been able to find and the sources of that. Make that analysis, and that will be done very openly and publicly for everyone to see, and to account as well. I don't think there can be any criticisms of the process, is the point I'm making in short.
the criticisms that the PRC might make of you, and therefore we have to obviously give careful thought to the ability that we may have to rely on the integrity of an account that is not backed by raw material. So, might you be able to persuade the prosecutor at the International Criminal Court to provide us with a redacted version of your at present confidential report or complaint to him? If you would try to do that, we'd be extremely grateful, but the prosecutor would have to understand, unless I'm corrected by my colleagues immediately, that any such report would have to be publicly available. The tribunal does not hear and accept evidence in camera in any way. Could you do that for us?
I had inquired initially about whether there might be any possibility of confidential evidence, but was informed that that's not the case. So that's why the redacted version may be the only solution. The difficulty is also with the sources of that material and whether they would be happy with that, especially at this stage. So if further inquiries can be made, we can see if anything further can be made available. We've done the best job we could so far, and ask that it be assessed in light of those who have conducted the investigation, with the necessary caveats, of course, because you don't have the first-hand material. But we nevertheless believe it was important to highlight that that material is out there, and even an indication by the tribunal that it's there and it should be taken into consideration is important.
As to the material upon which you've relied, is it all oral witness testimony reduced to writing, or are there primary documentary sources?
It's the former, but then there are some other sources as well, other materials as well, together with the witness testimony.
Well, the other material, and you may not be able to answer this, but the other material with which we are familiar as possibly helpful are things like aerial imagery, photographs. Is that the sort of material you're referring to?
Yes, material like that, but also material that's been gathered in the investigation from the witnesses, and other material that's relevant to ensuring that their accounts are investigated, and where they have relevant material, those being provided to the investigators as well.
I'm sure you will understand the sensitivities that this tribunal must consider as it assesses the credibility of the evidence you're able to give, and I hope that will enable you to be as persuasive as possible with the prosecutor to allow provision to us of a redacted report that would nevertheless be helpful for our consideration. Last point really is this, Mr. Dixon. As you will appreciate, we are struggling here, not struggling, but we are dealing here with the law, and we are not a tribunal of lawyers, nor do those of us who are trained in the law wish to act as lawyers, wish to act as lay people to be instructed in the law. It happens that you, in combination with Karim Khan, the present prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, and Sir Adrian Fulford, a present UK Court of Appeal judge and former judge at the International Court, are the co-authors of the authoritative textbook on international criminal courts, now I think in its 5th edition. Would you consider, if you think it might help us, providing to Mr. Sabi for his team to consider, perhaps in electronic form, the passages of your textbook, if you think it might help us, on issues of intent and part and destruction. Those three words, I'm sure, well familiar to you. Would you be able to do that?
Certainly, and I should emphasize that the textbook is a purely legal textbook, not a commentary on what is good law or bad law. It just sets out the law the way it is. So that would then potentially be quite helpful, setting out what is the current jurisprudence on those key principles.
Leave it to Mr. Sabi and his team to decide if he thinks he can entrust us with a bit of a textbook. That's all from me. Let me see who else. Mr. Vetch, please.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. And I ask this question framed as a layman. So if the case proceeds in the ICC, what would you expect the involvement of the PRC to be? And I ask that in the sense that we, this tribunal, through Mr. Sabi, have asked the PRC on numerous occasions, including yesterday, to come and provide either exculpatory or any other kind of evidence, and so far they've not done so. What might you expect in regard to a case at the ICC?
Yes, if the prosecutor did decide to open an investigation, he would have to make an application to the judges of the court to get permission to do that, because Article 15 that he would be operating under requires that. So the Chinese authorities would then be notified that was happening. They would be free to intervene if they wished. If authority was given to go ahead, then the prosecutor would also have to notify the Chinese authorities directly, as he would all other states who could have jurisdiction over these crimes. And they would have an opportunity then to seek to engage and defer the ICC investigation to their own national authorities if they were going to undertake their own investigations. So they would be informed each step of the way, they would be engaged, they would be open to them to, even though they're not signed up, to be involved in the process and seek to take over the cases. The ICC works on the basis of complementarity, and if they were doing their own investigations that were sufficiently genuine, that they were willing and able to do it genuinely, then they could argue that the ICC should stand back and not be involved. So it would be open for them to participate as a sovereign state in the international processes, in an international body, as they do all the time, as China in the UN and other bodies, and it shouldn't be shunned as a process. It's a procedure that exists, and it should be used as all states have the opportunity to do.
Thank you. There are two small questions, one from myself and one from my colleague, Dr. Zamit Borda. Mr. Dixon, has there been any formal request for extradition, either in Tajikistan or Cambodia, by China for extradition of Uyghurs?
As far as we've been able to ascertain, no formal requests where those requests have been properly considered in a court of law, according to the rule of law. And this is an area that is obviously very contentious, that needs to be looked into more, because very often China asserts that it is doing its bringing back of persons because they are suspects through a proper lawful process. But our evidence doesn't show that there is such a lawful process going on, and that instead the methods that we've highlighted are the ones that are being used to bring people back.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon, a very quick question from me relating to these international forced returns, deportations. The bulk of the evidence we have heard related to alleged crimes happening within the territory of China, where sovereignty would give the state significant control and also rights over what it does within its own territory. Now, your allegations relate to international crimes, allegations of international crimes, of a crime beginning in one state and ending in another. And this opens up almost an entire new dimension to the allegations, an internationalized dimension. And so my question is, if proven true, it would reflect a certain state acting with a certain sense of impunity and disregard for law on an international level. And I guess, how would you explain, would that be correct, and how would you explain such behavior on the state?
Yes, I mean, the evidence that we have gathered shows exactly that there may be a facade of arguing that persons may be a threat, that they may be terrorists, or that maybe their papers have expired and therefore they need to come back. But actually what's going on when you examine it is that persons are being rounded up because of who they are, and they're being persecuted as a group. And despite the declarations that are being made by China saying that they support international law and they're acting lawfully, quite the contrary is happening in practice. And that is, as you say, a very concerning aspect, that a very powerful state believes that they can act with impunity, especially in relation to states that they can have a huge influence over, like Tajikistan, like Cambodia, like many other states. And where they're blocked from doing that, because they can't just waltz into France or the UK or Germany or Australia, what they do is they use other methods by surveilling the Uyghur populations there, hacking into their phones, checking on what they're doing, and then intimidating them through family back in China. So, crossing the borders in other unlawful ways. And that's widespread. We see that in so many different countries. And that's the body of evidence that we are hoping can be highlighted. I mean, much of it is public anyway, so it can be found in a range of sources. It's not just from our investigation. But it's a very important body of evidence to highlight and to ask the pertinent questions about what that shows. Even if that does require further investigation, which we are saying, it's important that it's highlighted that must be undertaken, and that where the evidence leads, if it shows that level of impunity, there should be consequences.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dixon. Yes. Thank you for your time and giving evidence to this tribunal.
Yes, can I, on behalf of the tribunal, thank you, Mr. Dixon, as well, for making yourself available. Thank you. Next witness, Mr. Sabi.
Our next witness is Golzira Avalkankizi. The witness is a female of Kazakh heritage. She was arrested upon entering China in 2017. She was detained in 4 different facilities.
Is she on the screen at the moment?
She will be. Over the course of 437 days, she was detained in a vocational school from July to November 2017. She was injected with a substance and her blood samples were taken. She was told that the injection was an anti-flu shot, but after that, she feels that it altered her senses, making it harder for her to think. It also altered her period, and she cannot become pregnant anymore. She was regularly forced to take unknown pills. 10 days after she arrived at the camp, she was taken for medical checkups, and this had been checked a number of times, and she was checked with ultrasound scans and blood samples. In November 2017, she was taken to a new camp. In this camp, conjugal visits were allowed. She worked as a cleaner and witnessed women being raped by being tied up to the bed and raped violently. She also discovered that the Han Chinese visitors to these women had paid for the service. After being released in 2018, the witness was taken to Golja village where there was a ceremony, and she had to praise the Chinese government for graduating from Re-Education Center. Ms. Kwan Kezi, thank you for coming to tribunal and giving evidence. When you were in the second camp, you served as a cleaner. Can you please tell the tribunal what you witnessed about the rape and sexual harassment of women?
Саламатсыз бе Абылқазы қызы? Мен Ғайни Құсып жатырға аударып жатырмын сізге. Бізге мына жерге сөйлегеніңізге көп рахмет, келіскеніңізге көп рахмет. Мен сізге екі сұрағым бар мына жерде. Екі сұрағым бар, біріншіден бастайын. Сіз екінші лагерде жүргенде тазалаушы, үй жинаушы болып жұмыс істедіңіз деп айтыпсыз. Сол жерде әйелдердің зорлағанын, солар зомбылығын не көргеніңізді айтып бересіз бе? Мүмкін болса қысқа сөйлемем, себебі маған аудару кішкене қиын болып тұр да мына жерден. Естідіңіз бе мен айтқанымды?
Естіп тұрмын. Айта берейін ба?
Айта беріңіз, рахмет.
Сәлеметсіздер ме? Барлықтарыңызға ақштан сәлем. Мен түрмеде жүргенде, екінші лагерде, мен 6 айдан кейін 6 айға дейін қол аяғымда көзір кісен болды. Әке туыстармен көрістіргенде көзір кісен салады. Кейіндік мен еркіндікке шықтым деп, мен жатақ тазалық шығылда, сол кездерде ұйғырлардың, мен қандай әйел екенін білмеймін, күйеуі өлген, ажырағандар менің жатағымнан түнде алып шығып алып кететін. Кейін мен соларды жуындыруға мәжбүрледі.
Кішкене, кідіртіңіз, рахмет. Greetings from the United States. Hello, everyone. When I was in the second camp, I was kept in shackles for 6 months. After the 6 months period, they removed the shackles from me. Actually, they took me even to see my family with my shackles on. After the 6 months period, they made me to be the cleaner. And I saw that Uyghur women were brought to that room and they were raped. And I had to wash them afterwards. Жалғастыра беріңіз.
Оның барлықтары ұйғырлар болды. Мен көбінесе ұйғыр әйелдермен бірге болдым. Олар бақырып жылаған дауыстарын естимін. Кейін жатақ тазалағанда каучук таяқ, жолбарыс, орындық, төк таяқ соларды менің көзім көрген. Өйткені мен жатақта болғанда соларды реттеу, сақшылардың креветтерін тазалау, солар менің жұмысым болған. Мен 6 айға дейін сондай жерде жұмыс істегем. Бірақ та мен әйелдерді жуындыратын кезде қолдары, беттері көгерген.
I mostly stayed with Uyghur. It happened so, and I would hear them scream and shout and beg for help, but no one would do so. Also, I was responsible for not just cleaning, but also cleaning and taking care of the whole area. So I saw all the equipment that they used to torture people, like tiger chair, the chains and the shackles and all of them. I was involved in, taking these women to shower and helping them shower. And I always noticed how they had these, shiners or hematomic, this blue and red spots on their bodies, hands and legs mostly.
Thank you. How do you know that men who were visiting these women paid for that service?
Осы әйелдерді зорлаған еркектердің ақша төлегенін қайдан білесіз?
Ол әйелдерді бізге түрмеде айтқан, түрмеге кірген әйелдің барлығы бастықтарға сыйланады, сыйлық келеді деген. Сосын мен жатақ тазалаған кезде бір кісінің аяғыңызды көтеріңіз деп айтқан кезде ұлты Қытай Ханзу ұлты болатын, маған қазақша сөйледі, мен ақшамен кірдім, қай жерге отыратынды өзім білем дейді. Бірақ та бізге Қытай мұғалімдер бізге қазақша аз сөйлейді, өйткені тіл үйренеміз деп олар солай айтқан. Қазақ тілін үйренеміз, туыс боламыз деп, Қытайлармен туыс боламыз, дос боламыз деп бізге солай тәрбиелеген.
Well, when I was in prison, like I said, I had to clean some of these premises. And once I came there and there was a man standing in the room and I needed to wash the floor, and I asked him to slightly, to move slightly away so I could wash the area under his feet. And then he said, I paid for coming here and that is why I will stay wherever I want to stay. He was Han, Chinese. Interesting enough, he spoke Kazakh to me, but actually speaking Kazakh was very rare because even the teachers that we had in the camp spoke Chinese or spoke Mandarin mostly to us. They said, you are here to learn the language, not to speak Kazakh.
Thank you. In your statement, you say you were regularly beaten. Can you explain how you were beaten and how often was that, and whether you were ever tied to a tiger chair?
Сіз өзіңіздің айтып кеткен сөзіңізде сізді бірнеше рет соқты деп айттыңыз. Соны кішкене сипаттап бересіз ба, айқындап? Сосын сізді ана жолбарыс орындыққа отырғызды деп айттыңыз. Қанша рет отырғызды? Көрдіңіз ба сол жерге? Отырғызды ма сізді ондай орындыққа?
Бізде өз жерде дәретханаға класса отыруға 2-ақ минут уақыт береді. Бір күнде 14 сағат отырамыз. 2 рет қана отырамыз. Сол кезде ішіміз қатып қалғандықтан, дәретханаға ұзақ уақыт отырғандықтан бізді басымызға көп ұрады. Әйел адамдарды бізді өте-мөте басымызға ұрады. Ана ер әйелді көріп тұрғанда денелерінде зақым болмайды деп оны ашық айтады. Өнен кейін мен көбінесе жолбарыс орындыққа отырғаным рас. Бір ұйғыр апа болды. Ол дәретханаға енді жатақтың ішінде кейбіреуінде дәретхана бар, кейбіреуінде жоқ. Соған сәл кешігіп аяғым сүртіп қойғандығы үшін сен дәрет алдың деп, сол мені жолбарыс орындыққа таң атқанша 24 сағат бір күн болдым. Ондай орындықта жолбарыс орындыққа отырғызу, төк таяққа соғу, ондай болды ондайлар. 19 рет сұхбатқа шықтым. Тергелдім 19 рет. 15 ай ішінде әр уақытта 5-6 рет жолбарыс орындыққа отырып шықтым мен. Ең соңында жер асты түрмеге отырған кезде 20 метрлік жер асты түрмеде отырдым. Сол кезде менің шашыма кесек байлап, тырнақтарыма ине сұғып, тырнағымның көбесіне. Сондай мені су шашып, төк таяқпен соқтырып қинаған күндер болды. Ол 12 айдың 29, 12 айдың 30-ма сондай болатын 2018 жылы.
Well, when it comes to this beating and everything, I've seen most of that. Actually, the most frequent one as a punishment came whenever we had to go to the toilet. We had to use the toilet. The thing is that the classes lasted for about 14 hours, or you had to spend 14 hours seated, and we would be given only two breaks per 2 minutes each to take, to go to the bathroom, to take a poop or to go to pee. So because it was so much sitting and not much moving, most of us would be constipated, and sometimes it would take us a bit longer than 2 minutes to do our things, and then they would come and start beating us on the head. And the excuse was, you're women, we shouldn't have any injuries or signs on your, bodily injuries, kind of signs or evidence on your bodies. That's why they would hit us with a stick on our head. So also, once they actually tied me to a tiger chair for covering for one of the Uyghur senior ladies. She was a senior lady and she had to take a poop and she couldn't. It took her a bit longer, and then they claimed that she did some ablutions. Yeah, she had to rinse or wash up herself, and as if it was a prohibited tradition or ritual. So they punished her for that, and they punished me for that as well, for allowing her to do so. And they tied me to that tiger chair for 24 hours. In fact, while all of this 15 months, I was interrogated 19 times, and each time I would be taken to the tiger chair. So I believe in each of the camps where I was, and there wasn't a few, I would be taken to this tiger chair 5 or 6 times. Also, when they transferred me to the factory where we were producing the gloves, I sent a photo, and actually as a punishment for sending that photo, they put me to an isolation, let's say, like it's a ditch, like a 20 meters deep well. So they throw some, electric currents at me, they pour water at me, and they kept me there for 24 hours as well.
Finally, I have one more question. When you were sent to the factory to make the gloves, how many gloves you made, and how much were you paid for making those gloves?
Сізді ана зауытқа қолғап тігуге жіберді ғой. Сол жерде жүргенде қанша қолғап тіктіңіз, және тіккен қолғабыңызға қанша ақша алдыңыз?
Мен ол зауытқа кірген кезде бір күнде 20 тал қолғап береді. Мен 20 тал қолғапты тікті алмай, бір күнде 11 тал тіктім. Сонда бір жүк қолғабың 10 тиыннан деп айтқан. Бірақ та ол қолғаптар шетелге, Америка, Еуропалар, шет мемлекеттерге сатылады деп айтқан.
Madam Interpreter, I'm asked if you would speak just a little slower. Thank you.
The interpreter, you mean, or the lady? The interpreter, right?
You, the interpreter, if you could possibly speak.
Yeah.
It's excellent to have it at speed because we get more words in per limited time. But if you could make it just a little slower. Thank you so much.
I will try. Okay, sure. Sorry about that. So the order would be to make 20 gloves a day, and I wouldn't deliver. I would make maybe 11 a day, sometimes 12, but I wouldn't always complete the 20 pairs a day thing. And they said it's 10, well, she calls it kopecks, but I guess like 10 cents a pair or something like that. And they also told us that these gloves are exported to Americas or to European countries.
Thank you very much. For your information, it's 10 yuan per pair, which comes to around 1 cent or something like that. It's a very small amount. Thank you very much. The tribunal will have questions now for you.
Рахмет. Ал енді мына жерде қазылар алқасынан сізге сұрақтарды жіберетін болады. Анау қолғаптың бағасына айтатын болсақ, жаңа сонда бір жұпына 10 юан дедіңіз ба? Ол біздің ақшаға келгенде бір цент. 10 yuan, I mean, we had some explanations for.
Bir жүкті 10 тиыннан тігеміз деді, бір қолғап 7 адамның қолынан шығады деп айтқан. Бір қолғап 7 адамның. Сонда мен қолғаптың мына білегін инемен тіктім. Инемен тіккенде әлгі Қытайлар ұстайтын, Қытайшасынан тіктім, Қытайлар ұстаған сияқты, солай тіккізіп үйретті. Бір күнде 11 тал, я болмаса 9 тал тігем. Ол 20 тал қолғап ертесіне және жалғасады.
Well, also, actually, every glove would be made by 7 people, and I would be in charge of handling some of the trims. And they taught us the Chinese sewing style, and I had to kind of mimic that, and I had to do that on every glove, by hand and with a steel needle. And it would take me a really long time, and I would never succeed at doing 20.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the witness for being here. Can I just ask, you went to 4 different facilities over the course of your time, 437 days. Did you have injections at every single one?
Рахмет жауабыңызға, рахмет түсіндіргеніңізге, келгеніңізге. Сіз ана 4 лагерде болдыңыз деп айттым, 477 күн. Сол әр біреуіне барғанда сізде укол салды ма? Әр біреуіне барғанда укол салды ма?
Бірінші лагерге барғанда өкіл салды. 3 ай тошқанда белгісіз тұмаудың өкілі Қытай ақшасында 250 юан деп айтты. Сосын өкіл салған соң 4 лагер аралығында менен қан алып тұр. Барлық оқушылардан қан алды, көбінесе менен алды. Гүлзира Өлқан дейді, жатаққа шығам, сосын қан алады. Ұқсамайды. Кейбір кезде оқушылардан алады, кейбір кезде менен жалғыз өзінен алады. Ұқсамайды. Сонда мен таңғалам, бұл не қылған нәрсе деп ойлаймын, бірақ түсінгелі болмайды оны.
Well, in fact, they injected me with that alleged anti-flu shot at the first camp 3 months after I was inside, after I was in prison. And actually, they didn't inject me anymore. But every time I go to a new camp, they would draw blood from me. They would take blood samples, and there is no logic. Sometimes they would take it only from me, or they will take it from a group of students, or they will take from the others and not from me. So there is no explanation to why it was happening like that.
And do you know how much blood they took out? Was this a few small tubes, or was it a lot, like a cupful?
Алғанда кішкене сәл-пәл алама, жаңағы пробиркаға сиятындай қылып, кішкентай ыдыс бар ғой, соған сиятындай қылып, немесе көп жаңағы кесеге құйылатындай қылып көп қан алама.
Мындай ұзын шиша бір 30-20 немекен, айту бір қарыстай алады ғой, менің көз мөлшерінде бір қарыстай алады. Кейін деп менің қан шықпай менің аяғымнан тартқан күні болды.
No, they take this I'm sorry, can I please clarify, okay? When сіз шиша дегенде ол жаңағы су ішетін стакан ба, жаңағы кішкентай дәрігерлер пайдаланатын шиша ма?
Дәрігерлердің жіңішке бір несі бар ғой, қан қашылайтын жіңішке бір.
No, it wouldn't be more than 1 syringe, like 30 or 20 milliliters syringe or something like that, like a vial, yeah, but not a cup, not in big amounts. But sometimes my blood wouldn't run, and they even had to draw blood from my leg.
Sorry, I just want to keep them quite short because we're short of time.
Yeah, sure.
But thank you very much. No, I just wondered, were these samples taken just the first time or several times while she was in each facility?
Әрбір лагерге жібергенде қанды бір рет алама, немесе бірнеше рет алама сол жерде отырғанның уақытында?
Бірнеше рет алады, ұқсамайды. Менің көз мөлшерімде бір айда 3 рет алды ғой деймін, сондай. Ұқсамайды.
No, they draw blood several times. I even remember they drew 3 times in a month. So I just, from start to beginning, they keep on giving blood.
Three times a month. Thank you. And she was also given some pills. Any idea what they were? Did they have any effect on her?
Сізге бір дәрмек беріпті деп айтыпсыз. Ол қалай сізге сезінді? Одан қандай саласы қандай болды? Салдары не болды сізге, сіз үшін?
Бізге өкіл салған соң ұмытшақ бола бастадық. Біртүрлі шаршай бастадық, тер баса бастады. Кейінде біз басымыз ауырып, біртүрлі ауыра бастадық. Сол кезде қолымызға бармақ басқызып, қол қойғызып, бір кішкентай ақ дәрі береді. О дәрі ішкен соң ұйықтап қаламыз.
Well, actually, after the injections, I developed this fatigue and overall exhaustion kind of sensation and feeling. Also, whenever we complain, whenever we have some headaches, they would take us to a place, they would get a signature on some piece of paper and hand to us a white pill. But we do not know what it is. But actually, I remember that it would make you fall asleep right away.
Okay, thank you very much. She also had some ultrasound scans. Were they taken of the tummy, the chest, or where were they taken?
Сіз ана сізге УЗИ жасады дедіңіз ғой, машинаға апарып, қарныңызды былай машинамен тыңдады дедіңіз ғой. Қалай айтсам?
Не дейсіз?
Скан сияқты.
Түсінбедім.
Сіз тағы бір жерге барып, дәрігерлер сізді қарады деп айттыңыз ғой? Машинамен, арнайы бір машинамен қарады. Тоқтаңызға түсіндіріп берейін. Сіз қай жеріңізді қарады сонда? Қарныңызды қарады ма, емшегіңізді қарады ма, кеудеңізді қарады ма, қай жеріңізді қарады? Машинамен.
Парасағында барлық әйелдерді 10 неше, 20 неше әйел қып, әйелдер бөліміне алып барды. Ол кезде сақшылар еріп барды. Қағазға қол қойғызып, бір ақылам шешініп, бір қатар тексеріліп шықтық. Басқа жағын айтқан жоқ. Не қылып тексерген, қандай тексерген білмейміз. Бір қатар тексеріліп шықтық. Түрмеге барғанның бәрі солай тексеріліп шыққан. Бүткіл әйелдер болды, мен ұйғыр әйелдермен көп жаттым.
Well, I cannot specify exactly where they looked at because they would take us, before taking us to the camp, they would take us to a hospital, get us absolutely stripped and take us through different, tests, especially the gynecologist or, OBGYN doctor. And admittedly, I cannot explain the ultrasound machine in Kazakh because I do not know if she will, so I cannot explain that. Sorry, that's interpreter's fault.
So you said gynecological examination. What was that?
Сіз ана әйелдердің дәрігеріне апарды дедіңіз ғой, сонда не істеді сізге?
Бізге барған кезде бір қатар тексеріліп шыққан соң, ана тоқтын алып, немде дейді, бірақ тексерді айту, денелерімізге бірдеңкелерді шаншып, сосын одан шыққан соң менің жүрегім айный бастады. Жүрегім айнып, лоқсыдым, бірақ маған су ішкізді.
So I cannot specify. No, well, they kind of poked us at different places with different things and different instruments. And after that, I felt really nauseous. They gave me a glass of water, and that was it.
Okay, so she had an internal examination.
Сонда сіздің жатырыңызға бірдеңені салып тексерді ма, жаңағы әйелдердің дәрігері, қолының ішіне салып?
Тексерді, барлық жерімізді тексерді.
Yes, they did internal examination of all the body cavities.
Okay, thank you. Just going on then to the visits by husbands. Were these husbands within the camp, or was it just a female camp, or did they come from home?
Сіз кейбір әйелдерге күйеулері келіп қасында жатты дедіңіз ғой 2 сағаттай. Сонда олардың күйеулері сол лагерде болған адамдар ма, жаңағы басқа шеттен әкелгенден адам ма, немесе сіздің лагеріңіз тек қана әйелдер үшін болып, күйеулері бостандықта жүрген, сонда бостандықта әйелдеріне келетін адамдар болды ма? Қалай?
Ол оқсамайды, кейбіреу үйінен келеді, күйеулері, кейбіреу түрмеден алып келеді, телефон ұрғызады бір күн бұрын. Жолдастарына, семьясына 20 юан ақшамен 2 метр рағала келді дейді, 2 сағат көрісеміз дейді. Сонымен уақыт тошқан кезде әйелдер шақырып бір үйге көрістіреді екен. Сол кезде әйелдер көрісетін кезде тамағына бір дәрі береді екен. Аузына дәрі салса, о дәрі еріп кетеді екен. Менің сабақтастарым күйеулерімен, жолдастарымен кездескен соң лекция сөйлейді. Мен солар арқылы естігем. Түрмеде отыр, мысалы, Бейсампудан келді, 4-ші ортадан келді, күйеуім үйреніштен келді, үйден келді деген сияқты әңгімелерді айтып береді. Партия өкіметке рахмет айтады. Бірақ мен күйеуім Қазақстанда болған соң, туыстарменен 15 минут 100 грамда көрісіп тұрдым. Камераменен, кадр бастықтармен көрісіп тұрдым. Бірақ мен туыстармен көріскенде қол аяғымда 6 ай, қол аяғыма көзір кісем болды.
Well, as for those husbands who visited, it wasn't the same. It was non-homogeneous. So some of them stayed in the camps, other place upon. They would be brought from the camps. A phone call would be made, and they would be shipped from another camps to see these women. And actually, it was female camp only, so women only camp. And others had their husbands live outside in their homes, and they also a phone call would be made to the husband. They will be instructed to bring 20 yuans and 2 meters of fabric, like clean sheet, and then they would be made, they would be made to date in a separate facility, separate rooms. That's before the date. The women would be given some pill under their tongue that would melt in their mouth, and then my roommates, they will come to me, they will come back to their room, and they will explain, they will give me all these interesting and different names of the camps where the husbands are apparently detained. I myself did not attend on any of those because my husband was in Kazakhstan, but I was allowed to make a 15-minute video call to my husband. But my relatives also could visit me sometimes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, now I'm just going to go on to the raping, so I apologize if it causes her pain. She says that signal of divorce and widowed women were taken at night and were tied to a bed and raped violently. They did not return. Some did not return. Do you know what happened to them?
Тағы мынандай бір сұрағым бар, енді кішкене жаныңызға батса кешірім сұраймын. Әйелдерге көрсетілген зорлық-зомбылық, солар зорлаған туралы. Сіз кейде айттыңыз ғой, ана түнде әйелдерді, күйеуі жоқ, жалғыз басты, ажырасқан әйелдерді келіп бір жаққа алып кетеді, түнімен зорлайды деп. Қатыгездікпен зорлайды деп. Тоқтақ. Бірақ олар кейбіреулері бөлмеге қайтып келмейді. Сонда сол әйелге не болды деп ойлайсыз?
Сонда кейбіреу келмейді, жатақтан алып шығып кеткен кезде келмейтін, кейін мен жатақта алып шығып жатқан кезде сол әйелдерді жуындыратын кезде шыңғырған, жылаған дауыстарын естіген. Кейін мен оларды жуындырған, бірақ қайда кеткенін білмеймін. Күтіп тұрушы орнына кете ма, басқа түрмеге жөтке кете ма. Бірақ сол шыққан әйелдерді қайтадан басқа бір әйелдерді әкеп орнын толтырып қояды біздің жатаққа. Олар таңертесінде лекция сөйлейді. Күйеуім өлді, ажырастым деп. Әр несін өздері айтып отырады, күнделікті.
No, I do not know where they would disappear. I know they would take them to the shower, I would help them wash, but then they would be taken somewhere, and I do not know where they would be taken. The only thing I know that they would never empty beds, because every time the vacant place would be filled or replenished with another women, and they would come, and start their stories from afresh.
Sorry, I missed that. Can you speak a bit slowly and just repeat the last bit?
Sorry. So I do not know where those women disappeared. I would help them take a shower, I would wash them, but I do not know where they took them after. And if the woman was gone, few new women would be brought the next morning.
Do you know whether any of them were taken to hospital?
Мүмкін сол зорлаған кейін оларды ауруханаға алып кеткен болар. Сондай туралы естідіңіз бе?
Жоқ, ол жерде аурухана деген нәрсе болмайды ғой. Менің көзім көрген бір мен жатақта жатқанда әйелдерді алып кеткенде орнына келген әйелдер таңертең қарасам көгерген, бет ауыздары көгерген, креветтен ұшып кетті, басын ұрып алдым деген сияқты өздерін солай айтатын. Бірақ мен жатқан жатақта Зайнура деген бір ұйғыр әйел болды, 31 жаста, кіші дәрет тоқтамайды. Кіші дәрет деген нәрсе жоқ, ол 4-ші айдың 11-і келген екен. Классқа кетіп бара жатқан кезде екі балағынан кіші дәреті тамып жүреді. Жатақта жатқан кезде көрпеге дәрет қояды. Сол кездерде енді көрпесін біз жуамыз, кей кезде бізді неге жуасыңдар, өзі жуу керек деген сияқты әңгіме айтады. Одан бір ұйғыр апа болды, ол апаның бір аяғы жоқ. Ол апа таяқпен таянып, классқа кетіп бара жатқан жерінен тайып кетіп, мен көтеріп қалған еді. Сен бұл апа нең болады, туысың бола ма, танисың ба деп мені және жолбарыс орындыққа отырғызған. Өзі ауыр мындай білмеймін мен енді, ол тәрбиелі болса сондай зорлай ма, соншылық адам құқығын таптай ма? Және Бүайша деп бір ұйғыр қыз болды, құлақ естімейді, сөйлей алмайды. Соны да сол жолбарыс орындыққа отырғызып, төк таяқпен ұрып, соны да соншылық қинаған кезде ол естімейді ғой, құлақ естімейді. Не ыңдап сөйлей алмайды, соны да бір еркіндігі жоқ қой міне.
Сабыр етіңіз, Жарама, мен кішкене аударып берейін мына кісілерге. So, can you repeat your question, please? I was taking the scribbles, but I don't remember now what you asked.
So, did you ask me to...
Women. Yeah, I know. So, I do not know where those women would be taken, But I know that the women who come back in the morning would also be equally injured. They will have these shiners under their eyes, they would have some red marks and scars and so on. And whenever we asked them where they came from, they would say, oh, I fell off the bed, I just hit myself, walking down the stairs, and so on and so forth. But I would like to say just a few more things. There was this girl, Zinura, 31, and she had this cystitis. She couldn't stop peeing. Like anywhere she walked, she would pee. Actually, the pee would drip from her pants or from her trainers whenever she was, and she would even pee her mattress. She couldn't stop, and you asked about the hospital. There are no hospital. There is no medical care. So she came in this disastrous situation, and no one helped her. There was another older Uyghur woman who didn't with a missing leg, and she couldn't walk. She had to have a cane, and they would kick her, and the cane would fall, and I would go and help her, help her not to fall. And then they would torture me for that. They said, is she a relative? Do you know this woman? How do you know this woman? And they took me to the tiger chair for 24 hours. There was another girl who was deaf and mute at the same time. They would torture her by putting her at the tiger chair and, trying to get something out of her. And she knows nothing. She couldn't explain it because she couldn't even understand what was happening. So they tortured us, right and left. And this is no re-education camp. This is not education. How dare they, break like that our humanity and our dignity? Thank you.
I'm sorry to hear, just one last question. I'm sorry to hear that. I do apologize. Could you just tell me now how you are yourself? Are you back home and able to sleep and do everything?
Bir ayel oldu, denesine bırak koturgap da ketken, sonu kasıp koysa, sonu da töktayakken kol ayağına közüktüp tutup koyadu. Birden o ayelin arkasını birden löngüge sulap, arkasını sıvısıp beremiz. 6. aydan 8. ayga дейін әлгі ayel kiyетін kelip, тура kiyim giyip, aşığında deyip,
Please don't ask her anymore. I think she's had enough. But can you thank her very much for coming here? We're very appreciative.
Do you want me to ask her the last question, or are you okay not asking the last?
Ask anymore. She's too upset. Thank you very much.
Рахмет. Мына былай жүрегіңізге батқаныңызға, тигеніңізге кешірім сұраймыз, бірақ сіздің айтып жатқаныңыз өте маңызды. Көп рахмет бізге келіп куәгерлік сөзіңізді айтқаныңызға. Жарай ма? Рахмет сізге.
Madam Interpreter, Dame Parveen is completely correct, and we'll draw this to a close. But could you not make it clear to Gulzira Awulgan Kizi that if there's anything else she wants to say between now and the end of her evidence, then of course she can, but that otherwise, in combination, her evidence and her witness statement, which we've read, has been very helpful. But if you'd like to make that available to her in as confidential a way as you can between the two of you, that would be helpful.
Sir Jeffrey, what's it
Гүлзира, сіздің көп рахмет айтқан сөзіңізге. Мына сіздің айтқаныңыз бізге жеткілікті. Осыған қосып айтып ештеңе керек емес. Бірақ енді тағы жүрегіңізде бірдеңе қалды, соны айтқаныңыз келсе, онда маған айта аласыз дейді, сол уақытыңызға дейін. Бірақ оның алдында барлық айтып бергеніңіз сол бізге жетеді. Енді куәгерлік сөзіңіз ретінде. Thank you.
Where the tribunal will be offering support.
Yes. Do I take it, Madam Interpreter, that the response, as you understand it, from Gulzira is that she's content to stop her questions and she has nothing she wants to add?
I think she does, but if you want, I can ask her again.
Because, Madam Interpreter, sometimes, despite distress, witnesses actually have something that they really want to get over. So if you can just explain in the most natural and gentle way you can, that will be helpful. Other than that, we'll close it.
Жалпы ресми түрде сұрақтарымыз аяқталды дейді. енді сізді қатты қинамай ақ қояйық, енді жүрегіңіз ауырып бара жатқан соң енді көп онда жаңағы
Мен бір айтатын
сұрамай ақ қояйық. Бірақ айтқыңыз келсе, қалауыңызша қазір бірдеңе айтып қалуға болады. Біз дайынбыз тыңдауға сізді дейді. Айтқыңыз келе ма?
келеді.
Yes, she wants to say something.
Мен 4 рет лагерьде болғанда көбінесе шелекке дәрет қыламыз. Сенбі жексенбі күні шелекте бас уақытта класстар боламыз ғой. Сол кездерде 2018 айдың 5-іміз Құран кітап жай намаздарды өртеген күндеріміз болды. Кейінде бізге ана жатақта қалған кезде Құран кітаптарды есіктің кішкентай несі бар, тамақ беретін. Сол жерден лақтырады, мынаны ал оқыңдар, оқитындарың Құран ба деп. Әлгінде қайда апарамызды білмей, дәрет шелегін апарамыз да оның үстіне дәрет қондырамыз.
Well, the other thing that they did to us was that in all the in one of the 4 camps in 2018, they would make us go to the buckets. They wouldn't have proper toilets, but they would make us go to the buckets. And through this small opening through which they would feed us, send us food, they will throw in Quran books. And they will say, here's your book. You're the ones who can read it. Go and read it. And once you grab the book, they would make you throw it in the bucket and go and do your things on top of Quran.
Оның бәрі бізді ұрып соққан, бізді тәрбиелеген бәрі ұйғыр мен қазақ. Бұл 2026 жылға дейін тәрбиелеу орталығы болады деп айтқан.
And the people whom they're trying to re-educate are Uyghurs and Kazakhs. And the rumor has it that these camps will continue existing till 2026.
Thank you, Gulzira. Your evidence will have been of great assistance to the tribunal. Madam Interpreter, I know you and the witness are, I think, in entirely different parts of the world. I'm not sure. There are counselling facilities available here. I'm not sure how easy to sort it out, but can you explain all that again to the witness? Thank you.
Гүлзира, көп рахмет куәгер ретінде қатысқаныңызға. Сіздің барлық осының алдында айтқан сөзіңіз, қазір сұраққа жауап бергеніңіз мына трибуналға, мына сотқа өте маңызды шешім қабылдауға түбегейлі түрде көрсетеді. Ал осы сұхбаттан кейін сізге ұйымдастырушылар бір жаңағы кішкене не дейді, байсаңдалатын, жағыңызда кішкене отыратын бір сондай кеңес көмек көрсетеді. Сондықтан білуімше жаңағы аудармашы басқа бір жерде отырсыз болсаңыз, басқа бір жерде отырсыз, бірақ енді мүмкін болса сол бір жерде жаңағы 15-20 минутта кішкене сөйлесуге болады.
Мен айтатыным сол жақтағы барлық алсандылықтарды сізбен біздер дүниежүзі адам құқық қорғау орындарынан көмектесулеріңізді сұраймын. Біздің Қазақстанда Қытай елшісінің алдында отбасы екіге бөлінген адамдар жатыр. Түркияда Қытай елшісіне туыстарымыз деген ұлттар жатыр. Соның барлығына дүниежүзі адам құқық қорғау орындарынан көмек сұраймын. Көмектесіңіздерші, ол жақта біздің де сіздің де қандастарымыз жатыр. Тарасик Тасбосағында Қытайдың түрмесінде жатыр. Оны қолдан жасаған Қытайдың шешімінің жауыз саясаты.
Well, the last words that I want to say is I ask the international community, the people of the world, to help and rescue those in those re-education camps. You know, there are people on sitting demonstrations in front of the Chinese embassy in Kazakhstan. There are people like that in Chinese embassy in Turkey. They're all fighting for all those people. And I ask you to help me and, like people like me and my countrymen, the Muslims, Kazakhs, and Uyghurs. And what China is doing is evil.
I'm going to draw this to a close, and so there won't be any more contributions. Can you explain to Gulzira that we are grateful to her for the things she volunteered to say to us, for having the courage and the dignity to do so? And then we will close the screen with such arrangements as may be made for counselling. Thank you. And many thanks to you for the extraordinary level of skill displayed in the interpretation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Осымен сессиямызды аяқтаймыз. Айтқаныңызға көп рахмет. Әрине сіздің айтқаныңызды қабылдаймыз. Енді ары қарай жұмысымызды жалғастырамыз бөлек бөлмеде дейді.
Рахмет сіздерге.
Next witness is Ryan Tom. He's a recall witness.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Rientum is a senior lecturer in East Asian history at the University of Manchester. You will recall he has already provided evidence in our previous set of hearings, and we have recalled him today to answer some supplementary questions. In his report to the tribunal, he had addressed the question of the final purpose of the Chinese policy to dilute the Xinjiang population, that's the Uyghur and the indigenous population. And he also addressed the question around the intent of the boarding schools in the area. I'm not sure, Dr. Tum, whether you have a presentation or whether you would like us to go directly into the questions.
If you'd like, I can summarize the answer that I provided to the panel, or we can go directly to questions, whichever you prefer.
Perfect. So the floor is yours. If you could be brief in your summary, and then we'll enter the questions. Thank you.
So in answer to the first question of the purpose behind the dilution of Uyghur population, particularly in the southern part of Xinjiang, I provided the panel with access to explicit statements that are quite numerous across officialdom and sort of state-supported universities and academics that explain why they see the population structure in southern Xinjiang as a problem. Many of those are made available in a paper that has now come out in a peer-reviewed journal by Adrian Zenz. I also provided some of my own research and some statements that I found myself. And what they all agree on is that changing the population, the demographic structure of Xinjiang is important to long-term party rule in Xinjiang and stability. And that in order to achieve that, assimilation is required, and that the concentration of Uyghurs and the superior numbers of Uyghurs in the south is an obstacle to that assimilation. I focused in my response in particular on the Bingtuan, the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps, which has been probably the main vehicle for bringing settlers into Xinjiang over the last half century or more. Because there we can see a very clear line of orders from Xi Jinping himself, beginning with a speech in 2014, which are then dissected and expounded upon in, for example, a paper by authors from the Bingtuan Party School. So it's a good place to see exactly where this expression of intent comes from, and it's explained in some detail. Most notably, Xi Jinping's speech calls for adjusting the social composition of the population, promoting cultural exchange between ethnic groups, advancing regional coordination, which is pointing to giving the Bingtuan a bigger role in the south, and optimizing population resources, which is further elaborated at lower levels as addressing the problem of the dominance of the Uyghur population and its concentration. I won't talk too much about the second question, which was specifically a question to me about a request for me to provide examples of assimilationist intent that I had mentioned exist in the 2018 report by the Xinjiang Education Department. I provided some working translations of those sections, including the part where they say that the boarding schools are intended to block the influence of the family's religious atmosphere on the children to the greatest extent, that teachers should be recruited primarily based on political quality and ability to teach Chinese, and the emphasis on recruiting Han teachers for boarding schools.
Thank you very much for that and for that very informative summary. I have a few questions, starting, in fact, with the point you have just made about assimilation meaning, from the perspective of Chinese authorities, being a melting pot or as a cultural exchange. And of course, these words, melting pot, cultural exchange, they imply, they connote a constructive exchange. However, from your analysis, you found that in reality, what this policy translates to is far from constructive. In your own words, you say that while almost every element of Uyghur life is under pressure to become more Chinese, virtually no aspect of Han life is under pressure to become more Uyghur. If you could firstly just expand a little about that. It's not really an exchange, therefore, we're speaking about, is it?
That's right. I think an excellent example is the demolition of Uyghur homes and the redecorating of Uyghur homes, which is a policy in many parts of southern Xinjiang now, whereby Uyghurs are compelled to remove the sorts of beds that they normally use, where people will sleep together or do homework together or things like that, and replace them with the so-called modern beds, which are of the sort that are used across the rest of China. We see no examples of Han people being forced to install a Uyghur-style furniture or Uyghur-style bed. We also see, of course, the compulsory education in Chinese, not just in classes within the schools, but there's very clear instructions that that Chinese should be the language of communication within the schools. There are no schools that do this for Han people to learn Uyghur.
Thank you for that. And you also explained, therefore, that the ultimate purpose of this policy is control of the Xinjiang province, Xinjiang area, by the central government, and the means of reaching that ultimate goal is assimilation. So if we have a look at this graph you've put on screen now, we currently see a number of yellow dots that are Han areas and a number of blue dots that are Uyghur areas, together with some others. How will that map look once this assimilation project is accomplished?
That's a very interesting question. It's hard to predict where Chinese ethnic policy will go if they achieve the kind of assimilation they're seeking. Identity is not solely based on cultural content. People maintain ethnic borders between themselves and others, even when they share all or nearly all of their cultural content. So it is conceivable that after if the Chinese government achieves its assimilationist goals, which appear to be Uyghurs all speaking Chinese as their strongest language, living in houses that look like Han Chinese houses, not practicing Islam, etc., it's quite conceivable that they would maintain an Uyghur identity. And for the moment, the state seems to be resisting calls from some academics within China to eliminate the ethnic, the ethnonym, the ethnic name from identity cards. So much of the new ethnic policy that's been adopted comes from a set of academics who propound what is usually called this here the second generation ethnic policy. A lot of those want to actually eliminate the ethnic term from identity cards, but the central authorities have rejected that. So at the moment, they seem to be leaving room for a persistence of identification. However, I don't think there's any reason to assume that they would that they would maintain that stance into the future, in which case you could have all the dots be one color, which would be the Zhonghua people, not the Han nor the Uyghur, but the Zhonghua people.
Thank you for that. Just to press a bit further, therefore, yes, so indeed, plans may not, things may not always go to plan, and sometimes other events may intervene, and the resilience of the Uyghur people themselves could help maintain the blue dots there. But in terms of the intention now of the government, the intention is very much for the majority of those dots in Xinjiang to be, you're saying, neither yellow nor blue. It's a merge, is that correct?
Yes, I would say the intention at present, or at least when these documents came out, is to have the yellow dots outnumber the purple dots, to have the purple dots spread out. Some of them moved to the interior of China, many of them moved up into the north, so that the dots don't have this divide that you see. So I think the ideal that they're expressing is that the yellow dots would outnumber the purple, and that they would be sort of evenly intermixed. That's an intermediary stage to the fuller goal of assimilation. That is a means to assimilation. They see that concentration as a barrier to assimilation.
Thank you for that. I've got just two more questions relating now to your work on boarding schools. Now, in your report, you refer to compulsory boarding schools, which, as you say in the report, but you also said again today, they aim to block the influence of the family's religious atmosphere on the children, and to re-educate and re-socialize, perhaps, these children into Han Chinese culture. This is done by, for instance, promoting a culture of comprehensive use of Mandarin. So perhaps if you could speak a little more about this ultimate purpose of these boarding schools, and perhaps if you could reflect on whether there could be any other ultimate purposes for them, such as advancing the education of the children going to the school. Is that conceivably one of the purposes?
I think that is conceivably one of the purposes. I don't think it's the main purpose, because this report comes in a compilation of reports from many, I think all of the different provinces and regions in China. There's only one report in that compilation that emphasizes the construction of boarding schools, and that's Xinjiang. So none of the other provinces have seen an expansion of boarding schools as crucial to improving educational outcomes, and that includes Tibet. So I don't think it's really plausible to think of that as a main intent. Although, even 10 years ago, there were a lot of Uyghur parents who voluntarily sent their children to Mandarin-speaking schools because it would give them better employment prospects. So for sure there can be some benefit to knowing Chinese, but I doubt that any of the parents would think there is a benefit in essentially having their children raised as Han Chinese. And while the documents do not speak of the sort of cultural material that's promoted in these schools, we have plenty of evidence from news reports within China and without of students celebrating Han Chinese holidays, reading Confucian texts, and of course, like everyone else, all the children everywhere, they will have to study Xi Jinping thought.
Thank you. Okay, so let us, as you put it in your report, the main purpose then is this resocialization into Han Chinese culture. And first and foremost, is this resocialization meant to be temporary or permanent on the children?
In my opinion, it's meant to be permanent.
Okay. So, and now perhaps I'm asking you to look both into the future, but also into the intention behind these boarding schools then, if it is intended to be permanent. Could you reflect a little for us on what kind of adults will these children sent to these boarding schools become? And in particular, do you think, will they see themselves as Uyghurs, firstly? And to what extent, for instance, will, for example, Uyghur religion and Uyghur culture be able to survive through these children from these boarding schools in the future?
We have some good evidence from the past that can give us some insight into that. There are two groups of two populations that have experienced something somewhat similar. One is the so-called Xinjiang class of Uyghur students who go to the East Coast in China and study in boarding schools there. The other is what's known as Minkhao Han. These are Uyghurs who, for decades, have been doing their education in the Chinese system, in Mandarin. It literally means ethnicities testing in the Han way. And among both of those populations, the adults still think of themselves as Uyghurs, by and large. This is not a topic of research for me, but I can say anecdotally, meeting Minkhao Han, they often are better in Chinese than in Uyghur language. Many of them cannot write in Uyghur, can only speak it. And there's often a lot of anxiety about not being as familiar with the culture that they identify with as Uyghurs who went through Uyghur language education. But I also just think as a historian, looking at assimilation projects around the world, you find that even when people are put through this kind of intense assimilationist program, they tend to still identify as not being a member of the majority ethnicity at the least, and that is something that is not just a choice, although they often choose to do that, but something that's enforced upon them by the dominant group. And I expect that these adults will still suffer, no matter how much they are assimilated to Han Chinese ways of life, they will still suffer discrimination for being Uyghur.
Thank you. Very quick final question, and I'll hand you over to the panel. So, but just to clarify, therefore, from historic precedents, they will find it hard to identify with the majority group. How easy or difficult will it be for them to identify with the minority group, in this case, the Uyghurs?
I mean, in the case of the Minkhao Han, they often face difficulties in both directions. So, you know, Uyghurs who are not Minkhao Han will sometimes, you know, see them as not fully Uyghur or not real Uyghurs, or yeah.
Thank you. I'll hand you over to the panel now. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us again today. So if we thought about what goes beyond assimilation, and that the objective is not to turn Uyghurs into Han, but actually to create a subservient citizen, subservient class. And there is arguably reasonable evidence in regard to that. Removal of many of the rights of citizens is endemic. So if that was the case, and you now no longer thought about this map in yellow and blue, but all the blues become a sort of very pale grey. That gives you a very different context and imagery around where this might end up. Does that resonate at all?
Yes, I mean, I think you make a good point that beyond the question of re-engineering or destroying the Uyghur identity, there is a process of creating this kind of underclass, which, you know, Uyghurs suffered terrible discrimination before this latest turn to repression. But obviously, as you mentioned, they've been many of the sort of ordinary rights, for example, to have a trial when you are detained, have disappeared for this group. Yeah, gray dots. I think, you know, if we take ethnicity out of the picture, then yeah, I think that makes some sense. But I think the probably the intent, the vision, at least the vision that appears from these speeches and analyses of the speeches is maybe that they're all red dots, that they're all yellow dots, that they're all one color.
Thank you. And in your report previously, you've talked about, as we've just discussed, the intent being, however you want to describe it, population optimization leading to assimilation, and so on. So that's an intent. And you've talked about the motive as being that of security. But would you think that there might be other motives? And you know, history provides plenty of examples. So land appropriation, resources appropriation, exactly what, as we discussed just as one of our witnesses, one of our expert witnesses talked about yesterday, the indigenous population in America. It could be slave labor, it could be a whole bunch of things. Does that make any sense?
Yes, absolutely. I've so far only been discussing the stated intent. There is plenty of evidence of other motives or incentives. It's hard to disentangle which of them are sort of primary motivating factors and which of them are opportunistic. There has not yet been systematic research that I'm aware of on land grabs, but I've seen a whole lot of anecdotal evidence of this all over Xinjiang. People who are taken to the internment camps have their land taken. There are demolitions of Uyghur villages going on at an enormous pace. The old towns of all the cities and small towns in the southern ring road of the southern curving road in the south have all been demolished. People are being moved out of farming into, villages are being moved into so-called modern villages and being destroyed. And then of course you have the use of Uyghurs to fill in the labor gap that China is experiencing. Some analysts would say that the sense of Xinjiang as an important corridor for trade, if China can get a steady trade going through Pakistan to Pakistan's Gwadar port, is important. I'm not so sure how connected that is to what we're seeing here, but there are lots of economic reasons that go along with this, or economic opportunities for powerful Han people to take the property of Uyghurs.
And then my final question really is, could you shed any light on the power structure of the Bingtuan? Is it a regional force of some autonomy? or is it an agent of the central government? And so is it possible to imagine that the execution of its policy in the region could have been independently founded, or is it more likely that its power source and its policy emanates from possibly all the way to the top in Beijing?
It is absolutely beholden to Beijing. It must follow orders from Beijing. I'm not an expert on its power, on its bureaucratic structures, but it roughly serves as kind of a provincial level entity of its own, but bears a similar responsibility to following the central orders. And I'll read for you something that I just ran across recently. This is a response to Xi Jinping's 2014 speech on the new direction for the Bingtuan, which should focus more on population dilution. The Bingtuan Party Committee attaches great importance to studying, understanding, and implementing the spirit of General Secretary Xi Jinping's important speech. The propaganda department actively organizes Bingtuan experts and scholars to study the spirit of the speech and to write theoretical articles. The Bingtuan Daily attaches great importance to the publication of theoretical articles on studying and implementing the spirit of General Secretary Xi Jinping's important speech. And this is published in Qiushi, this very important central journal for ideology, and Qiushi will continue to publish relevant articles for readers.
Start again. And this is a really urgent question, and if the witness wouldn't mind having his time truncated, I'd be quite content in the general interest in ending this here. Very quick.
Yeah, regarding the Han immigrants, could you say anything about their composition? Are they, for instance, mainly young men? Is there any information that you can give us on that?
The information that I know is not detailed enough to give you much on that. I mean, traditionally, it has been mainly men, and it was an enormous problem for the Bingtuan in the 50s and 60s, and there were big efforts to bring women against their will to the Bingtuan. Who is responding to the calls right now is something I can't answer.
Thank you very much for coming to give evidence a second time. You've been extremely helpful on both occasions, and I have no doubt that your evidence will feature in our final decision. Forgive us for being, is it tired and or busy? I don't know, both, but if we can finish a little early, we will, so thank you again very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Sabi, will you, by any chance, if we are due to have a break, are we about to have a break?
Yes, sir.
Would you think it a good idea to have a 10-minute break to reduce the next two witnesses to 50 minutes each, in order to allow everything to get done that has to be done?
Yes, we can reduce Mr. Irwin's evidence by 50 to 50, but it is already, yeah. But I'm afraid for Dr. Zenz, we need the full time.
Yes.
So if we break for 10 minutes.
Right, then that is exactly 20 minutes past.
This is Peter Irvine. Peter Irvine is the Senior Program Officer for Advocacy and Communications at Uyghur Human Rights Project. He is the author of Islam Dispossessed on China's Persecution of Uyghurs, Religious Figures, Seeking a Place to Breathe. UHRP has compiled a data set which contains cases of intellectuals detained by the state that includes 1,046 Turkic imams and religious figures, 76 university scholars, including the president of Xinjiang University, 45 members of textbook publishers, 18 physicians, doctors, 48 writers, poets, and artists, and 73 professionals. Mr. Irvine concludes that the repression of intellectuals illustrates PRC's goal for forcibly assimilating Uyghurs. Thank you, Mr. Irvine, for joining us. Would you please explain to the tribunal the methodology that you have employed and the verification process? The tribunal has received your full report, and unfortunately, we are always pressed for time, so I appreciate if you go through that very briefly.
Sure, thanks. Thank you for the tribunal for inviting me. Happy to speak about the methodology. So I'll split this into two. It's based on two reports. One is the detention, imprisonment, and disappearance of imams and religious figures. The other is on intellectuals, and we define intellectuals as prominent members of Uyghur or Kazakh society, influential figures in society. So on the imam cases in particular, imams and religious figures, we drew up a data set of 1,046 cases. This data set is based on data compiled by four sources primarily. First is the Uyghur Transitional Justice Database, which you heard from yesterday. 291 of the cases in this data set are from this database. Secondly, from the Xinjiang Victims Database, we had 259 cases.
Can you please bring the microphone closer to yourself and speak to the microphone? Thank you.
Sure. As I said, secondly, the Xinjiang Victims Database. Thirdly, it was from research from a Uyghur scholar, Abdueli Ayup, based in Norway. We had 480 cases from him. I can go into a little bit more detail about this, but for him, he spoke to direct contacts, relatives, and associates of these people. He looked at the Karakash and Aksu list, Chinese government websites, but primarily his organization, between December 2019 and May 2020, they compiled a list of 4,577 cases in general, not just religious figures, but cases of people who had been detained based on interviews in Turkey primarily. And then the fourth source, which is a bit smaller, not so many cases, I believe 16, came from the U.S. Congressional Executive Commission on China's Political Prisoner Database. I can go a little bit into the data on this as well. I mean, there were a number of cases essentially that we didn't use, that I made the decision not to use based on the fact that there was not sufficient evidence or sufficient information as part of the cases that had been submitted. But just to take you through in terms of what was actually contained in these cases, 100% of the cases included a name, occupation, and gender. 88% included the prefecture, so the location of the people who had been detained. 64% information on the status, so whether they had been detained in a camp, imprisoned, or had disappeared. 57% included information on the date of detention, 57% on the birth year of the person in detention or imprisoned, 30% the reason for detention or imprisonment, sentencing, 24% on the place of detention or sentencing, and 18% on the mosque affiliation of the religious figures themselves. We, of course, took steps to try our best to corroborate this data. 10% of the cases did have information coming from at least 2 sources in the databases. We also made sure to cross-check the data from multiple sources to ensure, of course, we didn't have multiple duplicate cases within the larger data set. And then moving on, I would say, I mean, we did another check. We basically looked to, just to make ourselves a little more comfortable, we looked at essentially other indicators like the proportion of the percentage of Turkic peoples living in each prefecture, and we compared that with the data set. So we had case information about where these people were, and we compared that with the percentage of Uyghur, or rather Turkic people living across the regions. For example, 14.7% of the individuals in our data set come from Ili prefecture, whereas the Turkic population in that prefecture makes up 15.6% of the total regional Turkic population, so it's close. Another example, 4.4% of the data set is from Kizilsu, whereas the prefecture makes up 4.3% of the regional total. There was one outlier, Kashgar prefecture, the numbers were a little bit off for this. Our data set had about 17% of people from Kashgar made up about 17% of the data set, whereas the Turkic population across the region makes up about 32% of the total, so Turkic population across the entire region. So those were some steps we took for this data set. I will say that we took as many steps as we possibly could. The nature, as you likely know from the past few days, the nature of accessing information and determining these cases and confirming cases is very difficult. We have taken steps to ensure that it is our best guess, an estimate of the cases that we have here. I would also say that this is not, very likely there are more people, more imams and religious figures detained. These are simply the ones we have actual, sufficient information on these cases to make an estimate. On the intellectual side, so I would say I'm not the author of this report. It's also a forthcoming report for UHRP. UHRP has put 3 reports out on the detention of intellectual figures. We continue to update, given that, it's a fluid situation. More intellectuals are being detained and more information is being accrued basically on the detention of these figures. But this derives primarily from a data set and information coming from Uyghur scholar also Abdu Ali Ayub, who's done his research on this. He used interviews with Uyghur diaspora members, of course. He examined government documents. So one way he was able to find a lot of the information, or some of the information at least, on detention of people from universities, so scholars in particular, he noticed that when scholars had been confirmed detained, and you see this in state media, they removed their name, of course, from the university's website. Again, this isn't the only thing we would do, but it's one extra check we took. And again, he would get sort of hints in one direction or the other, and he would try to find corroborating evidence, speak to family members abroad, especially in Turkey. Again, he's done extensive research in Turkey, and he has connections, of course, to the Uyghur community around the world. So I guess that would be the end of the section on methodology. I can answer any other questions, but that's by and large how we approach this.
Thank you, Mr. Arun. In respect of those detainees for whom you have the reason for arrest, I assume for the religious ones, imams and religious figures, it would be extremism. What would be the main reason for arrest of other intellectuals, especially university professors and scholars?
Yeah, on the religious side, all of the cases were for religious reasons, and I do have slides on this. Actually, I could, if we skip ahead a few slides. Do I have a controller here? This is for imams and religious figures.
Yes.
So these are the alleged charges for which there's data on these cases. Not all, so primarily it's religious affiliation, as you would expect. Generally, having an affiliation to religion can have you detained. But interesting enough, and I will come to the question, but teaching religion to children as well, about 20% of the cases, officiating a wedding, for example. Partly the reason for that is I think that imams and religious figures have been pushed to the side, and they're not able in some ways to in their sermons, for example, they cannot include things. Weddings and funerals, for example, had been a space through which Uyghur imams and Kazakh imams had been able to practice sort of outside the bounds of state control or surveillance. But to the intellectual point, yeah, I think primarily this began, and you see this in a number of the cases, it began in around 2014. If I can just grab my notes on this, it's often this two-faced charge of being a two-faced official. So to be fair, I don't think there typically isn't very much information on why these people are detained, to be honest, and sentencing information is fairly limited. If you just bear with me. So quite often, so I do have it right here, apologies. So there's a few reasons I would say. But the two-faced official charge is pretty consistent in a number of these cases. It began as a feature of the Strike Hard campaign in 2014. There is a quote, and you've probably heard it throughout the tribunal and elsewhere in the press. It's from a Chinese official. He said, break their lineage, break their roots, break their connections, and break their origins. Quite often people forget the second sentence in this quote. It is completely shovel up the roots of two-faced people, dig them out, and vow to fight these two-faced people until the end. Right? That was in 2017. What this essentially means, now, two-faced charges have been leveled in the past for things like corruption, for example. In this case, it seems to be about insufficient loyalty to the Communist Party. So these are state officials who are being charged. So people like, the Xinjiang University president, or people who are actually the, directors of the Xinjiang Education Department, things like this. They're being charged for being two-faced. But they're being charged for separatism in many of the cases. So separatism is the charge that comes up quite often. There's very few details beyond that. But essentially, the evidence shows, we interpret the evidence as that they are not sufficiently loyal to the Communist Party. They are supposedly loyal to their Uyghur ethnic group, and they should not be putting that first. So that's the evidence we have.
Thanks. In your report, you say that most of the 1,046 imams and religious figures in your data set were likely to be approved to their position by the state. Now, how can that sit well with the fact that they have now been arrested, although they have been approved by the state to become imams or to teach or to pray or to officiate a wedding, but we see that as part of the crimes committed by them?
Yeah, that was one of the things that came out of the data set as well, which was interesting. And I think it shows the nature, and the subject of the report that I provided to the tribunal was to make the case for eliticide, basically the targeting specifically of intellectuals and these kind of prominent figures. Yes, the imams had to be approved by the state. Then this began in the 1990s. So in the 1980s, for context, there was a bit of an opening period where Uyghurs were able to practice religion to a certain extent, relatively speaking. By the 1990s, this changed pretty dramatically. So two features of the 1990s that are important to notice is that they now need to be approved by the state. There were purges of officials, or purges of imams in the 1990s. The second feature is that they have to go through training courses. So essentially all Islamic figures, religious figures, imams who are taking up these duties in the mosque, they have to go through training processes and be approved. But this changed, and that's why I mentioned eliticide, because scholars speak in terms of sort of the ascriptive nature of victimization, where you can't really, it's inescapable. You're a victim. You're being targeted essentially not for what you say or what you write, but for what you are, what you represent, and also for what you used to be. And this is also a point that comes out in the data set as well. But there was a shift really beginning in around 2016, where the imams were sentenced, fairly arbitrarily with the introduction of things like the second-generation nationalities policies, for example. The other thing that came out in the data set too was Uyghur imams. Kazakh imams made up about 17% of the data set as well, so it's not just Uyghurs. But they are being sentenced for things that happened 10 years ago.
Closer. Can you put the microphone closer to you?
Apologies, yeah. But they've been sentenced for things they had done in the past, right? But again, I think I want to stress the point that intellectuals, religious figures, both of these kinds of groups are being sentenced, targeted and sentenced, sometimes detained in camps, again, not for what they do, not for their actions, but for what they represent for the Uyghur people and what they represent in relation to the Chinese Communist Party, for example, or the Chinese party state.
Thank you. This morning, one of our witnesses, Mr. Charles Parton, who had been posted to Beijing for some time, quoted from President Xi that to destroy a nation, you have to destroy its history. Do you think that this eliticide, as you call it, is a step in the direction of depriving Uyghurs of their history and culture?
Absolutely, and this comes out, I can give a number of examples, but again, one parallel in history I would point to is the Soviet and Nazi occupation of Poland. This very thing happened. Now, it was the physical killing of Polish elites, for example, that took place. In this case, for Uyghurs, it's not mass killing, it's essentially incapacitation, right? So they're taking them out of the social system by detaining them. But one example, I would absolutely agree with that. I think Uyghur textbooks for middle schools and primary schools. And then this was one case that where we have evidence, or CGTN, the Chinese state media, had a long documentary on this, and it mentions Sattar Sawut, who I believe, he was the director, I believe, of the Xinjiang Education Department. And it basically, he was charged in 2017, and then 5 others were charged at the same time. And there's essentially a forced confession. You heard about forced confessions this morning, and it shows him, who has been sentenced to death, by the way, on a suspended sentence, because he allegedly had directed his members of the Xinjiang Education Department to insert essentially more Turkic figures into the textbooks. So these textbooks for middle schools and primary schools published in 2003 and 2009, but not until 2016 did they actually, file these charges. They said, okay, we're going to go back to 2003, and they supposedly did an investigation. This what comes out in the documentary about him directing his staff, people like his deputy, Alamjan Nemetimin, as well as 2 former heads of the Xinjiang Education Press. They're textbook publishers. Publishers have been targeted as well, which you'll see in the report, as well as 2 editors, so Yalkun Rozi and Waijan Osman. These last 2 were sentenced to 15 years in prison. His deputy was sentenced to life, and these other 2 people were sentenced to life. So they were targeting essentially the textbooks. They saw things that supposedly had to do with separatism. Now, if you watch the documentary, the only thing they show, they do a lot of panned shots over the textbooks themselves. They show, I believe, a member of the leadership during one of the first or the second East Turkestan republics. That's the only evidence they really actually show to the audience, and they say it's promoting separatism and religious extremism. So that's a pretty good example to show you the way in which they're targeting children through this process, through publishing houses in particular.
Thank you very much. The tribunal will have some questions for you.
Thank you very much for the evidence you provided in writing. I have one question I'd like to follow up on the methodology. You've highlighted some of the limitations of relying on others' data sets, but I see that you also carried out interviews with former imams, and I wonder whether any of those interviews were with imams who were themselves detained previously, and also what you actually learnt specifically from that type of fresh collection of data.
Yes, thanks for the question. That was one aspect of the methodology outside of the data collection in terms of the data set. We spoke to 5 Uyghur imams. They're all outside of China now, of course, and they spoke anonymously to us. We learned a lot of things. I think one thing we did learn is, contextually speaking, what we wanted to know is what was happening to imams in the 1990s and 2000s, what was leading up to what was basically mass detention of these figures. Now, all of them left before 2015. Many of them fled essentially 2014, 2015, 2016 before things escalated further. Had they been detained, I believe at least one of them had been detained for a little while. To be fair, I think a lot of these figures, some of them go in and out of prison or some of these detention centers in the 1990s. That was kind of a feature. A lot of people had experienced this, imams in particular. I would have to check the source report on that. I can't quite remember if they had been detained, certainly not for a long period of time, but they sort of had the sense that they needed to leave. But back to the point about what we know or what we learned from them, again, essentially it was what was happening to these figures, and I wanted to know from their perspective. We also wanted to know how they responded to these kinds of restrictions in the 90s and 2000s. For example, they would go to they would call them either education courses or patriotic education courses specifically for imams. They go for 15 days or 30 days. They go to Urumqi, the capital, for example, or to a city. They sit down, and there'd be people basically telling them that you need to ensure that your preaching is in line with, Chinese values of the Chinese Communist Party. And I asked them, I said, look, did you actually take this in? Was this something that you actually influenced the way in which you taught? And they said, well, we went there. We had our piece of paper in front of us and our pen, we wrote some notes down, and they essentially just, went through the motions, and then they went back to their home area, and they attempted to continue to practice as they were before, keeping in mind essentially that there's additional pressure. One feature also is the way in which I think they responded to the restrictions in some pretty creative ways. You know, there's underground resistance you see in many societies when there's this kind of repression. You know, I don't want to disclose exactly what their methods were, but they found ways of basically continuing to teach children, for example. But it got to the point where they just couldn't anymore, and that's why they fled. The surveillance, the ubiquitous surveillance, the control, pressure, detentions, detaining people associated simply for these figures, that was a big thing too. One imam told us that all of his close associates basically were detained after he fled the region because he would have been charged with, you know, leaving the country, for example. So that's the nature of, that's some of the things that came out of this testimony. I think it was quite important to look at.
Thank you. And moving to the intellectuals, you've already alluded to other societies and other experiences of intellectuals being detained or removed to reduce, to threaten collective memory. I wonder if you could, whether you would argue that in Uyghur society, these intellectuals play a specifically important role compared with other societies, and secondly, whether the removal of this class of people, of intellectuals, constitutes a crime against the whole group.
Yeah, I think on the first question, are Uyghur intellectuals perhaps more influential in their society? I think when you have a smaller group of people within a defined area, perhaps that could be true. I think, especially, I mean, also things like oral traditions and writings, I think, you know, it's been fairly confined. I mean, you know, Uyghur diaspora exists around the world, as we know, in places like Central Asia and Turkey in particular. But I think one of the issues is that when you have everything, all the books and all the people who, for the most part, many of the people are still there, when you detain them and confine them, it's a little bit easier, I guess. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't think necessarily, comparatively, they're necessarily more influential, but certainly influential in their own societies. The second part of the question was?
Sorry, whether you see the removal of this class of people, of intellectuals, as constituting a crime against the wider group, namely Uyghurs.
Yes, absolutely. I think one thing to keep in mind that I hadn't mentioned yet is that in one sense you don't necessarily need to detain every single intellectual, every single figure. One purpose of this campaign, and we've seen this in the evidence and in the data set, is that they are detaining these figures in a sense to send a signal, to send a message to the rest of the intellectual class. Now, I wouldn't put Ilham Tohti, for example, necessarily in the same category as the data set we have. He in some ways was an outlier. I think in 2014, he was a prominent economist arrested, sentenced to life in 2014. But that sent a signal as well. I think that first sent a signal to all intellectuals in the country, scholars in particular, not everybody necessarily, that there is a line that you cannot cross. Now, he didn't, I don't think by any proper moral standards, he crossed any kind of line. He was trying to bring people together to speak and to reconcile. But by 2016, I think when you have such significant detentions of so many of these figures, right? These are not nobodies. I just have a list. It's based on data, so it's a bit hard to keep this all in my head here. But these are not nobodies. This is, the president of Xinjiang University, if I may, just because I think it's very important. Tashpolat Tayyip, for example, suspended death sentence. His successor was in his place for 1 year. He was also sentenced, or he was also detained. You have the vice rector at Xinjiang University, the former vice president of Xinjiang University, the president of Xinjiang Medical University, the vice president of the affiliated hospital of Xinjiang Medical University, the dean of the Department of Uyghur Traditional Medicine. You have the former director of the Xinjiang Education Department, who I mentioned, and his staff, former head of the Xinjiang Department of Justice, also sentenced to death. Detention of many of those at the publishers, the publications, these people are being targeted for a reason because it shows the rest of them. There are certainly people still working at these departments. Intellectuals are not all going to be detained, but absolutely when you detain these kinds of people whom I just mentioned, you know how far you can go. you know you can't cross a certain line. And again, going back to this ascriptive nature of victimization, they don't know what the line is, because they are going to be a victim of the state based on who they are, not what they do. Right? So it's just, and that makes it even more pernicious, I think, that there is nothing you can really do to escape this, unless you're just not Uyghur anymore, right?
Okay, so I was wondering, before you just spoke, what is the gain to the state of disappearances, particularly of people who are expressing loyalty to the party and finding that balance with their independent intellectual thought? So is the gain to the state effectively creating fear in the population, or what?
The gain or the gain?
What is the gain?
Yeah.
What is the benefit to the state?
Well, as I mentioned, partly it is the signaling. You're signaling to the rest of the population. I think instilling fear is important as well, is to keep people afraid and unsure, uncertain about their fate. I don't think there is space for these kind of figures anymore to have any kind of independent thought. There just isn't. I mean, it's just, you are sort of cowering in the face of the Chinese authorities who are forcing you to pledge loyalty. It's humiliating as well. I think that's part of it, is a sort of national humiliation of the Uyghur people, and I think it's sort of partly power, but again, I think it's signaling as well.
You've spelt out that many of those who published and wrote these textbooks between 2003 and 2009 were at the time, these books were approved by the state. They went through a censorship procedure, and now the very same people have been detained for something they did with earlier approval. I'd like to focus on the outcome of these changes in textbooks, particularly on the next generation, and to think about what is the impact on that next generation of this change in the transmission of culture and history. What's the effect on school children, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think this is really, really important, because it's not only school children in terms of the transmission of culture, but also including religion. So if I can briefly mention religion here, is that, I mean, children under the age of 18 cannot go to the mosque, for example. The regulation on religious affairs in 2017, the amendments made it illegal essentially to teach, and you see this here, teaching religion to children is now illegal. So they've constricted the practice and the transmission of religious knowledge to only state-sanctioned, state-controlled mosques with, state-approved, state-controlled imams who are essentially preaching what is a state-written sermon. So that's on the religious side of things. So children essentially are deprived completely of the ability to learn religion. You have to go to these very state-controlled Islamic schools, which do exist, and I can speak more about why they exist. Right, so there's constriction there. So children are able to, receive any kind of religious knowledge at all outside of the state control. In terms of the textbooks, so I would say, as far as I know, it was just editions of a textbook, so one in 2003, one in 2009, and I guess they were going to update it in 2016, and that's when the decision was made to sentence these figures. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think if the line is that you can't even teach the history at all, if the fact that Uyghurs had East Turkestan independent republics too in the 1930s and 40s, which existed, it's a fact, they're scrubbing the textbooks of history completely. I mean, you can't even, so as I go back to Sattar Sawut, he was accused of directing his staff to include more Turkic heroes in these books. I mean, again, we don't have a copy of this book, but it doesn't seem like there are that many. I think one is too many. You can't even teach the history. So that's one implication, is that you just, publishing houses essentially in the Uyghur language are just going to be afraid to touch anything that even has anything to do with Uyghur culture. Because if you can't even teach facts in history, and not even, things that they're not promoting any kind of separatism and things like this, but it seems that everything is just simply under the control of the government now, and it's going to be promoting only a Han-centric narrative on, the history of the country. And other testifiers yesterday had spoken about, I think Darren Byler perhaps, about just actually altering the way in which history is taught. So, and they do this through officials as well, teaching them that actually Uyghurs are not Turkic people. They're actually Chinese. There's blood, mixed blood, things like this. I have a quote here somewhere, but that's pretty concerning as well. It's just actually not only silencing and scrubbing history books, but actually altering them in ways that are just not factually correct at all.
So is this just part of a process of assimilation? You've used the word assimilation, or is it something else in your opinion?
It is assimilation at the very least. It's forcible assimilation, but I don't know if we've seen this, or haven't really seen this in history. There are not perhaps too many examples. It is assimilation, but it takes there's a different nature. There's a pernicious nature to the means by which they're doing it. They're not being asked to assimilate. They're being told that they have to, otherwise they'll go to prison for life or get a death sentence, essentially. I think that's what's going on here, and that's why we say eliticide is the method by which they're doing it, at least based on the reports that we have submitted.
So we have forced assimilation from your judgment. In terms of the other group, the others in this group, can you explain what the threat of writers, of arresting, detaining writers, singers, and other kinds of artists, what threat do these people pose to the state, first of all, in relation to the Uyghur people?
I guess it depends on who's. In my view, of course, there is no threat, but for the Chinese government, I assume is the question. The threat is, so artists in particular, so you think poets, a lot of poets in this list, poets, writers, people, singers, because they're the culture bearers. They're the ones who hold the knowledge, the Uyghur culture in their head, and they're the ones who adapt it and build on it and change it over time. These are the kinds of people whom also are just prominent figures, who in any society are the people that people look to develop the culture and move it forward in some ways and build on it. It is prominent people and artists in particular. Everybody reads books, everybody listens to music, everybody, reads poetry in some cases. The threat is the perceived threat that these people will carry the Uyghur culture forward. Perhaps maybe I shouldn't accept the fact that they're threatened necessarily by this. They want to get rid of it because they want everybody to conform to this Han-centric notion of culture and scrub the rest of it.
So finally, you've got education, you've got culture, you've got religion, and in all these areas, people are detained, restricted. The intersection of these, is this still in your mind, this is forced assimilation, or does it constitute a crime?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I note your definition of intellectuals, which I intriguingly noted didn't include lawyers. It's quite a fair-sized body of people. And I wonder, do you have a feel for what is the percentage, rather than just that absolute number, what's the percentage of intellectuals that have been detained, and how does this compare to the proportion that have been detained amongst the non-intellectual population?
That's a very good question, and it's something that I suspected would come up, and I fear I don't have a great answer in terms of, because in some ways it depends on the way in which you define it. So how broadly you define it, because I think we have in the data set people who are state officials who work in government departments, for example. We do consider these intellectual figures or prominent figures who have some kind of influence in society, people who have degrees and things like this. So I don't think I'm in a position to estimate the proportion of intellectuals. I just simply don't know that. We tried to present as many cases as we could.
But is it higher than non-intellectuals?
I think one distinguishing feature is not necessarily the detention or imprisonment of intellectuals versus non-intellectuals. It's the nature of the detention. So it's the harshness of the detention. People are being sentenced to death for separatism. This is happening much more. It's much more prevalent in the intellectual cases. You don't hear too many cases of people being arrested for separatism charges of the general public who are being sentenced to death. So whereas I see where you're going with the question is to say, how do we know they're essentially targeting these people? And I tried to sort of demonstrate that by naming the individuals, but I think it's the nature of the detentions and imprisonment. It's how many years these people are going to jail for and the kinds of examples they're made of, I suppose.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir Geoffrey. The decimation of intellectuals by an invading country has been done before, so there's a precedence for this. We're now in the 21st century. There's no doubt that all these intellectuals, academics, musicians, and so on will have a huge worldwide contact list. You know, we all have contacts around the world. So wouldn't the sudden disappearance of a whole host of them really worry PRC? Because the people get to know, other intellectuals worldwide will get to know what's happening.
I suppose I wonder why would they worry? Why would they worry?
They would
why
worry
would the PRC
because internationally it'll get known that what they're doing, basically.
Well, I mean, they did it anyway. That's the fact. I mean, yes, a lot of these people, I mean, there's people in this room who work with people like Rahila Dawood, for example, who disappeared in 2017. There's people who work with many of these intellectual figures. They didn't seem to be worried because they did it anyway. Maybe I'm misinterpreting your question.
No, I think, yeah, perhaps I'm just not putting myself clearly. These people are the leaders of the country, of the Uyghurs. They have huge contacts internationally. They've exchanged students, they've helped with research, etc., etc. Surely by removing all of them, because they removed a huge chunk, so it will be known academically that these people have gone. And this will just raise the, you know, the point that what's happening to them. I mean, people will get to know what's happening to them. They're either disappearing because they've been put to death or they've gone into detention and are not heard of again. So surely this is actually almost perpetuating what they don't want to perpetuate, which is trying to say what a wonderful country they are. Yeah,
I would agree with that. I think, I mean, I do research, but I also do advocacy, and I think they didn't seem to worry about this. And at the same time, I think the international community didn't respond very quickly when these people were detained, because they began being detained in 2016. And there was very little response to, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 figures, but the number continued to grow. Yeah, I mean, simply I don't think they did worry too much.
It certainly had a decimating effect in a country that I can remember this happening.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the case of Poland, for example, scholars say that it set the country back 10 or 20 years. I mean, and I would say comparing, you know, historical examples are tricky because, of course, in that case, to put it bluntly, they would take the intelligentsia into the forest and kill them. In this case, there's not mass killing on this level. Well, there are death sentences, of course, but it's a form of state violence, maybe perhaps a little bit more subtle. Yeah, I think it of course would put back the identity, the Uyghur identity, you know, 10 or 20 years if it continues, or, you know, set it back to a point where it's no longer recognizable. Or
we're just thinking much more of the reputation. I mean, of course it'll do that. We know about the Katyn Forest, we know about Pakistan and so on. But what I'm just thinking of the reputational damage that it's doing to the country.
I mean,
but before what you're saying, it doesn't matter. I mean, I would have thought it'd matter hugely.
I would have thought that too, but it doesn't seem to, does it? Well, I mean, the thing is they
perhaps we're all so weak we can't do anything.
Sorry?
Sorry, I'm just putting it.
Yes, I mean, I understand what you're saying is that, of course, I mean, this is what I had thought years ago too, is that surely they can't do this. Surely there's going to be a response because they know that they can only go so far. Now, in some ways, yes, they're not doing what has happened in the past because they understand that there is going to be pushback from the international community if they did do what happened in Poland, for example, in 1940. So they do, and they are actually keenly aware of the perception internationally, but they only care so much, I would say, I suppose, in terms of the reputation.
So you made a comparison with Poland. I think it's an apt one, and indeed, you know, as you know, Stalin talked about the decapitation of the intelligentsia in Poland. But the reason that Poland recovered was because there were too many people. In other words, although he killed the elite, there were still a lot of very highly educated people there were just too many people to kill. So could you give us a sense of whether this is recoverable? Is there in other words, how big is the tertiary educated population? or is this largely a peasant economy, or how do you describe it?
I must admit I'm not an expert on this in particular necessarily. It's a little bit outside my bounds of expertise, but on the point about whether this is recoverable, we haven't seen it slow down. Actually, I mentioned that the president of the Xinjiang University had been sentenced to death. His successor was also removed from his post and detained. His successor is Chinese, is Han Chinese. This is the first time in the school's history. So I'm not, I mean, it's hard to sit here and say I'm not hopeful about the future, I suppose, or like there's something that I think can be recoverable, but the way it's going, it doesn't seem so. I suppose the point you're trying to make is that there's going to be, there are going to be people who are educated, have tertiary education, and they're perhaps in the style of Poland, maybe 10, 20 years from now, can pick this back up again. I think one thing that we see, and you saw that with the Karakash document, for example, they're essentially targeting suspicious, risky 1980s, 1990s people. So they identify these kinds of people as, you know, risky members of the population in any community, I guess, between, you know, 25 years old and 35 years old or 45. So I think they're keeping watch of these people very carefully as well. But I wouldn't say that, I wouldn't argue that, okay, just wait a decade and things will get better. I just don't see it going in that direction, and it hasn't.
Just following on from the last remark, you said that it was the first Han Chinese appointed as head of Xinjiang University. Is that a way that you think it might develop, that actually there will be a replacement of Uyghur intellectuals in senior posts in universities? And I suppose my other question, if I can ask it, is that I think if my history is right, that intellectuals have been badly treated in Chinese history from time to time, most obviously in the Cultural Revolution. How is this viewed in the rest of China? Is this how intellectuals are perceived? Obviously, there's some very famous cases of poets, painters also falling out with the regime, but for different reasons, obviously not for separatism or religion. And I just wonder how much publicity is given to this removal of intellectual campaigns.
You mean within China domestically?
Yeah, and well, also within Xinjiang as well. Are people aware? Because intellectuals have a habit of being somewhat separate from the rest of the community sometimes.
I must say that I don't think I'm in a position really to at least speak on the perception in China in general. This is outside my area of expertise. I would say that, of course, these kinds of things that are happening are not widely publicized or is, of course, reframed. I mean, generally speaking, what's happening to Uyghurs. No, I don't. Awareness, though, yeah, it would be hard for me to answer that question. It's a good question, and I think it should be answered, but I'm not sure I'm the right person to do it.
And sorry, I submerged you in questions. The first one was, do you think there's a plan to ultimately replace senior intellectuals at Xinjiang universities?
Well, it seems to be already happening. Yeah, it is possible. I don't want to predict the future. I think that seems to me that would be a good way of good, I mean good in the sense of good for what the Chinese government is doing to perhaps, replace. But at the same time, I wouldn't say necessarily that you need a Han person in that post for the policy to change dramatically. You can have Uyghur figures in these posts still, but if they're being controlled to the extent that they can't actually, there's no autonomy, no intellectual freedom or academic freedom to say what they want or write what they want, which there isn't. I'm not even really sure if it matters, right? So if you dispossess the intellectual class of all of this, culture, religion, and the rest of it, what's left? Maybe the Uyghur academic might be teaching the exact same thing as the Chinese person anyway. Now, of course, there's symbolism behind having the first president of the university, but I hope that maybe partially answered the question.
With the people who have been given the death sentence, is there also guilt by association so that their families are also detained? And if they are detained, therefore the children are separated from their parents? Has your research extended that far?
Guilt by association in particular, in the report that I wrote on the detention of imams was absolutely something. So again, going back to the Karakash document, you had this thing called the 3 circles. So family circles, friend circles, and religious circles. So guilt by association is absolutely something that's happening. So you're also seen as more suspicious and susceptible to detention simply because partly because you're being watched more. In terms of intellectuals, yes, I think if you look at many of the figures where there's more data, so if you go to the Xinjiang Victims Database, for example, they have a neat way of finding where there are family members. They have trees and they'll show you where their associates are, and quite often, I can't refer to specific data, but I've seen it looking through my data sets or our data sets compiled, that yeah, this happens quite often, that other people are being detained in their families as well. Separation, I can't speak to specific cases, but I would imagine this is likely happening as well, given what we know already.
So it's forced assimilation, but something else. While you're thinking about that, sociology in the hands of modern academics has enabled one other very famous piece of human behavior to last for a long time unrecognized, and only to get recognized by a particular example. And this is, of course, genocide, which had happened for centuries, wasn't even labeled in Armenia, but having been labeled, has become a term of use. Do you think that that which you describe now needs to be given a label to help it be identified as a crime, but a separate crime?
Yes, I think it would be helpful. I think it's always helpful to identify what's actually happening here, because I think what you're saying is that, of course, yeah, it's forced assimilation, but I'm not, but it is something else. Because assimilation happens all over the place. It's happened in history before. Is this something different? I would argue that yes, it is. It's different in a few ways. I mean, it's firstly technologically so technologically sophisticated that it makes it a different kind of campaign, which is happening to the Uyghur people. So that's one difference. The other difference is that I think in some ways, and I note this in the report too, is that one question is, well, do you think, and I had this during an interview, they asked, well, do you think they're going to get rid of Islam in total? Are they going to just disallow or prohibit Uyghurs from practicing completely? And my answer, which maybe not everybody would answer this way, I would say, well, no, that's not the intention. They're not trying to completely eliminate it, because they do, actually, to the point that was made about the international community's response, they know they can only go so far. And again, back to, I'm at risk of confusing myself, but going back to the Polish case, I think they did take steps to hide what they were doing, right? But it became very obvious, if you look at the the master plan for the East, for example, it's clear that that was the intention. They wanted to get rid of the intellectual class. But in this case, I think China's being, and this is my interpretation, is they're obviously trying to be careful and hide their intentions. So I don't think, if the question partly is, I don't think they're going to get rid of religion in general. They want to dispossess it, which was the title of the report that I wrote. They want to strip it of all of its recognizable characteristics so that it's an empty shell. So you might have the Idka mosque in Kashgar that will probably never be demolished, because, that would be, the international community would respond in a certain way. So I suppose the point that I'm making is that I'm not maybe the one who's going to put the label on it. But yes, I think this needs to be named in a certain way, however we want to do it, because it is a particular case. It's an insidious particular case in which they're targeting these people. It is not just be Chinese. It's, it's done through violent means.
Mr. Owen, thank you very much indeed for coming and giving a great deal of evidence.
Mr. Chairman, one more question from...
Two very brief ones. The first, very briefly, what are the chances that these intellectuals, these elites, are simply being detained and rounded up in the general rounding up of the population? Or how confident are you that they are being specifically targeted as the intellectuals of that group? And the second question, You did mention that these intellectuals tend to get the harsher punishments, including death. And do you think there is therefore a specific policy or movement towards killing the intellectuals of the Uyghur group?
Yes, that's a good question. I think it's one of the most important questions I think of this testimony is that, well, are they actually targeting these people, or because I think it may have been someone else who had asked this question a couple of days ago. Well, are these people simply being caught up in the same kind of dragnet as everybody else, and it's just a coincidence? And again, not to repeat myself, but I think there's a few reasons for why I think they're specifically being targeted in this way. They're not detaining nobodies, they're detaining very prominent figures. Again, I'm not going to go through the list, but the president of Xinjiang University, these kinds of people who are in these top posts in Uyghur society.
Please bring your microphone closer to yourself.
I think I'll be touching it if I get any closer, so that's one point, is that they're really targeting the top level officials. It's not nobodies, they are, and I use the word targeting in terms of that's what it looks like. But I would also say the intensity of sentences, as you mentioned, it's the death sentences. To your question about whether they're going to continue to use these, it seems like, I mean, they hadn't targeted intellectuals with death sentences before the Two-Faced campaign beginning in 2014, so I think that's a new feature. But I think part of this that must be taken into consideration, I've tried to stress this point, is that, okay, I do see them as targeting these individuals, these intellectual figures, these prominent figures, but at the same time, you don't need to target them all. You just need to target some of them, and the prominent ones, the even more prominent ones out of this category, to instill a certain sense of fear into the rest of them. Religious figures, I think it's more clear that they're being detained. They've targeted religion in general, but because imams are, of course, the carriers of religious knowledge, I think the data speaks for itself on that. But intellectuals, yeah, it's tough, but I would say they don't necessarily have to. It's just a matter of targeting enough of them in a certain way, and also making it public. I would say this too. They had this thing called there was an open letter campaign where they basically had encouraged prominent Uyghurs in society to essentially write an open letter to their the Uyghur people in the region, essentially, stressing the point about, what can be taught in schools and how Uyghurs should see themselves as being. I'll actually quote the governor of Hotan, for example, said that Uyghurs should not forget their historical background, arguing that Uyghur blood is mixed with the blood of Han and other nationalities. Han blood also includes Uyghur blood. And this was the kind of the nature of these open letters. It was, again, a signal to the rest of the population that, you should fall into line, I suppose. I hope that answered at least some of your question.
Thank you very much for coming, giving us a great deal of help with a great deal of information. Your evidence is concluded.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last witness, Mr. Chairman, as in the previous hearing, is Dr. Adrian Zenz.
The witness, Dr. Adrian Zenz, is an anthropologist and academic. His research work and specialisms relate to China's ethnic policy, public procurement in Tibet and Xinjiang, Beijing's internment campaign in Xinjiang, China's domestic security budget, and the CCP's population structure optimization for Uyghurs. Dr. Zenz is the author of Tibetanness Under Threat and co-editor of Mapping Amdo, Dynamics of Change. He has played a leading role in the analysis of leaked Chinese government documents, which include the China cables and the Caracas list. He is a senior research fellow in China studies at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. Dr. Zenz also serves as an advisor to the Interparliamentary Alliance on China. Dr. Zenz's work has been cited widely in reports of international organizations, including the UN, reports of NGOs, and media reports around the world. Dr. Zenz has produced a number of publicly available reports that are of relevance to the mandate of the tribunal, and they are all in evidence before the tribunal. Dr. Zenz has provided one further report to the tribunal since his appearance at the June hearings. He has very kindly provided answers to written questions by the members, and he's also provided a finalized version of his June report. The finalized version of the June report is entitled End the Dominance of the Uyghur Ethnic Group, an analysis of Beijing's population optimization strategy in southern Xinjiang, published by Routledge in August 2021. The report considers the implementation of an optimizing strategy on the Xinjiang ethnic population structure, which Chinese academics and politicians argue will address Xinjiang's terrorism problem. Optimizing Uyghur concentrated populations requires embedding substantial Han populations whose positive culture can mitigate the Uyghur human problem. Dr. Zen states in that report that scenarios that do not overburden the region's ecological carrying capacity entail drastic reductions in ethnic minority natural population growth, potentially decreasing their populations. He believes these discourses and policies provide a basis to assess Beijing's intent to destroy an ethnic minority population in part through birth prevention as per the 1948 United Nations Genocide Convention. He says the destruction in part can be assessed as the difference between projected natural population growth without substantial government interference and reduced growth scenarios in line with population optimization requirements. Based on population projections by Chinese researchers, this difference, Dr. Zenz believes, could range between 2.6 and 4.5 million lives by 2040. Dr. Zen's second and latest report is an advanced copy of a publication that will be published tomorrow by Jamestown Foundation, and it is entitled Evidence of the Chinese Central Government's Knowledge of and Involvement in Xinjiang's Re-Education Internment Campaign. The report purports to identify direct and much stronger links between Xinjiang's draconian re-education internment campaign, which began in 2017, and the central government, including Xi Jinping himself. Dr. Zenz, thank you very much for addressing us for a second time. The Tribunal has read both of your reports that you've provided in detail, as well as the previous reports you've very kindly provided, and have, of course, a number of questions for you, both in relation to your latest report and your previous reports. I believe you'd like to talk to us for 10 minutes about your latest report, which will be published tomorrow. So please do go ahead, but we'd be very grateful if you might keep to time so that we might save as much time for this discussion as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. Without further ado, I will present on some new findings that discuss the connection between the internment campaign and central government institutions. Now, we know that in 2014, Xi Jinping in Xinjiang likened Islamic extremism to a virus and called for a period of painful interventionary treatment. However, more direct links between the re-education campaign in 2017 and the central government, including Xi himself, have so far remained elusive. Based on new evidence that I've been compiling very recently, I suggest now a new approach to understanding the development and implementation of the re-education campaign. So we know that Xinjiang's previous party secretary, Zhang Chunqian, experimented with re-education, first administering in villages, and then, especially after Xi's remarks in 2014, implementing dedicated transformations for education facilities. In 2015, we now know, based on new, previously unreported information, the region began to draft the regulation on de-extremification, and it did so based on a specific central government mandate to develop a long-term solution, likely it did so, to tackle local ethnic dissent. While the Xinjiang government was formally in charge of drafting this important, crucial regulation, all the while continuing to implement and experiment with actual re-education practice, the new evidence shows that this drafting was done in close consultation with central government institutions. This supports my prior assessment that when Chen Qianguo replaced Zhang Chunqian in mid-2016, he essentially took charge of an ongoing and already premeditated process. Rather than pioneering or being the primary architect of the re-education campaign, as has commonly been presumed, Chen was most likely brought in as a ruthless and efficient implementer of a hatched plan that was outlined and approved by the central government. Immediately after the final approval and publication then of the March 2017 regulation, the plan was executed. By allowing the Xinjiang government to take charge of the experimentation and the drafting of re-education legislation, the central government has been able to claim that the re-education campaign constitutes a local solution to a local problem, of which it probably broadly approves, but which it did not directly order. However, based on the new information, the most logical conclusion is that the responsibility and culpability for this campaign rests, in fact, primarily with the central government, most notably with the Politburo Standing Committee, to which there are significant institutional linkages. While Chen Quanguo may potentially have substantially contributed to the exact plan of how to implement the re-education drive, his role is best assessed as that of an implementer of central government policy decisions. I will now try to briefly present some key bits of the new information to substantiate my analysis and my new conclusions. The March 2017 regulation on de-extremification, as experts know, laid the foundation for the normalization, standardization, and legalization of the re-education campaign through centralized education involving behavioral correction. The camp construction bits and anecdotal accounts from the ground all indicate that Xinjiang's campaign of internment began right around the time that this regulation came into effect. The PRC itself stated that this regulation constitutes the legal basis for the vocational skills education and training centers, the vocational camps. This regulation was then revised in October 2018 to fully legitimize these vocational quote-unquote centers, referring to them bluntly as re-education institutions. So we have the March 2017 regulation and then its 2018 revision. New evidence shows now that the drafting of this regulation involved extensive consultations with three very important central government organs. Firstly, the Office of the Central Government Coordination Small Group on Xinjiang Work, which other experts have mentioned at this tribunal. The Legislative Affairs Commission of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress in Beijing, and the State Administration for Religious Affairs. Two of these three named central government institutions can be directly linked to some of the most powerful members of China's top decision-making body, the Politburo Standing Committee, which only has 7 members and is more powerful than the Politburo itself. Specifically, they represent the 3rd and 4th ranked members who rank directly behind General Secretary Xi and Premier Li Keqiang, who is 2nd. The 2018 revision involves an even more direct link between the central government and the camps, and I'm quoting here from a document that says that the relevant leaders of the party committee of the Xinjiang Autonomous Region, etc., and their People's Congress and their Legislative Affairs Commission made a special trip to the Legislative Affairs Commission of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress in Beijing to report on this revision. This Standing Committee in Beijing expressed then its full affirmation of the role of the autonomous regions, local laws, and so on, expressed approval for the amendments to the regulation, and proposed specific amendments to form a draft, which was then reported back to the Xinjiang's autonomous region for review and approval, which took place in August 2018. This close involvement is of extreme significance. The chairman of the NPC Standing Committee, to which the Legislative Affairs Commission reports to, is the 3rd-ranked member of the Politburo Standing Committee. The head of the Xinjiang Work Group, the Central Xinjiang Work Group, Wang Yang, is the 4th-ranked member of the Politburo Standing Committee, also the chairman of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, the top advisory body, and the central part of the CCP's United Front system. The Politburo Standing Committee, all of these people are more powerful than, for example, Chen Quanguo himself, who is a regular member of the 25-person Politburo. Practically speaking, the direct and close involvement of the NPC Standing Committee's Legislative Commission and of the Central Xinjiang Work Group in the drafting provides tangible evidence that the framing and conceptualizing of Xinjiang's de-extremification through re-education campaign was undertaken with the direct knowledge of leading figures in China's most powerful policy, legislative, and advisory bodies. And I have a graph that you won't see unless you read my report, because I don't have a PowerPoint, but it'll be in the report. So this effectively implicates Xi's inner circle of power in the atrocities. There's lots of other important detail, and I have to be quite brief. But on March 31st, 2017, the very day before this regulation came into effect, the General Office of the Standing Committee of the Xinjiang's People Congress held a press conference saying, quote, "It was emphasized that the regulation, this new regulation on re-education, constitutes the implementation of the central government's policy decisions and deployments, especially to implement the important instructions and requirements of General Secretary Xi Jinping." This very important statement clarifies at the highest relevant official level in Xinjiang that the interactive drafting process of the regulation and its revision resulted in an implementing of the policies of the central government, which is no surprise because we've already implicated the Politburo Standing Committee, China's top policy decision-making body. The specific emphasis on the fact that this regulation is especially, quote unquote, related to implementing Xi's own, quote, instructions and requirements is of equal significance. It can be argued that the reference to these important instructions and requirements likely refers to an important speech, and there's other circumstantial evidence buttressing that, a speech made by Xi at the March 2017 two sessions in Beijing, which took place just weeks before the onset of the internment campaign, with Xinjiang's top leaders, including Chen Quanguo, in attendance. In a China Daily article, it says about this event that, quote, "On March 10, 2017, when General Secretary Xi Jinping participated in the deliberations of the Xinjiang delegation of the nation's two sessions, he emphasized that it's necessary to tightly embrace the general goal of social stability and long-term stability. In the past 2 years," now this is an article from 2019, I'm interrupting the quoting, so the past 2 years refers to 2017, 2019. So continuing the quote, "In the past 2 years, the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region Party Committee and government have resolutely implemented the important instructions of General Secretary Xi Jinping, focused on the overall goal, dared to be dauntless, fought tough battles, and created a new horizon in Xinjiang's work." And similar statements were later made by Xinjiang's Governor Shohat Zakir, who said that in the last 2 years, these instructions were implemented and earth-changing changes have taken place. Above, we had seen that at Xinjiang's press conference, when they introduced the regulation in 2017, it was argued that this regulation constituted an implementation of the important instructions and requirements of Xi Jinping. This February 2019 article now repeats some of this wording literally, referring back to the speech of Xi Jinping at these two sessions. Noteworthy is also the timing. February 2019 is the time when Xinjiang started to open up the camps to reporters and visitors from around the world, meaning it's been a success, it's working, we can show this off now. Along with other evidence presented in my report, it is possible and even likely that Xi himself endorsed the re-education campaign just weeks prior to its inception. In any case, in this state media report and a speech given by Xinjiang's Governor Shohat Zakir, Xi aligned himself very closely to the unconditional implementation of Xinjiang work in the context of the imminent launch of this re-education campaign. In September 2020, Xi then said at the work forum, "Xinjiang, the facts have abundantly demonstrated that our national minority work has been a success," meaning his stamp of approval on what has happened. In sum, this is my last sentence, we know that institutions headed by figures in China's top decision-making body were directly involved in the drafting of the documents, legalizing, standardizing, and normalizing the re-education campaign. It is, in my view, likely that just weeks prior to the start of this campaign, Xi himself, in front of Xinjiang's top leadership in attendance, demanded their unconditional implementation. And then my article shows a couple more details about, the stern warnings and exhortations given by Xinjiang officials in March and April 2017 that this new regulation must be implemented basically unconditionally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zenz. With the panel's permission, particularly the chair, I propose that I'll ask you my 6 questions about your latest report first, and then hand over to the panel, because I imagine they'll have a number of questions on the same report. And perhaps if there's time at the end, I might ask you my questions about...
Yes, it depends how long your 6 questions last. I might have to cut you short because I'm sure there will be a lot to ask. So press ahead.
Great, thank you. My first question, you've noted that the March 2017 regulations were drafted with extensive consultation with various regional and national, state party as well as government organs. And you talk about both the horizontal and vertical relationships there. Ultimately, you find that the extra-legal Xinjiang re-education facilities are sanctioned by the National People's Congress as well as Beijing. My question is, what significance does this have beyond solely possible state consent for arbitrary detention of Uyghurs?
We surmised and speculated that Beijing must have known of Xinjiang's plans and must have at least tacitly approved them. Sometimes regions have considerable leeway and freedoms to implement policy as long as they're broadly within the will of Beijing. We also knew that Chen Quanguo is a highly capable and creative innovator of policy, and therefore he has been largely named the architect of the internments. And I believe that while Chen Quanguo absolutely was a very energetic figurehead, an implementer of the internments, and may well have been creative in some of the details of the implementation, we now know that the legal and legislative framework underpinning all that was really co-developed in quite close consultation with the central government. And for me, that implies a whole different level of involvement and ultimately culpability of the central government, including its top decision-making body, in the re-education internment campaign, which in many ways forms the heart of these atrocities and kicked off the whole crackdown, and a number of other initiatives are linked to it. So I think in terms of this linkage, in terms of the implication, implicating and clarifying the role of the central government and likely of Xi Jinping himself, I think this is a significant new contribution.
So would it be correct to say that your findings suggest central state permission or agreement for other alleged crimes or other human rights violations?
I would say yes, because we see the role, for example, of the Xinjiang Central Government Xinjiang Work Group in this, which is closely involved in policy and links all the way to the Politburo Standing Committee. And it is very likely or virtually certain that other aspects of the atrocity outside of the internments themselves would have been known and approved of by this body and its chairman, who is the fourth-ranked member in the Politburo Standing Committee. And also, I think we need to take into account that actually many of the atrocities are in some way linked to the re-education internment campaign, and some of the steps taken that cause atrocity fall within the scope of the de-extremification regulation.
Can you clarify for us what precisely is the link between the 2017 regulation and its revision in 2018 and the alleged commission of crimes in Xinjiang?
The 2017 regulation on de-extremification mandates that re-education, or literally transformation through education, must be done well, involving centralized education, behavioral correction, psychological counseling, and vocational skills training. It does not yet mention dedicated facilities. That was added in the revision in 2018 after the central government admitted to the existence of these facilities. In the revision, it was bluntly stated that vocational skills education and training centers are re-education institutions that perform re-education. So this is the contextual link. This is the primary, of course, the primary purpose of the re-education internment camps is to perform de-extremification in terms of policy. And this is exactly what the regulation and its revision sanction. And then we have a temporal link, which indicates that right upon the approval and publication of the original regulation, that's really when the sweeping internments began.
You would not link the 2017 regulation to alleged measures intended to restrict births or the transfer of children from one group to another. Is that correct?
So no, not as specifically. The specific link is to the internment campaign. The construction of boarding schools, and I'm going a bit by memory, there were also, the timing is a little bit similar. There's different policy. So there was an important document or policy issued by Chen Quanguo in early 2017 about the implementation, and some documents in 2016. In some ways, the construction of the boarding schools constituted a dramatic acceleration of what was planned already in the previous 5-year plan, but it was just implemented much faster under Chen Quanguo with much greater urgency. And with the birth prevention, we see in the wake of the new family planning law, or the update of the family planning law that Xinjiang issued in the summer, I think July of 2017, we see that after that, a number of documents and practices were issued, and I especially took note of an important regulation that apparently came out first thing in 2018, and a lot of the crackdown and language surrounding birth prevention took then place starting from early 2018. So the link is not as direct.
2 questions on this report before I hand you over to the panel. You've identified various state media and official state pronouncements on the camps following the promulgation of the 2017 regulation, in particular the reference to important instructions and requirements of General Secretary Xi Jinping. Can you help us understand what a direct reference to Xi and ambiguous instructions from him adds, if anything, to the implementation of the 2017 regulation?
Yes, that's a very valid question. In my opinion, it is very important having this new insight, which we have discussed now, and I focused on the link to central government institutions of this drafting of the regulation and its revision. Having this information, it is quite significant to then examine these further statements, many of which came out in late 2018 after the revision was published during the peak of the internment campaign, where facing the Xinjiang population, government officials were saying that some very blatant links were made between the vocational centers, quote unquote, and that this constitutes the implementation of the will of the central government, the Party Central Committee, literally, and with Xi Jinping at the core, or of Xi Jinping. And I think they were quite clearly communicating that all of these stringent measures that were having a major effect on the economy, on everything, on life, were not just a local sort of invention or innovation, but it was in direct implementation of the will of the central government with Xi at the core. I think it is in this context that this admittedly somewhat vague reference, or the important instructions of General Secretary Xi Jinping, that this needs to be taken as a justification, which I think is very significant, because if the local Xinjiang government links it and attributes it to implementing the will of the central government, firstly, and then secondly, the wording of the important implementations, as I more specifically just presented in my presentation, a link can be made not only to Xi's various statements in 2014 and possibly subsequently, but to Xi's unpublished speech at the 2 sessions in Beijing immediately preceding the internment in early March 2017. Very significant timing, with the top leadership of Xinjiang in attendance.
And to what extent were Xi's instructions merely for the discipline of party cadres, and to what extent, if at all, were they directed at Uyghurs and crimes against Uyghurs?
We only have a limited information about the contents of this speech, which is not published. However, there are some things said in there that I think are very significant. Firstly, she is quoted as saying that we must insist on maintaining stability and so on, identify problems early, identify problems when they're minor, grasp them quickly and well, seek long-term strategies and act to consolidate a foundation. This really speaks into the purpose, of course, of the de-extremification regulation, which was going to be published soon after, which is explicitly said to linked with consolidating the foundation of de-extremification, and maintaining stability at that time was all about de-extremification. That was the focus at the time in early 2017 and late 2016. And of course, this urging of the implementation, the grasping, and some of that language is identical to the exhortations issued in March and April by the Xinjiang authorities in relation to this regulation, meaning this is a new measure and you have to implement this unconditionally and as is. Then there's all these warnings related to it. And in my view, that's significant circumstantial evidence that just refers to the prime measure at hand at the time, namely the re-education internment campaign.
Zenz.
Dr. Zenz, two of our members unfortunately have to leave in a quarter of an hour. That is no discourtesy to you. Your evidence will be relayed to them, even if they haven't had a chance to question you, after Ms. Rodas.
Thank you for joining us again, Dr. Zenz. If I can just step back for a moment. You have obviously researched and published extensively on a wide range of the allegations that we have been looking at as a tribunal. And your work has been very influential. It's been widely quoted by others at this tribunal. So, if I may, I need to ask you some questions we've asked of others around independence, your independence. So could you tell us, please, about the source of your funding?
Yes. So my research is funded by the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation.
And what is the source of its funding?
The source of its funding are private donations.
Okay. Now, we're familiar with your methodology, but so there's no need to go into that. But could you just let us know, in your work, in the gathering of evidence and its analysis, how you ensure yourself that you approach that with an objective mind?
Yes. My methodology is that I try to triangulate information from different sources, but also at different levels. So, for example, if we have evidence from government documents or etc., in my opinion, it is important to look at wider policy and context, including historical context or the etymology of words being used, so they're being understood in context. So, for example, if we look at labor transfer, we need, well, what is labor transfer? And what is the history of labor transfer in the region? And what is the wider policy of labor transfer? And then to look specifically, how has the implementation of labor transfer evolved in the region over time? How has it maybe become more coercive or less coercive? Can we identify key moments of change or influence, and how do they link to the political development? Then link that to much more specific regional implementation. For example, that's also extensively seen in birth prevention. The wider policy, county level implementation is often very important. And then always looking also for like local statements from like local examples. Often these are propaganda accounts. Sometimes I take into account witness accounts. The Chinese sources in their quotation is double-checked internally. And I have instituted here a more rigorous process between myself and my research assistant and sometimes others. I oftentimes also try to make an early draft available to another expert for feedback. And by publishing through think tanks like the Jamestown, there is at least sort of a basic editorial review process in place. It is, however, of course, in principle, my ambition to also subject the work to a more rigorous and much slower academic peer review, which I have been able to do on about 3 occasions in regard to my research on Xinjiang, and including most recently, but I have more in process. And this is my goal. But unfortunately, this process of academic peer review really has not been very suited to try to uncover evidence for a time.
Thank you very much.
Kind of summarize my methodology in a nutshell.
That's great. Thank you very much. Just turning to the new paper, your own sort of sequencing of events would put the re-education campaign, I guess, in the middle term of events, with before that an extensive preparing of the ground in terms of the whole building of the security system in the region. So do you think that actually we would need to find earlier sources for the implication of central government to the beginning of that stage, so back to, say, 2014, that 2017-18 is not really early enough?
It's always good to have earlier and more context. In my 2018 research paper, I give a lot of context for the development, the local development in Xinjiang of the re-education campaign. I briefly alluded to that under Zhang Chunxian, which my latest paper kind of skips over, really, which also was in tandem with the increasing securitization of the region. We, of course, have some initial evidence from the New York Times Xinjiang papers and also from statements by Xi Jinping at the April and then April 2014 Second Xinjiang Work Forum. It would be relevant to try to identify further information of how that developed. We now know, and there's one slightly more specific document that I've not yet included in my report that talks about the beginning of the drafting of the de-extremification legislation in April, I think April 16, 2015. And there's 1 or 2 other tidbits. I think this is very new research that I just conducted very recently. And so more bits and pieces. Also, for example, the visits to Xinjiang conducted by those high-level people, by the 3rd and 4th ranking members of the Politburo Standing Committee, in their capacity as head of the Xinjiang Central Government Work Group, that took place in 2013, in 2015, and so on, could be examined further. Although I think that given that we broadly know the context and understand it, I think the current assessment and the evidence found in the report I drafted as submitted to you probably contains the most significant evidence, and we would be able to maybe better contextualize it, but I don't think we would find anything that would significantly alter the conclusions.
Thank you. If I may, I'd like to ask a couple of broader questions around your body of work, really. You describe what seems to be a very systematic, industrialized, I think you perhaps even used the word militaristic approach in all these different stages and programs. Could you perhaps describe to us what you think the features of a systematic, industrialized approach to the control of the people of the region? What are those elements that make it systematic and militaristic?
We see that Xinjiang, as have other regions, have experimented with different approaches, introduced things successively, and then decided to upscale them very quickly. And a lot of this dramatic militaristic, large-scale upscaling we see with the beginning of Chen Quanguo. I believe that is the primary reason he was brought in. That is his primary skill. He has this incredibly intense, driven nature, ruling cadres with an iron fist, which is, of course, key to the implementation of this. So I think in many ways, the key to the draconian and dramatic implementation of this campaign with its various aspects, be it birth prevention, be it the police, be it the camps, the boarding schools, goes back to this incredible managerial figure of Chen Quanguo and his iron-fisted approach to controlling and governing the cadres. In tandem, then, of course, I think that is the core. And having the absolute, the freedom of reign, the ability to just do whatever needs to be done with very little restraint and restriction. Having given the freedom and the mandate to do it. And then, of course, having at his disposal the technology that has advanced so much of China. The resource, the economic resources, we see budget increase, dramatic, a doubling of the security budget, for example, between 2016 and 17. The ability to spend this money, having recruited all these even ethnic minority auxiliary police, having put all these systems in place and rolling things out step by step. But then a lot of the language of this rolling out, including, for example, in the boarding school campaign or the labor training or the poverty alleviation, has this militaristic language. And of course, some of that has been already given by Xi Jinping himself. He also has that aura of this almost military drivenness, of these militaristic campaign-style implementation, unconditional implementation of things, including targeted poverty alleviation with military-style commands, etc., etc. So I think ultimately the political and governance structure and the leadership at the top is very much what sets the tone and brings all these resources to bear in this way.
Thank you. And what you describe is that all levers of government are involved, and that presumably would not be possible at the regional level without another way of looking at the paper we've looked at today, that way of operating wouldn't be possible without the approval of the central authorities.
Without the approval and the active involvement and we've often wondered that the ability of Chen Quanguo, and I think that's why he has been credited as the architect, the incredible ability of Chen Quanguo to just do this. But I think we now understand just how much of the central government involvement at the highest level of the Politburo Standing Committee, etc., the NPC itself, and so on, made this possible. And it makes sense. It had to be involved. And of course, if you look at this financially and economically, I don't know, 70 or 80% of Xinjiang's budget is subsidized by the central government, and these cost increases directly, of course, financed by Beijing.
And so my final question, let's assume that there's a legitimate need to counter terrorism, extremism, and separatism. What in the system that in its sequential way develops over time very rapidly, what would be the indicators of measures being taken that are indisputably excessive to the threat?
Nearly everything that has been stated, especially by witnesses and survivors of the atrocity, namely excessive police force, psychological and physical abuse, internment of not just limited numbers of perpetrators of actual acts of resistance or violence, but indiscriminately of huge swathes of the population, including women, etc. Excessive measures in terms of birth prevention and sterilization. excessive measures of shifting people around, of scooping people up into forced coerced labor in the name of poverty alleviation, or for actual poverty alleviation, but coercively, and so on. The violence, the family separation, the cultural destruction, the closing and destruction of mosques and other religious facilities, and so on. I'd say well over 95% of the measures and consequences of this internment campaign are manifestly excessive, are not designed to restrain or bring to justice those who have perpetrated a violence punished by the law by killing authorities or bystanders or population, etc., but has been targeted against people against which the state has no evidence of criminal activity.
Dr. Zenz, while my two colleagues leave us, from me just a couple of questions, and then I'll turn over to others. When an academic researches a subject for which there are known to be documents, but they're not available to her or him, then a risk is taken if the interpretation is extravagant or at the limits of possibilities. Agree with that?
Yes, absolutely.
Your case, you researched material that was available, made interpretations, allowing for the possibility that documents would emerge to show you right or wrong.
Yes.
Documents have emerged. Have they shown you to be right, wrong, extravagant, or cautious?
I believe that the evidence that has emerged after my various publications has by and large shown that the situation is as bad or worse than I portrayed it to be. Oftentimes, things turned out to be a lot worse than we imagined it to be, although oftentimes that particular evidence was by witnesses and not by documents. I would say that a lot of the documentary evidence that would have emerged after my publications would either not significantly have added to or altered conclusions, or would have added more detail, or maybe would have changed relatively minor or mid-level assessments with new information because we knew better.
Latest report to be published tomorrow, and therefore for the first time exposed to the review of those who may criticize you, is that based on newly found documents or just on newly researched documents?
It is, I would say, to about 90% or more, it is based on documents that I had previously not seen or were not previously in my possession.
Are you able to tell us from where those documents have come?
Yes, they have come from government websites at all different levels, from state media reports, and just a small number from private media reports, but mostly government or state media.
We hear of caches of leaked documents, some apparently disclosed, some apparently only ever disclosed in part. Are there any of those caches of leaked documents that you have not seen in full?
Yes. The New York Times Xinjiang papers were never made public, and we only know whatever the New York Times published about them.
You may know, by the way, that the tribunal has asked the New York Times for access to those papers and had been denied. would those papers be of value to you in your work, do you think? They would certainly be of value to us.
Typically, new documentary evidence is always valuable, and especially if it is extensive, it is likely that either something has escaped somebody's attention, whoever published on it at the New York Times, or to researchers like myself and others who have other pieces of information, often semi-connected pieces of information in our minds, and we see something. The same with what I am about to publish tomorrow, in which you received a draft of, which I presented on. The same. Some of it, some significance may have escaped one person, but not escaped another. And therefore, I think it is crucial that many minds look at any evidence available. And it's also crucial that many minds critically and constructively review whatever I publish.
But for the time being, and on the papers that are available, you would trace responsibility for the acts that have been described in negative terms by you and indeed by witnesses and others. You would trace responsibility for that to the very top, there being no other way of them being authorized, correct?
Not only no other way, which we have surmised quite correctly, but I believe we have quite direct documentary evidence of such a link itself. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Zenz. So it's clear, from your papers it would appear, as you posit it, that indeed the policies were emanated from the very top. Do you have any sense of how much of the implementation strategy and specifically the commissioning of some of the crimes that we have allegedly heard would have emanated from the seniors, possibly the Standing Committee itself, or in your view, might those have been delegated to Chen Quanguo by way of example, or subsidiary or junior or even regional entities?
So the re-education camps, certainly the transformation through education camps, were de facto pioneered by Chen Quanguo's predecessor, Zhang Chunxian, as is outlined in my 2018 research paper, which was also peer-reviewed. The upscaling and standardization and mass implementation of these camps, including this vocational variant of it, was obviously implemented by Chen Quanguo. Now, if we want to say, to what extent did he himself come up with that idea? Or to what extent did he just take his cues from his predecessor? Or to what extent were the details of the implementation mandated by the central government in Beijing? We are left up to speculation. However, I will say this. If for the legal basis, the legislation of the de-extremification regulation, there was close involvement in the drafting and the consultation with central government institutions, there's no reason to assume that there was not close consultation for the design or the details of the camp system with relevant central government authorities, especially the central government Xinjiang work group.
So more specifically, what I mean, we have heard significant amount of evidence of torture, of ritual humiliation, of rape and sexual violence and general mistreatment and abuse. Do you think those acts would have been constructed at local level, or the policies made and the execution of that at local level, or would it tacitly, in your mind, have had to emanate from central?
The outline that re-education must be done well and involves centralized education and behavioral correction is clearly outlined in the regulation which, as we now know, was drafted in close consultation with the central government. Now, if the central government co-develops a legislation that talks about re-education involving behavioral correction, I think many people who think logically, including myself, could make various conclusions from this, but at the very least, that the use of significant coercion would have been understood to be part of that process. Any further thought is speculative. So in my opinion, the use of significant coercion, at the very least heavy-handed psychological coercion, at a minimum physical restraint, as such as the one we have seen, would have been completely understood to be part of this process of which the central government not only had knowledge, but was involved in the drafting. Now, so I think this was part of the plan, and the central government was involved in the planning of the plan. If you're talking about more extreme forms of torture or even rape, I think we are probably then starting to veer into territory where it becomes quite speculative at what level this was either planned or authorized or happened. But if we're talking about severe psychological coercion, including physical restraint of various forms, veering into maybe corporal punishment, I think it's very clear that the central government must have approved that.
I was just wondering whether in the new information that you've found, Dr. Zenz, there is any information about the subsequent involvement of central government in the follow-up, in receiving information about the implementation of the regulation once it had been, as you say, co-authored with involvement from the Politburo.
I would say that ideally that is subject to further research. As you can tell, this is an ongoing research project. New evidence has emerged, and my report has focused on what it has focused on. Your question would best be answered with a good amount of further research. But I think it's quite evident what we see from the statements about the successful implementation and the reporting back. It is very clear from Shohat Zakir, the governor's own words, and the state media report in the first half of 2019, that the re-education campaign was considered successful and constituted a successful implementation of the important instructions of Xi Jinping and the will of the central government. We can always say, of course, there was reporting back. That's a very generic statement. Of course, for Shohat Zakir to have made such a statement must have been with the approval of the central government. He himself couldn't have said, we've done it successfully. Only after approval from Beijing could he have said that. So we can surmise and make all kinds of inferences about it. The details of the actual reporting of implementation progress, etc., I think that would be an important and pertinent further research project.
Dr. Zenz, if I recall correctly, your submission to us in June purported to be new research, bringing together hitherto unknown information, which was a breakthrough in our understanding of the region. Am I correct?
Yes, it contained, yes.
And again, on this occasion, you tell us that your research is also, with remarkable good timing, available to us in September, also providing great insights helpful to the tribunal. Am I right?
Yes.
That's a fairly good score for any academic, isn't it, in their career?
Very timely indeed.
Thanks.
This will be my last question. For the avoidance of doubt, this question is specifically in the context of the preamble of Article 2 of the Convention in regard to intent. Would it be unreasonable to assume a degree or full intent in regard to the appointment of Chen Quanguo as the instrument of implementation of the Central Standing Committee's intentions and policies, and arguably the President's, given his track record in Tibet?
The appointment of Chen Quanguo at that time, given his background and given what happened after he was appointed, clearly reflects the central government's will and intention to dramatically upscale and intensify previous policy with the effects we have observed. And as such, this appointment of him and the nature surrounding it and his qualifications, in my opinion, certainly play a significant role in assessing the intent and the plan and the strategy of the central government. And I think that is relevant to the question of intent of the convention you stated.
I think Professor Manji's question about the good score of your two reports may need just a little exploration. In attending the tribunal twice, were you under pressing request from the tribunal to help, or were you making pressing requests to the tribunal to contribute?
So with my first publication earlier this year, the findings on popularization optimization emerged without me directly having looked for it as part of my research on labor transfer and the Nankai report and the population transfers and optimizations that came with that, including the plan to relocate 300,000. And from that, it was quite naturally evident to me that I had a new publication, and I felt a pressing need, or I felt it very timely. And I decided that it was an urgent topic, especially related to the question of genocide determination. And at the time, the question of genocide determination was also, wide in the media and in public discussion. And so I decided to publish on it quite quickly. I had no request from the tribunal, and I did offer it to the tribunal. And we did also manage to publish it in time, publish a draft in time. So, but I had no request from the tribunal. And this time I actually had a request, at this second hearing now, I had a request from the tribunal to respond to a couple of questions. But then in the last weeks, to be honest, not really premeditated, I kind of had it in my mind to revisit the question of the link to the central government, not being aware of the schedule of the tribunal. I did not, for example, know that several other experts were specifically questioned on this very link, including Jessica Batke, David Tobin, Mr. Burton, etc. I was not aware of that. And so, by coincidence, I did come across this evidence, but then again, I decided to publish quite quickly, and I also felt it was very pertinent to this tribunal, and one could say I did speed up publication to be able to present it today. That's fair to say.
Thank you. A last point of an entirely different kind, emerging from evidence heard this afternoon of a detail I've never heard before. It's never easy to know in cases of state-induced mass violence what the mental state of the person at the bottom of the chain of command may be when she or he acts in accordance with a state policy. She or he may say just acting under orders, or she or he may be acting out of a personal desire to rape, for example, or something like that. We heard a piece of evidence this afternoon, probably distressing overall to many people in the room, of a woman who described how the guard through the hole in the cell door the Quran and required her to put it in the bucket where people defecated, and for her therefore to have to defecate on the Quran. Might that indicate, simply in respect to that individual guard, that whatever policy underlying the approach to religion may have been, it had been effective right at this bottom level?
It's the first time I hear about this, since I did not listen to that particular testimony. But given that in Xinjiang, Qurans were confiscated and their possession deemed illegal, and that the Quran is has become a securitized object subject to sanctioning, my first instinctive expert response to this would be that it is, in my opinion, quite unlikely that a prison guard just happened to have a Quran and happened to bring it into a securitized facility as part of his work, which is highly controlled environment, as we know from the China cables, etc., and then happen to perform this particular action. But rather, to me, instinctively, I would rather think that this must have been ordered by somebody and be part of some sort of strategy, at least at a slightly more mid-level or mid to senior level, although it'd be very speculative to try to say how high up this would go. As part of a psychological, one of the many psychological strategies that are being implemented against these detainees. And the extent to which that connects to a higher level policy, I find impossible to say.
I don't imagine there's any question from Council's table.
Yes, one more question, Dr. Zen. To the extent that it may be argued that what has been implemented is at variance with the important instructions of President Xi or the will of the central government, then one must assume that those responsible for implementation would have faced some sort of disciplinary punishment or demotion. Are you aware of any such proceedings having taken place? Anyone punished, disciplined, or demoted for carrying out these atrocities?
Yes, so there is one very noted example in the New York Times, published by the New York Times, based on the Xinjiang papers in late 2019, of I believe it was the county, possibly, I'd have to look at anybody could look it up. It's, I think, the county party secretary of Yarkand, Shachi County, who apparently is said to have been punished and demoted, and I think even been subject to trial or something similar, as a result of, I believe, releasing some detainees. I think I seem to remember for economic reasons. So this is an important example. It may possibly be the only example of such a case of an official punished for not fully implementing. However, some of the statements found in my report, which I did not quote in my presentation, provide important additional and previously unpublished evidence of some of the strong language, threatening, stern and warning language surrounding the introduction and propagation of the March 2017 regulation, which would directly confirm this and make us think that this would not have been an isolated case. And also makes me think more speculatively, admittedly, that the words of Xi Jinping in early March at the two sessions were of an exhorting nature, confirming an exhorting nature in terms of the implementation of the campaign.
Dr. Zenz, thank you very much for coming on this second occasion. At our request, your evidence is now concluded.
Thank you.
And Mr. Sabi, this brings us to the end of the oral evidence, almost certainly the end of the oral evidence before the tribunal delivers its judgment on the 9th of December in this very building. And before we part, it's not for us, of course, to thank people who perform a public duty, but it is important for the public to recognize, in respect of the performance of public duty first, that Church House has been an impeccable host for these difficult proceedings. It's important for the public to know and recognize that all experts who have given evidence on this occasion and on the last have done so without payment of any kind, no doubt often enough at their own personal expense and convenience, pro bono publico, as it is described. Similarly, all interpreters interpreting at this hearing and the last, interpreters or translators, have worked entirely pro bono publico. Your team, Mr. Sabi, have included some paid at a low rate, junior people, others working entirely pro bono, again, reflecting a concept of public duty. This has been an extraordinary, complex operation. To have such a range of witnesses, range not just in topics covered, types of witnesses, but in geographical range, to have them here in the way that you and your team have achieved. The point's been made, I think, mostly by me from time to time, that had any government department of this state of ours chosen to inquire into these matters, as some say it should have done, it is hard to think that even if done by fully paid civil servants, it could have achieved the seamless presentation of evidence that you have done for our assistance. It is that which you and your team have done, an extraordinary achievement, remarkable, and to be recognized. Mr. Sabi, in your leadership, you have generously accommodated my colleagues and me in all of our probably sometimes seemingly unreasonable demands. And it seemed to me appropriate to ask you, right at the end of these proceedings, to provide us with your review of where we've come from and where we are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your kind remarks. It goes without saying that none of this work could have been accomplished without the support and cooperation of the dedicated and hard-working members of the Council team. We are all grateful for all the help and support that the team had provided. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Zenz brought to an end the presentation of the evidence to the tribunal by the council team. Over 8 days of hearing in June and September, the tribunal was presented with over 70 witnesses, an average of 9 witnesses per day. You heard from Dr. Zamit Borda, my colleague, on the first day of hearing that he headed the research unit team with over 30 researchers, spending over 10,000 hours researching all publicly available sources related to the allegations of international crimes in Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. The research unit has reviewed, accumulated, analyzed, and categorized hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, establishing a comprehensive online database, perhaps one of the most complete databases on the issues before the tribunal. Council team reviewed, after initial sift of many more, over 500 fact witness statements or excerpts of such statements, and selected 33 witnesses, of which 24 testified in June and 9 in September. Unfortunately, 2 witnesses had to withdraw their statements due to security reasons. There were 15 camp survivors, 2 teachers, a policeman, a nurse, and the rest testified regarding missing family members and the treatment they suffered. Their statements, together with 60 other completed statements of witnesses of fact, whom we could not call because of the time constraints and resource limitation, will be published on the tribunal's website and be available to the tribunal members and the public. The council team also contacted over 100 scholars, experts, and human rights activists. 40 experts were selected for public hearings, 14 of which appeared in June and 26 in the last 4 days. In total, 30 witnesses appeared in person and 42 gave evidence remotely. But these are the statistics. However, this case is not about statistics. It has never been. You have heard more witnesses than any other body on the allegations of serious violations of international law in Xinjiang. And what has been presented to you, however, is not even the tip of the iceberg. Limited resources of the tribunal, time constraints, security concerns, the impossibility of visiting the sites of the alleged crimes or interviewing the witnesses, alleged victims and alleged perpetrators on the ground did not allow counsel and researchers to venture beyond what they have already done. But by no means anyone can claim that our job is complete. It may take years, or perhaps never, before a complete picture of these alleged crimes and serious violations of international law would emerge. As a tribunal, you have to deal with issues before you, and only those before you, and make your determination on the basis of the evidence that have been submitted, notwithstanding its acknowledged deficiencies, and in the light of extant jurisprudence and principles of international law and international human rights law. You have sought advice on these issues and have received independent advice as well as Council's submission on the same. Now let us have a quick look at what has been submitted by way of evidence. Witnesses testified about being arbitrarily arrested and detained without any warning, often upon arrival at the airport or in the confines of their homes. On some occasions, witnesses were asked to report to the police station. Mehrigul Tursun arrived from Egypt with 3-month-old triplets. She was arrested, separated from her babies, stripped, interrogated, and tortured for months before being released to find out one of her babies had died with the other two in terrible health. She says, I was interrogated non-stop for 3 days. I faced torture. I was sat on tiger chair. They beat me severely, and I lost my right ear hearing. I have witnessed 9 women who died in the camp. Abdul Wali Ayub was arrested, tortured, interrogated for hours, and gang raped by prison guards. Omar Bekali showed you how he was shackled for months, that he could not stand straight. And he says, I was chained like that, and I was in that position for 7 months. Our people have become like cattle. The witnesses testified as to the horrific conditions of the camps, the overcrowding, lack of sanitary facilities, food, water, and sleep deprivation, beatings, sexual violence, and other forms of torture, including in that recurring spaces, the dark room, the tiger chair, the water prison. The 2 camp teachers, Golpinar Sadiq and Saira Golsaitbey, provided you with detailed testimony as to the camp's conditions and how prisoners were brutally treated from the viewpoint of an outsider. Saira Gold gave detailed accounts of sanitary conditions and the stench of the cells due to lack of proper toilet facility. She said, we always heard terrified sounds of people crying, screaming, and begging for help, saying, help me, save me. They both confirmed the existence of darkroom, where there were no cameras and a tiger chair. They stated that they could see blood dripping from the bodies of the prisoners tortured, that some detainees never came back. Evidence of sexual violence and rape were retold by many witnesses, including today's witness, Golzira. The guards favored targeting female detainees and female-only camps. Saira Gold also told you of the horrific gang rape of a young girl by the guards in front of the eyes of all detainees. The prisoners were routinely and extensively medically tested. No one received the results of their test, and no one found out why they were tested. The prisoners were forcibly given pills and medicine that caused them hallucination and loss of memory, and stopped, in case of women, their periods. You also heard witness testimony on forced abortion and murder of the babies born as a result of so-called illegal pregnancies. None of the prisoners were properly charged at the time of their arrest or soon thereafter. There was no due process. No lawyer or legal representative could attend, and no subsequent competent court or court hearing that dealt with their cases. The allegations under the terrorism veneer did not reach the level that can be recognized even as misdemeanor in the legal systems that you're familiar with. Saying or texting Assalamu alaikum in Xinjiang may condemn you to 10 years imprisonment. Organizing language classes in Uyghur, having a copy of Quran or a prayer book can be fatal. Any inclination to have a say or more say in the affairs of your region will be brutally suppressed as spiritism or separatism. A crime that I must say that half of the population of these United Kingdoms can be accused of, from London to Harrogate, Edinburgh to Cardiff, and Belfast. The 40 experts you heard, the leading experts in their specialized field, covered all areas of your mandate. You heard about the hundreds of detention facilities in many forms that have been constructed or under construction as identified through satellite images, the destruction of mosques, shrines, and religious sites, the recruitment of 150,000 inexperienced guards to provide security at the camps, the surveillance system that makes Orwell's 1984 seem benign. Integrated joint operating platform cannot detect ethnicity and anxiety. It can independently issue automated instructions to arrest suspects showing apparent signs of extremism and splittism. You also heard about slave labor. Today, Golzira told you that she was paid 1 pence a day for making 10 gloves. Extensive birth control, forced abortion, and forced sterilization, which has had dramatic effect on the decline of the population growth in Uyghurs and other Turkic population of Xinjiang. You heard about the massive state-facilitated migration of Han Chinese to southern Xinjiang for apparently optimization and various forms of demographic manipulation. Children were separated from the families and given to state care under residential projects. New Han family members are introduced under the banner of love and friendship to harass the peaceful residents and take advantage of their hospitable nature or sometimes absentee husbands who have been in the camps. The experts provided detailed analysis of the PRC policies that can shed light on the intention of the state in perpetrating these acts and why the state's political structure lead to the conclusion that policies are officially sanctioned. Rodney Dixon QC told you today how more than 90% of Uyghurs in Tajikistan disappeared due to activities of the PRC. You were also advised on law, on the issues of law by prominent experts in the field. It is impossible to summarize the evidence in this limited time, and I can only direct you to the written evidence and the transcript. Knowing the limitation of evidence publicly available, the Council, from the early days of establishment of the tribunal, approached PRC through its embassy in London. Copies of numerous letters written to PRC has been provided to the tribunal. In Council's letter of 11th August to the PRC, 50 questions were posed. None have been responded or acknowledged. Council also approached governments of the UK, the United States, Japan, and Australia. None provided any evidence. A request under the Freedom of Information Act is still pending with the UK government. We are also awaiting a response from the Australian government. And for these reasons, Mr. Chairman and the tribunal members, we request that the evidence should not be closed, and we can submit further evidence if these are provided. While the PRC had not provided any direct response to the allegations that are raised against it, it indirectly have provided some answers that I will briefly refer to. First, the PRC formally sanctioned this tribunal as chairman and anyone associated with it. The PRC also sanctioned other individuals and firms, including the Essex Court Chambers, on the charge of providing a legal opinion, Baroness Helena Kennedy, QC, Adrian Zenz, and other critics and experts. Secondly, in a press conference organized on 29th August, the PRC maintained that no crimes of any sort are being committed against the Uyghurs or other Turkic minorities. Xinjiang Uyghur population has been increasing at a rate faster than the region average rate. Family protection planning laws of the PRC are applicable to the Uyghurs in the same way as the other citizens. And in fact, they are more lenient for the ethnic groups other than Han Chinese. The allegation of illegal detentions are fabrication and lies. by paid agents, actors, actresses, and that alleged detention centers are voluntary and provide vocational training as part of a de-radicalization program in Xinjiang. The use of contraceptive had been voluntary and or otherwise in accordance with law. The labor programs are in accordance with law or otherwise voluntary. The rights and interests of Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities have been fully protected. Physical examinations at the cost of billions of yuans have been initiated to improve the health and prosperity of the citizens. Thirdly, the Chinese government also set up another press conference on 23rd of June 2021, following the conclusion of the tribunal's June hearing, and attended by very high officials of the central and local government. The tribunal and it maintained that the tribunal is illegal, not a regular judicial process. £115,000 was paid by World Uyghur Congress to Sir Geoffrey Nice, a notorious human rights abuser and a British spy. World Uyghur Conference is funded by the US National Endowment for Democracy. Thirdly, China was given the presumption of guilt by this tribunal, and the evidence is falsified. The witnesses are paid actors, and in relation to some specific witnesses, China alleged Saira Gold left the country illegally, suspected of loan fraud, and never taught in the training school. Torsunay Ziauddin, according to her brother, was never subjected to forced sterilization. She has no fertility, he says. Shamsi Noor Opur is a liar, according to her younger brother. Zumrat Dawat has never been in any camp, according to her brother. Mehrigul Tursan was never in the camps, according to her brother. And so on. And finally, on 9th September, just last Thursday, another press conference was organized by the PRC. PRC now maintains that Xinjiang human rights situation is irreproachable. China continued its attack and to harass the witnesses who had agreed to give evidence. This week we lost 2 of our witnesses because of the harassment by the Chinese government. They withdraw their statements that was submitted to this tribunal with the very intention of giving evidence, but because of the pressure on them, they both had to withdraw. As the chairman mentioned that in the beginning of this hearing, due to safety concerns of the witnesses and their family members, the council decided not to further pursue the allegations that were leveled against our very brave and honest witnesses. Although, in a letter to the Chinese ambassador in London, we invited the family members who had appeared on the June 23rd press conference to appear before this tribunal and give evidence, and asked the Chinese government to guarantee their security. As always, no answer was received. It is unfortunate, Mr. Chairman, tribunal members, that PRC refused and continued to refuse to cooperate with this tribunal in any meaningful way. Our last invitation for PRC to attend this hearing was sent yesterday, as Mr. Chairman referred to. You may ask, although you may not draw references, why the PRC needs to hide behind security and state secrecy, refusing to show, not only to this tribunal, but to the world, what is happening behind the barbed wires in detention facilities. Our witnesses, including the policemen who have given evidence to this tribunal, have been attacked and harassed viciously by the PRC. The press conferences show the enormous costs that our brave witnesses have paid in order to let the world and yourselves know what has happened to them and their inmates in the horrors of the detention facilities. Invariably, their family members took the brunt of the PRC retaliation, and some have paid it with the ultimate price. I will ask you to please bear in mind the courage and fortitude of our witnesses and our obligation to them when you deliberate about this evidence. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, tribunal members.
Of as your team, I intended to include the operational team, the researchers, and the ushers. And it's not unreasonable for the ushers to come last, because they will guide you out of here and home. For this tribunal is now adjourned until the 9th of December.